Book 2, Chapter 2 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 2, Constance. Chapter 3. Cyril. 1. Constance stood at the large, many-paned window in the parlour. She was stouter. Although always plump, her figure had been comely, with a neat, well-marked waist. But now the shapeliness had gone. The waistline no longer existed, and there were no more crinolines to create it artificially. An observer, not under the charm of her face, might have been excused for calling her fat and lumpy. The face, grave, kind, and expectant, with its radiant fresh cheeks and the rounded softness of its curves, atoned for the figure. She was nearly 29 years of age. It was late in October. In Wedgwood Street, next to Bolton Terrace, all the little brown houses had been pulled down to make room for a palatial covered market, whose foundations were then being dug. This destruction exposed a vast area of sky to the north-east. A great dark cloud with an untidy edge rose massively out of the depths and curtained off the tender blue of the approaching dusk, while in the west, behind Constance, the sun was setting in calm and gorgeous melancholy on the Thursday hush of the town. It was one of those afternoons which gather up all the sadness of the moving earth and transform it into beauty. Samuel Povey turned the corner from Wedgwood Street and crossed King Street obliquely to the front door, which Constance opened. He seemed tired and anxious. "Well?" demanded Constance as he entered. "She's no better. There's no getting away from it. She's worse. I should have stayed, only I knew you'd be worrying, so I caught the 3:50. How is that Mrs. Gilchrist shaping as a nurse?" "She's very good," said Samuel with conviction. "Very good." "What a blessing! I suppose you didn't happen to see the doctor?" "Yes, I did." "What did he say to you?" Samuel gave a deprecating gesture. "Didn't say anything particular. With dropsy at that stage, you know." Constance had returned to the window, her expectancy apparently unappeased. "I don't like the look of that cloud," she murmured. "What, are they out still?" Samuel inquired, taking off his overcoat. "Here they are," cried Constance. Her features suddenly transfigured, she sprang to the door, pulled it open, and descended the steps. A perambulator was being rapidly pushed up the slope by a breathless girl. "Amy," Constance gently protested, "I told you not to venture far." "I hurried all I could, mum, soon as I seed that cloud," the girl puffed, with the air of one who is seriously thankful to have escaped a great disaster. Constance dived into the recesses of the perambulator and extracted from its cocoon the centre of the universe, and scrutinized him with quiet passion, and then rushed with him into the house, though not a drop of rain had yet fallen. "Precious!" exclaimed Amy in ecstasy, her young virginal eyes following him till he disappeared. Then she wheeled away the perambulator, which now had no more value nor interest than an eggshell. It was necessary to take it right round to the Broome Street yard entrance, past the front of the closed shop. Constance sat down on the horsehair sofa and hugged and kissed her prize before removing his bonnet. "Here's Daddy," she said to him, as if imparting strange and rapturous tidings. "Here's Daddy come back from hanging up his coat in the passage. Daddy rubbing his hands." And then, with a swift transition of voices and features, "Do look at him, Sam." Samuel, preoccupied, stooped forward. "Oh, you little scoundrel! Oh, you little scoundrel!" he greeted the baby, advancing his finger towards the baby's nose. The baby, who had hitherto maintained a passive indifference to external phenomena, lifted elbows and toes, blew bubbles from his tiny mouth, and stared at the finger with the most ravishing roguish smile, as though saying, "I know that great sticking out limb, and there is a joke about it which no one but me can see, and which is my secret joy that you shall never share." tea ready?" Samuel asked, resuming his gravity and his ordinary pose. "You must give the girl time to take her things off," said Constance. "We'll have the table drawn away from the fire, and baby can lie on his shawl on the hearthrug while we're having tea." And then to the baby in rapture, "And play with his toys, all his nice toys." "You know Miss Insull is staying for tea?" Constance, her head bent over the baby, who formed a white patch on her comfortable brown frock, nodded without speaking. Samuel Povey, walking to and fro, began to enter into the details of his hasty journey to Axe. Old Mrs. Baines, having beheld her grandson, was preparing to quit this world. Never again would she exclaim in her brusque tone of genial ruthlessness, "Fiddlesticks!" The situation was very difficult and distressing, for Constance could not leave her baby, and she would not, until the last urgency, run the risks of a journey with him to Axe. He was being weaned. In any case, Constance could not have undertaken the nursing of her mother. A nurse had to be found. Mr. Povey had discovered one in the person of Mrs. Gilchrist, the second wife of a farmer at Malpas in Cheshire, whose first wife had been a sister of the late John Baines. All the credit of Mrs. Gilchrist was due to Samuel Povey. Mrs. Baines fretted seriously about Sophia, who had given no sign of life for a very long time. Mr. Povey went to Manchester and ascertained definitely from the relatives of Scales that nothing was known of the pair. He did not go to Manchester especially on this errand. About once in 3 weeks on Tuesdays he had to visit the Manchester warehouses, but the tracking of Scales' relative cost him so much trouble and time that, curiously, he came to believe he had gone to Manchester one Tuesday for no other end. Although he was very busy indeed in the shop, he flew over to Axe and back whenever he possibly could, to the neglect of his affairs. He was glad to do all that was in his power. Even if he had not done it graciously, his sensitive, tyrannic conscience would have forced him to do it. But nevertheless he felt rather virtuous, and worry and fatigue and loss of sleep intensified this sense of virtue. "So that if there's any sudden change they will telegraph," he finished to Constance. She raised her head. The words, clinching what had led up to them, drew her from her dream, and she saw for the moment her mother in an agony. "But you surely don't mean—" she began, trying to disperse the painful vision as unjustified by the facts. "My dear girl," said Samuel, with his head singing and hot eyes, and a consciousness of high tension in every nerve of his body, "I simply mean that if there's any sudden change they will telegraph." While they had tea, Samuel sitting opposite to his wife, and Miss Insull nearly against the wall, owing to the moving of the table, the baby rolled about on the hearthrug, which had been covered with a large soft woollen shawl, originally the property of his great-grandmother. He had no cares, no responsibilities. The shawl was so vast that he could not clearly distinguish objects beyond its confines. On it lay an india-rubber ball, an india-rubber doll, a rattle and fan. He vaguely recollected all 4 items with their respective properties. The fire was also an old friend. He had occasionally tried to touch it, but a high bright fence always came in between. For 10 months he had never spent a day without making experiments on this shifting universe in which he alone remained firm and stationary. The experiments were chiefly conducted out of idle amusement, but he was serious on the subject of food. Lately, the behaviour of the universe in respect to his food had somewhat perplexed him, had indeed annoyed him. However, he was of a forgetful, happy disposition, and so long as the universe continued to fulfil its sole end as a machinery for the satisfaction, somehow, of his imperious desires, he was not inclined to remonstrate. He gazed at the flames and laughed because he had laughed. He pushed the ball away and wriggled after it, and captured it with the assurance of practice. He tried to swallow the doll, and it was not until he had tried several times to swallow it that he remembered the failure of previous efforts, and philosophically desisted. He rolled with a fearful shock, arms and legs in air, against the mountainous flank of that mammoth fan, and clutched at Fan's ear. The whole mass of Fan upheaved and vanished from his view, and was instantly forgotten by him. He seized the doll and tried to swallow it, and repeated the exhibition of his skill with the ball. Then he saw the fire again and laughed. And so he existed for centuries. No responsibilities, no appetites, and the shawl was vast. Terrific operations went on over his head. Giants moved to and fro. Great vessels were carried off, and great books were brought, and deep voices rumbled regularly in the spaces beyond the shawl. But he remained oblivious. At last he became aware that a face was looking down at his. He recognized it, and immediately an uncomfortable sensation in his stomach disturbed him. He tolerated it for 50 years or so, and then he gave a little cry. Life had resumed its seriousness. "Black alpaca, B quality, width 20, TA 22 yards," Miss Insull read out of a great book. She and Mr. Povey were checking stock. And Mr. Povey responded, "Black alpaca, B quality, width 20, TA 20 yards. It wants 10 minutes yet." He glanced at the clock. "Does it?" said Constance, well knowing that it wanted 10 minutes. The baby did not guess that a high invisible god named Samuel Povey, whom nothing escaped and who could do everything at once, was controlling his universe from an inconceivable distance. On the contrary, the baby was crying to himself, "There is no God!" His weaning had reached the stage at which a baby really does not know what will happen next. The annoyance had begun exactly 3 months after his first tooth, such being the rule of the gods, and it had grown more and more disconcerting. No sooner did he accustom himself to a new phenomenon than it mysteriously ceased, and an old one took its place, which he had utterly forgotten. This afternoon his mother nursed him, but not until she had foolishly attempted to divert him from the seriousness of life by means of gewgaws of which he was sick. Still, once at her rich breast, he forgave and forgot all. He preferred her simple, natural breast to more modern inventions, and he had no shame, no modesty, nor had his mother. It was an indecent carouse at which his father and Miss Insull had to assist. But his father had shame. His father would have preferred that, as Miss Insull had kindly offered to stop and work on Thursday afternoon, and as the shop was chilly, the due rotation should have brought the bottle round at 5:30, and not the mother's breast. He was a self-conscious parent, rather apologetic to the world, rather apt to stand off and pretend that he had nothing to do with the affair, and he genuinely disliked that anybody should witness the intimate scene of his wife feeding his baby, especially Miss Insull, that prim, dark, moustached spinster. He would not have called it an outrage on Miss Insull to force her to witness the scene, but his idea approached within sight of the word. Constance blandly offered herself to the child with the unconscious primitive savagery of a young mother, and as the baby fed, thoughts of her own mother flitted to and fro ceaselessly, like vague shapes over the deep sea of content which filled her mind. This illness of her mother's was abnormal, and the baby was now, for the first time perhaps, entirely normal in her consciousness. The baby was something which could be disturbed, not something which did disturb. What a change! What a change that had seemed impossible until its full accomplishment. For months before the birth, she had glimpsed at nights and in other silent hours the tremendous upset. She had not allowed herself to be silly in advance. By temperament she was too sagacious, too well balanced for that. But she had fitful instants of terror, when solid ground seemed to sink away from her, and imagination shook at what faced her. Instants only. Usually she could play the comedy of sensible calmness to almost perfection. Then the appointed time drew nigh, and still she smiled, and Samuel smiled, but the preparations, meticulous, intricate, revolutionary, belied their smiles. The intense resolve to keep Mrs. Baines, by methods scrupulous or unscrupulous, away from Bursley until all was over, belied their smiles. And then the first pains, sharp, shocking, cruel, heralds of torture, but when they had withdrawn, she smiled again, palely. Then she was in bed, full of the sensation that the whole house was inverted and disorganized hopelessly, and the doctor came into the room. She smiled at the doctor apologetically, foolishly, as if saying, "We all come to it, here I am." She was calm without. Oh, but what a prey of abject fear within! I am at the edge of the precipice, her thought ran. In a moment I shall be over. And then the pains, not the heralds, but the shattering army, endless, increasing in terror as they thundered across her. Yet she could think quite clearly. Now I'm in the middle of it. This is it, the horror that I've not dared to look at. My life's in the balance, I may never get up again. All has at last come to pass. It seemed as if it would never come, as if this thing could not happen to me. But at last it has come to pass. Ah, someone put the twisted end of a towel into her hand again. She had loosed it, and she pulled enough to break cables, and then she shrieked. It was for pity. It was for someone to help her, at any rate to take notice of her. She was dying, her soul was leaving her, and she was alone, panic-stricken, in the midst of a cataclysm 1,000 times surpassing all that she had imagined of sickening horror. I cannot endure this, she thought passionately. It is impossible that I should be asked to endure this. And then she wept, beaten, terrorized, smashed and riven. No common sense now, no wise calmness now, no self-respect now. Why, not even a woman now. Nothing but a kind of animalized victim. And then the supreme endless spasm, during which she gave up the ghost and bade goodbye to her very self. She was lying quite comfortable in the soft bed, idle, silly, happiness forming like a thin crust over the lava of her anguish and her fright, and by her side was the soul that had fought its way out of her ruthlessly, the secret disturber revealed to the light of morning. Curious to look at, not like any baby that she had ever seen, red, creased, brutish, but for some reason that she did not examine, she folded it in an immense tenderness. Sam was by the bed, away from her eyes. She was so comfortable and silly that she could not move her head nor even ask him to come round to her eyes. She had to wait till he came. In the afternoon the doctor returned and astounded her by saying that hers had been an ideal confinement. She was too weary to rebuke him for a senseless, blind, callous old man, but she knew what she knew. No one will ever guess, she thought. No one can guess what I've been through. Talk as you like, I know now. Gradually she had resumed cognizance of her household, perceiving that it was demoralized from top to bottom, and that when the time came to begin upon it, she would not be able to settle where to begin, even supposing that the baby were not there to monopolize her attention. The task appalled her. Then she wanted to get up. Then she got up. What a blow to self-confidence. She went back to bed like a little scared rabbit to its hole, glad to be on the soft pillows again. She said, yet the time must come when I shall be downstairs and walking about and meeting people and cooking and superintending the millinery. Well, it did come, except that she had to renounce the millinery to Miss Insull. But it was not the same. No, different. The baby pushed everything else onto another plane. He was a terrific intruder. Not 1 minute of her old daily life was left. He made no compromise whatever. If she turned away her gaze from him, he might pop off into eternity and leave her. And now she was calmly and sensibly giving him suck in presence of Miss Insull. She was used to his importance, to the fragility of his organism, to waking twice every night, to being fat. She was strong again. The convulsive twitching that for 6 months had worried her repose had quite disappeared. The state of being a mother was normal, and the baby was so normal that she could not conceive the house without him. All in 10 months. When the baby was installed in his cot for the night, she came downstairs and found Miss Insull and Samuel still working, and harder than ever, but at addition sums now. She sat down, leaving the door open at the foot of the stairs. She had embroidery in hand, a cap, and while Miss Insull and Samuel combined pounds, shillings and pence, whispering at great speed, she bent over the delicate, intimate, wasteful handiwork, drawing the needle with slow exactitude. Then she would raise her head and listen. "Excuse me," said Miss Insull, "I think I hear baby crying." "And 2 are 8 and 3 are 11. He must cry," said Mr. Povey rapidly, without looking up. The baby's parents did not make a practice of discussing their domestic existence, even with Miss Insull, but Constance had to justify herself as a mother. "I've made perfectly sure he's comfortable," said Constance. "He's only crying because he fancies he's neglected, and we think he can't begin too early to learn." "How right you are," said Miss Insull. "Two and carry three." That distant, feeble, querulous, pitiful cry continued obstinately. It continued for 30 minutes. Constance could not proceed with her work. The cry disintegrated her will, dissolved her hard sagacity. Without a word, she crept upstairs, having carefully deposed the cap on her rocking-chair. Mr. Povey hesitated a moment, and then bounded up after her, startling Fan. He shut the door on Miss Insull, but Fan was too quick for him. He saw Constance with her hand on the bedroom door. "My dear girl," he protested, holding himself in, "now what are you going to do?" "I'm just listening," said Constance. "Do be reasonable and come downstairs." He spoke in a low voice, scarcely masking his nervous irritation, and tiptoed along the corridor towards her, and up the 2 steps past the gas-burner. Fan followed, wagging her tail, expectant. "Suppose he's not well?" Constance suggested. "Pshaw!" Mr. Povey exclaimed contemptuously. "You remember what happened last night, and what you said." They argued, subduing their tones to the false semblance of goodwill. There, in the closeness of the corridor, Fan, deceived, ceased to wag her tail, and then trotted away. The baby's cry behind the door rose to a mysterious, despairing howl, which had such an effect on Constance's heart that she should have walked through fire to reach the baby. But Mr. Povey's will held her, and she rebelled, angry, hurt, resentful. Common sense, the ideal of mutual forbearance, had winged away from that excited pair. It would have assuredly ended in a quarrel, with Samuel glaring at her in black fury from the other side of a bottomless chasm, had not Miss Insull most surprisingly burst up the stairs. Mr. Povey turned to face her, swallowing his emotion. "A telegram?" said Miss Insull. "The postmaster brought it down himself." "What, Mr. Derry?" asked Samuel, opening the telegram with an affectation of majesty. "Yes, he said it was too late for delivery by rights, but as it seemed very important—" Samuel scanned it and nodded gravely, then gave it to his wife. Tears came into her eyes. "I'll get cousin Daniel to drive me over at once," said Samuel, master of himself and of the situation. "Wouldn't it be better to hire?" Constance suggested. She had a prejudice against Daniel. Mr. Povey shook his head. "He offered," he replied. "I can't refuse his offer." "Put your thick overcoat on, dear," said Constance in a dream, descending with him. "I hope it isn't—" Miss Insull stopped. "Yes, it is, Miss Insull," said Samuel deliberately. In less than a minute he was gone. Constance ran upstairs, but the cry had ceased. She turned the doorknob softly, slowly, and crept into the chamber. A nightlight made large shadows among the heavy mahogany and the crimson tasselled rep in the close-curtained room, and between the bed and the ottoman, on which lay Samuel's newly bought family Bible, the cot loomed in the shadows. She picked up the nightlight and stole round the bed. Yes, he had decided to fall asleep. The hazard of death afar off had just defeated his devilish obstinacy. Fate had bested him. How marvellously soft and delicate that tear-stained cheek! How frail that tiny, tiny clenched hand! In Constance, grief and joy were mystically united. 2. The drawing-room was full of visitors in frocks of ceremony. The old drawing-room, but newly and massively arranged with the finest Victorian furniture from dead Aunt Harriet's house at Axe. 2 Canterburys, a large bookcase, a splendid scintillant table, solid beyond lifting, intricately tortured chairs and armchairs. The original furniture of the drawing-room was now down in the parlour, making it grand. All the house breathed opulence. It was gorged with quiet, restrained expensiveness. The least considerable objects in the most modest corners were what Mrs. Baines would have termed good. Constance and Samuel had half of all Aunt Harriet's money and half of Mrs. Baines's. The other half was accumulating for a hypothetical Sophia. Mr. Critchlow being the trustee. The business continued to flourish. People knew that Samuel Povey was buying houses. Yet Samuel and Constance had not made friends. They had not, in the Five Towns phrase, branched out socially, though they had very meekly branched out on subscription lists. They kept themselves to themselves, emphasizing the preposition. These guests were not their guests, they were the guests of Cyril. He had been named Samuel because Constance would have him named after his father, and Cyril because his father secretly despised the name of Samuel, and he was called Cyril. Master Cyril by Amy, definite successor to Maggie. His mother's thoughts were on Cyril as long as she was awake. His father, when not planning Cyril's welfare, was earning money whose unique object could be nothing but Cyril's welfare. Cyril was the pivot of the house. Every desire ended somewhere in Cyril. The shop existed now solely for him. And those houses that Samuel bought by private treaty, or with a shamefaced air at auctions, somehow they were aimed at Cyril. Samuel and Constance had ceased to be self-justifying beings. They never thought of themselves save as the parents of Cyril. They realized this by no means fully. Had they been accused of monomania, they would have smiled the smile of people confident in their common sense and their mental balance. Nevertheless, they were monomaniacs. Instinctively they concealed the fact as much as possible. They never admitted it even to themselves. Samuel, indeed, would often say, "That child is not everybody. That child must be kept in his place." Constance was always teaching him consideration for his father as the most important person in the household. Samuel was always teaching him consideration for his mother as the most important person in the household. Nothing was left undone to convince him that he was a cipher, a nonentity who ought to be very glad to be alive. But he knew all about his importance. He knew that the entire town was his. He knew that his parents were deceiving themselves. Even when he was punished, he knew well that it was because he was so important. He never imparted any portion of this knowledge to his parents. A primeval wisdom prompted him to retain it strictly in his own bosom. He was 4.5 years old, dark like his father, handsome like his aunt, and tall for his age. Not one of his features resembled a feature of his mother's, but sometimes he had her look. From the capricious production of inarticulate sounds, and then a few monosyllables that described concrete things and obvious desires, he had gradually acquired an astonishing idiomatic command of the most difficult of Teutonic languages. There was nothing he could not say. He could walk and run, was full of exact knowledge about God, and entertained no doubt concerning the special partiality of a minor deity called Jesus towards himself. Now, this party was his mother's invention and scheme. His father, after flouting it, had said that if it was to be done at all, it should be done well, and had brought to the doing all his organising skill. Cyril had accepted it at first, merely accepted it. But as the day approached, and the preparations increased in magnitude, he had come to look on it with favour, then with enthusiasm. His father having taken him to Daniel Povey's opposite to choose cakes, he had shown, by his solemn and fastidious waverings, how seriously he regarded the affair. Of course, it had to occur on a Thursday afternoon. The season was summer, suitable for pale and fragile toilettes, and the 8 children who sat round Aunt Harriet's great table glittered like the sun. Not Constance's specially provided napkins could hide that wealth and profusion of white lace and stitchery. Never in afterlife are the genteel children of the Five Towns so richly clad as at the age of 4 or 5 years. Weeks of labour, thousands of cubic feet of gas, whole nights stolen from repose, eyesight and general health, will disappear into the manufacture of a single frock that accidental jam may ruin in 10 seconds. Thus it was in those old days, and thus it is today. Cyril's guests ranged in years from 4 to 6. They were chiefly older than their host. This was a pity, it impaired his importance, but up to 4 years a child's sense of propriety, even of common decency, is altogether too unreliable for a respectable party. Round about the outskirts of the table were the elders, ladies the majority. They also in their best, for they had to meet each other. Constance displayed a new dress of crimson silk, After having mourned for her mother, she had definitely abandoned the black which, by reason of her duties in the shop, she had constantly worn from the age of 16 to within a few months of Cyril's birth. She never went into the shop now, except casually on brief visits of inspection. She was still fat. The destroyer of her figure sat at the head of the table. Samuel kept close to her. He was the only male, until Mr. Critchlow astonishingly arrived among the company. Mr. Critchlow had a grand niece. Samuel, if not in his best, was certainly not in his everyday suit. With his large frilled shirt front and small black tie, and his little black beard and dark face over that, he looked very nervous and self-conscious. He had not the habit of entertaining, nor had Constance, but her benevolence, ever bubbling up to the calm surface of her personality, made self-consciousness impossible for her. Miss Insull was also present, in shop black, to help. Lastly, there was Amy, now, as the years passed, slowly assuming the character of a faithful retainer, though she was only 23. An ugly, abrupt, downright girl, with convenient notions of pleasure, for she would rise early and retire late, in order to contrive an hour to go out with Master Cyril, and to be allowed to put Master Cyril to bed was really her highest bliss. All these elders were continually inserting arms into the fringe of fluffy children that surrounded the heaped table, removing dangerous spoons out of cups into saucers, replacing plates, passing cakes, spreading jam, whispering consolations, explanations, and sage counsel. Mr. Critchlow, snow white now but unbent, remarked that there was a pretty cackle, and he sniffed. Although the window was slightly open, the air was heavy with the natural human odour which young children transpire. More than one mother, pressing her nose into a lacy mass to whisper, inhaled that pleasant perfume with a voluptuous thrill. Cyril, while attending steadily to the demands of his body, was in a mood which approached the ideal. Proud and radiant, he combined urbanity with a certain fine condescension. His bright eyes and his manner of scraping up jam with a spoon said, "I am the king of this party. This party is solely in my honour. I know that. We all know it. Still, I will pretend that we are equals, you and I." He talked about his picture books to a young woman on his right named Jenny, aged 4, pale, pretty, the belle, in fact, and Mr. Critchlow's grandniece. The boy's attractiveness was indisputable. He could put on quite an aristocratic air. It was the most delicious sight to see them, Cyril and Jenny, so soft and delicate, so infantile on their piles of cushions and books, with their white socks and black shoes dangling far distant from the carpet, and yet so old, so self-contained. And they were merely an epitome of the whole table. The whole table was bathed in the charm and mystery of young years, of helpless fragility, gentle forms, timid elegance, unshamed instincts, and waking souls. Constance and Samuel were very satisfied, full of praise for other people's children, but with the reserve, of course, that Cyril was hors concours. They both really did believe at that moment that Cyril was in some subtle way, which they felt but could not define, superior to all other infants. Someone, some officious relative of a visitor, began to pass a certain cake which had brown walls, a roof of coconut icing, and a yellow body studded with crimson globules. Not a conspicuously gorgeous cake, not a cake to which a Catholic child would be likely to attach particular importance, a good average cake. Who could have guessed that it stood in Cyril's esteem as the cake of cakes? He had insisted on his father buying it at cousin Daniel's, and perhaps Samuel ought to have divined that for Cyril that cake was the gleam that an ardent spirit would follow through the wilderness. Samuel, however, was not a careful observer, and seriously lacked imagination. Constance knew only that Cyril had mentioned the cake once or twice. Now, by the hazard of destiny, that cake found much favour, helped into popularity as it was by the blundering officious relative, who, not dreaming what volcano she was treading on, urged its merits with simpering enthusiasm. One boy took 2 slices, a slice in each hand. He happened to be the visitor of whom the cake distributor was a relative, and she protested. She expressed the shock she suffered, whereupon both Constance and Samuel sprang forward and swore with angelic smiles that nothing could be more perfect than the propriety of that dear little fellow taking 2 slices of that cake. It was this hullabaloo that drew Cyril's attention to the evanescence of the cake of cakes. His face at once changed from calm pride to a dreadful anxiety. His eyes bulged out, his tiny mouth grew and grew, like a mouth in a nightmare. He was no longer human. He was a cake-eating tiger being baulked of his prey. Nobody noticed him. The officious fool of a woman persuaded Jenny to take the last slice of cake, which was quite a thin slice. Then everyone simultaneously noticed Cyril, for he gave a yell. It was not the cry of a despairing soul who sees his beautiful iridescent dream shattered at his feet. It was the cry of the strong, masterful spirit, furious. He turned upon Jenny, sobbing, and snatched at her cake. Unaccustomed to such behaviour from hosts, and being besides a haughty, put-you-in-your-place beauty of the future, Jenny defended her cake. After all, it was not she who had taken 2 slices at once. Cyril hit her in the eye, and then crammed most of the slice of cake into his enormous mouth. He could not swallow it, nor even masticate it, for his throat was rigid and tight, so the cake projected from his red lips, and big tears watered it. The most awful mess you can conceive. Jenny wept loudly, and 1 or 2 others joined her in sympathy, but the rest went on eating tranquilly, unmoved by the horror which transfixed their elders. A host to snatch food from a guest! A host to strike a guest! A gentleman to strike a lady! Constance whipped up Cyril from his chair and flew with him to his own room, one Samuel's, where she smacked him on the arm and told him he was a very, very naughty boy, and that she didn't know what his father would say. She took the food out of his disgusting mouth, or as much of it as she could get at, and then she left him on the bed. Miss Jenny was still in tears when, blushing scarlet and trying to smile, Constance returned to the drawing-room. Jenny would not be appeased. Happily, Jenny's mother, being about to present Jenny with her little brother, she hoped, was not present. Miss Insull had promised to see Jenny home, and it was decided that she should go. Mr. Critchlow, in high sardonic spirits, said he would go too. The 3 departed together, heavily charged with Constance's love and apologies. Then all pretended and said loudly that what had happened was naught, that such things were always happening at children's parties, and visitors' relatives asseverated that Cyril was a perfect darling, and that really Mrs. Povey must not. But the attempt to keep up appearance was a failure. The Methuselah of visitors, a gaping girl of nearly 8 years, walked across the room to where Constance was standing, and said in a loud, confidential, fatuous voice, "Cyril has been a rude boy, hasn't he, Mrs. Povey?" The clumsiness of children is sometimes tragic. Later there was a trickling stream of fluffy bundles down the crooked stairs and through the parlour, and so out into King Street. And Constance received many compliments and sundry appeals that darling Cyril should be forgiven. "I thought you said that boy was in his bedroom," said Samuel to Constance, coming into the parlour when the last guest had gone. Each avoided the other's eyes. "Yes, isn't he?" "No." "The little jockey." Jockey, an essay in the playful towards making light of the jockey's sin. "I expect he's been in search of Amy." She went to the top of the kitchen stairs and called out, "Amy, is Master Cyril down there?" "Master Cyril? No, ma'am. But he was in the parlour a bit ago, after the first and second lot had gone. I told him to go upstairs and be a good boy." Not for a few moments did the suspicion enter the minds of Samuel and Constance that Cyril might be missing, that the house might not contain Cyril. But having once entered, the suspicion became a certainty. Amy, cross-examined, burst into sudden tears, admitting that the side door might have been open when, having sped the second lot, she criminally left Cyril alone in the parlour in order to descend for an instant to her kitchen. Dusk was gathering. Amy saw the defenceless innocent wandering about all night in the deserted streets of a great city. A similar vision, with precise details of canals, tram-car wheels, and cellar flaps, disturbed Constance. Samuel said that anyhow he could not have got far, that someone was bound to remark and recognise him and restore him. Yes, of course, thought sensible Constance, but supposing... They all 3 searched the entire house again. Then, in the drawing-room, which was in a sad condition of anticlimax, Amy exclaimed, "Hey, master, there's town crier crossing the square. Hadn't you better have him cried?" "Run out and stop him," Constance commanded. And Amy flew. Samuel and the aged town crier parleyed at the side door, the women in the background. "I canna cry him without me bell," drawled the crier, stroking his shabby uniform. "My bell's at home. I mun go and fetch me bell. I'll write it down on a bit of paper for me, so that I can read it, and I'll foot off for me bell. Folk wouldn't have listened to me if I hadn't gotten me bell." Thus was Cyril cried. "Amy," said Constance, when she and the girl were alone, "there's no use in you standing blubbering there. Get to work and clear up that drawing-room, do. The child is sure to be found soon. Your master's gone out too." Brave words. Constance aided in the drawing-room and kitchen. Theirs was the woman's lot in a great crisis. Plates have always to be washed. Very shortly afterwards, Samuel Povey came into the kitchen by the underground passage, which led past the two cellars to the yard and to Broom Street. He was carrying in his arms an obscene black mass. This mass was Cyril, once white. Constance screamed. She was at liberty to give way to her feelings because Amy happened to be upstairs. "Stand away," cried Mr. Povey. "He isn't fit to touch." And Mr. Povey made as if to pass directly onward, ignoring the mother. "Wherever did you find him?" "I found him in the far cellar," said Mr. Povey, compelled to stop after all. "He was down there with me yesterday, and it just occurred to me that he might have gone there again." "What, all in the dark?" "He'd lighted a candle, if you please. I'd left a candlestick and box of matches handy, because I hadn't finished that shelving." "Well," Constance murmured, "I can't think how ever he dared to go there all alone." "Can't you?" said Mr. Povey cynically. "I can. He simply did it to frighten us." "Oh, Cyril!" Constance admonished the child. "Cyril!" The child showed no emotion. His face was an enigma. It might have hidden sullenness, or mere callous indifference, or a perfect unconsciousness of sin. "Give him to me," said Constance. "I'll look after him this evening," said Samuel grimly. "But you can't wash him," said Constance, her relief yielding to apprehension. "Why not?" demanded Mr. Povey, and he moved off. "But Sam—" "I'll look after him, I tell you," Mr. Povey repeated threateningly. "But what are you going to do?" Constance asked with fear. "Well," said Mr. Povey, "has this sort of thing got to be dealt with, or hasn't it?" He departed upstairs. Constance overtook him at the door of Cyril's bedroom. Mr. Povey did not wait for her to speak. His eyes were blazing. "See here," he admonished her cruelly. "You get away downstairs, mother." And he disappeared into the bedroom with his vile and helpless victim. A moment later he popped his head out of the door. Constance was disobeying him. He stepped into the passage and shut the door so that Cyril should not hear. "Now, please do as I tell you," he hissed at his wife. "Don't let's have a scene, please." She descended slowly, weeping, and Mr. Povey retired again to the place of execution. Amy nearly fell on top of Constance with a final tray of things from the drawing-room, and Constance had to tell the girl that Cyril was found. Somehow she could not resist the instinct to tell her also that the master had the affair in hand. Amy then wept. After about an hour, Mr. Povey at last reappeared. Constance was trying to count silver teaspoons in the parlour. "He's in bed now," said Mr. Povey with a magnificent attempt to be nonchalant. "You mustn't go near him." "But have you washed him?" Constance whimpered. "I've washed him," replied the astonishing Mr. Povey. "What have you done to him?" "I've punished him, of course," said Mr. Povey, like a god who is above human weakness. "What did you expect me to do? Someone had to do it." Constance wiped her eyes with the edge of the white apron which she was wearing over her new silk dress. She surrendered. She accepted the situation. She made the best of it. And all the evening was spent in dismally and horribly pretending that their hearts were beating as one. Mr. Povey's elaborate, cheery kindliness was extremely painful. They went to bed, and in their bedroom Constance, as she stood close to Samuel, suddenly dropped the pretence, and with the eyes and voice of anguish said, You must let me look at him." They faced each other. For a brief instant Cyril did not exist for Constance. Samuel alone obsessed her, and yet Samuel seemed a strange, unknown man. It was in Constance's life one of those crises when the human soul seems to be on the very brink of mysterious and disconcerting cognitions, and then the wave recedes as inexplicably as it surged up. "Why, of course," said Mr. Povey, turning away lightly, as though to imply that she was making tragedies out of nothing. She gave an involuntary gesture of almost childish relief. Cyril slept calmly. It was a triumph for Mr. Povey. Constance could not sleep. As she lay darkly awake by her husband, her secret being seemed to be aquiver with emotion. Not exactly sorrow, not exactly joy, an emotion more elemental than these, a sensation of the intensity of her life in that hour, troubling, anxious, yet not sad. She said that Samuel was quite right, and then she said that the poor little thing wasn't yet 5 years old, and that it was monstrous. The two had to be reconciled, and they never could be reconciled. Always she would be between them, to reconcile them, and to be crushed by their impact. Always she would have to bear the burden of both of them. There could be no ease for her, no surcease from a tremendous preoccupation and responsibility. She could not change Samuel. Besides, he was right. And though Cyril was not yet 5, she felt that she could not change Cyril either. He was just as unchangeable as a growing plant. The thought of her mother and Sophia did not present itself to her. She felt, however, somewhat as Mrs. Baines had felt on historic occasions, but being more softly kind, younger, and less chafed by destiny, she was conscious of no bitterness, conscious rather of a solemn blessedness. End of chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 2, Constance. Chapter 4. Crime. 1. "Now, Master Cyril," Amy protested, "will you leave that fire alone? It's not you that can mend my fires." A boy of 9, great and heavy for his years, with a full face and very short hair, bent over the smoking grate. It was about 5 minutes to 8 on a chilly morning after Easter. Amy, hastily clad in blue with a rough brown apron, was setting the breakfast table. The boy turned his head, still bending. "Shut up, Aim," he replied, smiling. Life being short, he usually called her Aim when they were alone together. "Or I'll catch you one in the eye with the poker." "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," said Amy. "And you know your mother told you to wash your feet this morning, and you haven't done. Fine clothes is all very well, but—" "Who says I haven't washed my feet?" asked Cyril guiltily. Amy's mention of fine clothes referred to the fact that he was that morning wearing his Sunday suit for the first time on a weekday. "I say you haven't," said Amy. She was more than 3 times his age still, but they had been treating each other as intellectual equals for years. "Well, how do you know?" asked Cyril, tired of the fire. "I know," said Amy. "Well, you just don't then," said Cyril. "And what about your feet? I should be sorry to see your feet, Aim." Amy was excusably annoyed. She tossed her head. "My feet are as clean as yours any day," she said, "and I shall tell your mother." But he would not leave her feet alone, and there ensued one of those endless monotonous altercations on a single theme, which occur so often between intellectual equals, when one is a young son of the house and the other an established servant who adores him. Refined minds would have found the talk disgusting, but the sentiment of disgust seemed to be unknown to either of the wranglers. At last, when Amy by superior tactics had cornered him, Cyril said suddenly, "Oh, go to hell." Amy banged down the spoon for the bacon gravy. "No, I shall tell your mother. Mark my words, this time I shall tell your mother." Cyril felt that in truth he had gone rather far. He was perfectly sure that Amy would not tell his mother, and yet, supposing that by some freak of her nature she did, the consequences would be unutterable. The consequences would more than extinguish his private glory in the use of such a dashing word. So he laughed, a rather silly, giggling laugh to reassure himself. "You daren't," he said. "Daren't I?" she said grimly. "You'll see. I don't know where you learn, it fair beats me. But it isn't Amy Bates as is going to be sworn at, as soon as ever your mother comes into this room." The door at the foot of the stairs creaked, and Constance came into the room. She was wearing a dress of magenta merino, and a gold chain descended from her neck over her rich bosom. She had scarcely aged in 5 years. It would have been surprising if she had altered much, for the years had passed over her head at an incredible rate. To her it appeared only a few months since Cyril's first and last party. "Are you all ready, my pet? Let me look at you." Constance greeted the boy with her usual bright, soft energy. Cyril glanced at Amy, who averted her head, putting spoons into 3 saucers. "Yes, mother," he replied in a new voice. "Did you do what I told you?" "Yes, mother," he said simply. "That's right." Amy made a faint noise with her lips and departed. He was saved once more. He said to himself that never again would he permit his soul to be disturbed by any threat of old Ames. Constance's hand descended into her pocket and drew out a hard paper packet, which she clapped onto her son's head. "Oh, mother!" He pretended that she had hurt him, and then he opened the packet. It contained Congleton butterscotch, reputed a harmless sweetmeat. "Good!" he cried. "Oh, good! Oh, thanks, mother! Now don't begin eating them at once." "Just one, mother." "No! And how often have I told you to keep your feet off that fender? See how it's bent, and it's nobody but you." "Sorry." "It's no use being sorry if you persist in doing it." "Oh, mother, I had such a funny dream." They chatted until Amy came up the stairs with tea and bacon. The fire had developed from black to clear red. "Run and tell father that breakfast is ready." After a little delay, a spectacled man of 50, short and stoutish, with grey hair and a small beard, half grey and half black, entered from the shop. Samuel had certainly very much aged, especially in his gestures, which, however, were still quick. He sat down at once. His wife and son were already seated, and served the bacon with the rapid assurance of one who needs not to inquire about tastes and appetites. Not a word was said, except a brief grace by Samuel. But there was no restraint. Samuel had a mild, benignant air. Constance's eyes were a fountain of cheerfulness. The boy sat between them and ate steadily. Mysterious creature, this child, mysteriously growing and growing in the house. To his mother he was a delicious joy at all times, save when he disobeyed his father. But now, for quite a considerable period, there had been no serious collision. The boy seemed to be acquiring virtue as well as sense, and really he was charming. So big, truly enormous, everyone remarked on it, and yet graceful, lithe, with a smile that could ravish, and he was distinguished in his bearing. Without depreciating Samuel in her faithful heart, Constance saw plainly the singular differences between Samuel and the boy. Save that he was dark, and that his father's dangerous look came into those childish eyes occasionally, Cyril had now scarcely any obvious resemblance to his father. He was a Baines. This naturally deepened Constance's family pride. Yes, he was mysterious to Constance, though probably not more so than any other boy to any other parent. He was equally mysterious to Samuel, but otherwise Mr. Povey had learnt to regard him in the light of a parcel which he was always attempting to wrap up in a piece of paper imperceptibly too small. When he successfully covered the parcel at one corner, it burst out at another, and this went on for ever, and he could never get the string on. Nevertheless, Mr. Povey had unabated confidence in his skill as a parcel wrapper. The boy was strangely subtle at times, but then at times he was astoundingly ingenious, and then his dodges would not deceive the dullest. Mr. Povey knew himself more than a match for his son. He was proud of him because he regarded him as not an ordinary boy. He took it as a matter of course that his boy should not be an ordinary boy. He never, or very rarely, praised Cyril. Cyril thought of his father as a man who, in response to any request, always began by answering with a thoughtful, serious, "No, I'm afraid not." "So you haven't lost your appetite?" his mother commented. Cyril grinned. "Did you expect me to, mother?" "Let me see," said Samuel, as if vaguely recalling an unimportant fact. "It's today you begin to go to school, isn't it?" "I wish father wouldn't be such a chump," Cyril reflected, and considering that this commencement of school, real school, not a girls' school as once, had been the chief topic in the house for days, weeks, considering that it now occupied and filled all hearts, Cyril's reflection was excusable. "Now there's one thing you must always remember, my boy," said Mr. Povey. "Promptness. Never be late either in going to school or in coming home. And in order that you may have no excuse—" Mr. Povey pressed on the word excuse, as though condemning Cyril in advance. "Here's something for you." He said the last words quickly, with a sort of modest shame. It was a silver watch and chain. Cyril was staggered. So also was Constance, for Mr. Povey could keep his own counsel. At long intervals he would prove, thus, that he was a mighty soul, capable of sublime deeds. The watch was the unique flowering of Mr. Povey's profound but harsh affection. It lay on the table like a miracle. This day was a great day, a supremely exciting day in Cyril's history, and not less so in the history of his parents. The watch killed its owner's appetite dead. Routine was ignored that morning. Father did not go back into the shop. At length the moment came when father put on his hat and overcoat to take Cyril and Cyril's watch and satchel to the endowed school, which had quarters in the Wedgwood institution close by. A solemn departure, and Cyril could not pretend by his demeanour that it was not. Constance desired to kiss him, but refrained. He would not have liked it. She watched them from the window. Cyril was nearly as tall as his father. That is to say, not nearly as tall, but creeping up his father's shoulder. She felt that the eyes of the town must be on the pair. She was very happy and nervous. At dinner time a triumph seemed probable, and at tea time, when Cyril came home under a mortarboard hat and with a satchel full of new books and a head full of new ideas, the triumph was actually and definitely achieved. He had been put into the third form, and he announced that he should soon be at the top of it. He was enchanted with the life of school. He liked the other boys, and it appeared that the other boys liked him. The fact was that with a new silver watch and a packet of sweets, he had begun his new career in the most advantageous circumstances. Moreover, he possessed qualities which ensure success at school. He was big and easy, with a captivating smile, and a marked aptitude to learn those things which boys insist on teaching to their new comrades. He had muscle, a brave demeanour, and no conceit. During tea the parlour began to accustom itself to a new vocabulary, containing such words as fellows, kept in, lines, rot, recess, jolly. To some of these words the parents, especially Mr. Povey, had an instinct to object, but they could not object. Somehow they did not seem to get an opportunity to object. They were carried away on the torrent, and after all, their excitement and pleasure in the exceeding romantic novelty of existence were just as intense and nearly as ingenuous as their sons. He demonstrated that unless he was allowed to stay up later than aforetime, he would not be able to do his homework, and hence would not keep that place in the school to which his talents entitled him. Mr. Povey suggested, but only with half a heart, that he should get up earlier in the morning. The proposal fell flat. Everybody knew and admitted that nothing save the scorpions of absolute necessity, or a tremendous occasion such as that particular morning's, would drive Cyril from his bed until the smell of bacon rose to him from the kitchen. The parlour table was consecrated to his lessons. It became generally known that Cyril was doing his lessons. His father scanned the new textbooks, while Cyril condescendingly explained to him that all others were superseded and worthless. His father contrived to maintain an air of preserving his mental equilibrium, but not his mother. She gave it up. She who till that day had, under his father's direction, taught him nearly all that he knew, and Cyril passed above her into regions of knowledge where she made no pretence of being able to follow him. When the lessons were done, and Cyril had wiped his fingers on bits of blotting paper, and his father had expressed qualified approval and gone into the shop, Cyril said to his mother, with that delicious hesitation which overtook him sometimes, "Mother?" "Well, my pet?" "I want you to do something for me." "Well, what is it?" "No, you must promise." "I'll do it if I can." "But you can. It isn't doing, it's not doing." "Come, Cyril, out with it." "I don't want you to come in and look at me after I'm asleep any more." "But you silly boy, what difference can it make to you if you're asleep?" "I don't want you to. It's like as if I was a baby. You'll have to stop doing it some day, and so you may as well stop now." It was thus that he meant to turn his back on his youth. She smiled. She was incomprehensibly happy. She continued to smile. "Now you'll promise, won't you, mother?" She rapped him on the head with her thimble, lovingly. He took the gesture for consent. "You are a baby," she murmured. "Now I shall trust you," he said, ignoring this. "Say honour bright." "Honour bright." With what a long caress her eyes followed him as he went up to bed on his great sturdy legs. She was thankful that school had not contaminated her adorable innocent. If she could have been AIM for 24 hours, she perhaps would not have hesitated to put butter into his mouth, lest it should melt. Mr. Povey and Constance talked late and low that night. They could neither of them sleep. They had little desire to sleep. Constance's face said to her husband, "I've always stuck up for that boy in spite of your severities, and you see how right I was." And Mr. Povey's face said, "You see now the brilliant success of my system. You see how my educational theories have justified themselves. Never been to school before, except that wretched little dame's school, and he goes practically straight to the top of the third form at 9 years of age." They discussed his future. There could be no sign of lunacy in discussing his future up to a certain point, but each felt that to discuss the ultimate career of a child 9 years old would not be the act of a sensible parent. Only foolish parents would be so fond. Yet each was dying to discuss his ultimate career. Constance yielded first to the temptation, as became her. Mr. Povey scoffed, and then, to humour Constance, yielded also. The matter was fairly soon on the carpet. Constance was relieved to find that Mr. Povey had no thought whatever of putting Cyril in the shop. No, Mr. Povey did not desire to chop wood with a razor. Their son must and would ascend. Doctor, solicitor, barrister. Not barrister. Barrister was fantastic. When they had argued for about half an hour, Mr. Povey intimated suddenly that the conversation was unworthy of their practical common sense, and went to sleep. 2. Nobody really thought that this almost ideal condition of things would persist. An enterprise commenced in such glory must surely traverse periods of difficulty and even of temporary disaster. But no, Cyril seemed to be made specially for school. Before Mr. Povey and Constance had quite accustomed themselves to being the parents of a great lad, before Cyril had broken the glass of his miraculous watch more than once, the summer term had come to an end, and there arrived the excitations of the prize-giving, as it was called, for at that epoch the smaller schools had not found the effrontery to dub the breaking-up ceremony a speech day. This prize-giving furnished a particular joy to Mr. and Mrs. Povey. Although the prizes were notoriously few in number, partly to add to their significance, and partly to diminish their cost, the foundation was poor. Cyril won a prize, a box of geometrical instruments of precision. Also, he reached the top of his form, and was marked for promotion to the formidable fourth. Samuel and Constance were bidden to the large hall of the Wedgwood Institution of a summer afternoon, and they saw the whole Board of Governors raised on a rostrum, and in the middle, in front of what he referred to, in his aristocratic London accent, as a beggarly array of rewards. the aged and celebrated Sir Thomas Wilbraham Wilbraham, ex-MP, last respectable member of his ancient line. And Sir Thomas gave the box of instruments to Cyril and shook hands with him, and everybody was very well dressed. Samuel, who had never attended anything but a national school, recalled the simple rigours of his own boyhood, and swelled. For certainly, of all the parents present, he was among the richest. When, in the informal promiscuities which followed the prize distribution, Cyril joined his father and mother sheepishly, they duly did their best to make light of his achievements, and failed. The walls of the hall were covered with specimens of the pupils' skill, and the headmaster was observed to direct the attention of the mighty to a map done by Cyril. Of course it was a map of Ireland, Ireland being the map chosen by every map-drawing schoolboy who is free to choose. For a third-form boy it was considered a masterpiece. In the shading of mountains, Cyril was already a prodigy. Never, it was said, had the McGillicuddy reeks been indicated by a member of that school with a more amazing subtle refinement than by the young Povey. From a proper pride in themselves, from a proper fear lest they should be secretly accused of ostentation by the other parents, Samuel and Constance did not go near that map. For the rest, they had lived with it for weeks, and Samuel, who after all was determined not to be dirt under his son's feet, had scratched a blot from it with a completeness that defied inquisitive examination. The fame of this map, added to the box of compasses and Cyril's own desire, pointed to an artistic career. Cyril had always drawn and daubed, and the drawing master of the endowed school, who was also headmaster of the art school, had suggested that the youth should attend the art school one night a week. Samuel, however, would not listen to the idea. Cyril was too young. It is true that Cyril was too young, but Samuel's real objection was to Cyril's going out alone in the evening. On that he was adamant. The governors had recently made the discovery that a sports department was necessary to a good school, and had rented a field for cricket, football, and rounders up at Bleakridge, an innovation which demonstrated that the town was moving with the rapid times. In June, this field was open after school hours till 8 p.m, as well as on Saturdays. The squire learnt that Cyril had a talent for cricket, and Cyril wished to practise in the evenings, and was quite ready to bind himself with Bible oaths to rise at no matter what hour in the morning for the purpose of home lessons. He scarcely expected his father to say yes, as his father never did say yes, but he was obliged to ask. Samuel nonplussed him by replying that on fine evenings, when he could spare time from the shop, he would go up to Bleakridge with his son. Cyril did not like this in the least. Still, it might be tried. One evening they went, actually, in the new steam car which had superseded the old horse cars, and which travelled all the way to Longshore, a place that Cyril had only heard of. Samuel talked of the games played in the Five Towns in his day, of the titanic sport of prison bars, when the team of one bank went forth to the challenge of another bank, preceded by the drum and fife band, and when, in the heat of the chase, a man might jump into the canal to escape his pursuer. Samuel had never played at cricket. Samuel, with a very young grandson of Fan, deceased, sat in dignity on the grass, and watched his cricketer for an hour and a half, while Constance kept an eye on the shop and superintended its closing. Samuel then conducted Cyril home again. 2 days later, the father of his own accord offered to repeat the experience. Cyril refused. Disagreeable insinuations that he was a baby in arms had been made at school in the meantime. Nevertheless, in other directions, Cyril sometimes surprisingly conquered. For instance, he came home one day with the information that a dog that was not a bull terrier was not worth calling a dog. Fan's grandson had been carried off in earliest prime by a chicken bone that had pierced his vitals, and Cyril did indeed persuade his father to buy a bull terrier. The animal was a superlative of forbidding ugliness, but father and son vied with each other in stern critical praise of his surpassing beauty, and Constance, from good nature, joined in the pretence. He was called Lion, and the shop, after one or two untoward episodes, was absolutely closed to him. But the most striking of Cyril's successes had to do with the question of the annual holiday. He spoke of the sea soon after becoming a schoolboy. It appeared that his complete ignorance of the sea prejudicially affected him at school. Further, he had always loved the sea. He had drawn hundreds of three-masted ships with studding sails set, and knew the difference between a brig and a brigantine. When he first said, "I say, mother, why can't we go to Llandudno instead of Buxton this year?" his mother thought he was out of his senses. For the idea of going to any place other than Buxton was inconceivable. Had they not always been to Buxton? What would their landlady say? How could they ever look her in the face again? Besides, well, they went to Llandudno, rather scared, and hardly knowing how the change had come about, but they went. And it was the force of Cyril's will, Cyril the theoretic cipher, that took them. 3. The removal of the endowed school to more commodious premises in the shape of Shawport Hall, an ancient mansion with 50 rooms and 5 acres of land around it, was not a change that quite pleased Samuel or Constance. They admitted the hygienic advantages, but Shawport Hall was 3/4 of a mile distant from St. Luke's Square, in the hollow that separates Bursley from its suburb of Hillport, whereas the Wedgwood institution was scarcely a minute away. It was as if Cyril, when he set off to Shawport Hall of a morning, passed out of their sphere of influence. He was leagues off, doing they knew not what. Further, his dinner hour was cut short by the extra time needed for the journey to and fro, and he arrived late for tea. It may be said that he often arrived very late for tea. The whole machinery of the meal was disturbed. These matters seemed to Samuel and Constance to be of tremendous import, seemed to threaten the very foundations of existence. Then they grew accustomed to the new order, and wondered sometimes, when they passed the Wedgwood institution and the insalubrious Cock Yard, once sole playground of the boys, that the school could ever have managed in the narrow quarters once allotted to it. Cyril, though constantly successful at school, a rising man, an infallible bringer home of excellent reports, and a regular taker of prizes, became gradually less satisfactory in the house. He was kept in occasionally, and although his father pretended to hold that to be kept in was to slur the honour of a spotless family, Cyril continued to be kept in, a hardened sinner, lost to shame. But this was not the worst. The worst, undoubtedly, was that Cyril was "getting rough." No definite accusation could be laid against him. The offence was general, vague, everlasting. It was in all he did and said, in every gesture and movement. He shouted, whistled, sang, stamped, stumbled, lunged. He omitted such empty rites as saying yes or please and wiping his nose. He replied gruffly and nonchalantly to polite questions, or he didn't reply until the questions were repeated, and even then with a lost air that was not genuine. His shoelaces were a sad sight, and his fingernails no sight at all for a decent woman. His hair was as rough as his conduct. Hardly at the pistol's point could he be forced to put oil on it. In brief, he was no longer the nice boy that he used to be. He had unmistakably deteriorated. Grievous. But what can you expect when your boy is obliged, month after month, year after year, to associate with other boys? After all, he was a good boy, said Constance, often to herself, and now and then to Samuel. For Constance, his charm was eternally renewed. His smile, his frequent ingenuousness, his funny, self-conscious gesture when he wanted to get round her, these characteristics remained, and his pure heart remained. She could read that in his eyes. Samuel was inimical to his taste for sports and his triumphs therein, but Constance had pride in all that. She liked to feel him, and to gaze at him, and to smell that faint uncleanly odour of sweat that hung in his clothes. In this condition he reached the advanced age of 13, and his parents, who, despite their notion of themselves as wide-awake parents, were a simple pair, never suspected that his heart, conceived to be still pure, had become a crawling, horrible mass of corruption. One day the headmaster called at the shop. Now, to see a headmaster walking about the town during school hours is a startling spectacle, and is apt to give you the same uncanny sensation as when, alone in a room, you think you see something move which ought not to move. Mr. Povey was startled. Mr. Povey had a thumping within his breast as he rubbed his hands and drew the headmaster to the private corner where his desk was. "What can I do for you to-day?" he almost said to the headmaster, but he did not say it. The boot was emphatically not on that leg. The headmaster talked to Mr. Povey, in tones carefully low, for about a quarter of an hour, and then he closed the interview. Mr. Povey escorted him across the shop, and the headmaster said, with ordinary loudness, "Of course it's nothing, but my experience is that it's just as well to be on the safe side, and I thought I'd tell you. Forewarned is forearmed. I have other parents to see." They shook hands at the door. Then Mr. Povey stepped out onto the pavement, and in front of the whole square detained an unwilling headmaster for quite another minute. His face was deeply flushed as he returned into the shop. The assistants bent closer over their work. He did not instantly rush into the parlour and communicate with Constance. He had dropped into a way of conducting many operations by his own unaided brain. His confidence in his skill had increased with years. Further, at the back of his mind there had established itself a vision of Mr. Povey as the seat of government, and of Constance and Cyril as a sort of permanent opposition. He would not have admitted that he saw such a vision, for he was utterly loyal to his wife, but it was there. This unconfessed vision was one of several causes which had contributed to intensify his inherent tendency towards Machiavellianism and secretiveness. He said nothing to Constance, nothing to Cyril, but happening to encounter Amy in the showroom, he was inspired to interrogate her sharply. The result was that they descended to the cellar together, Amy weeping. Amy was commanded to hold her tongue, and as she went in mortal fear of Mr. Povey, she did hold her tongue. Nothing occurred for several days, and then, one morning, it was Constance's birthday. Children are nearly always horribly unlucky in their choice of days for sin. Mr. Povey, having executed mysterious movements in the shop after Cyril's departure to school, jammed his hat on his head and ran forth in pursuit of Cyril, whom he intercepted with two other boys at the corner of Oldcastle Street and Acre Passage. Cyril stood as if turned into salt. "Come back home," said Mr. Povey grimly, "and for the sake of the other boys, please." "But I shall be late for school, father," Cyril weakly urged. "Never mind." They passed through the shop together, causing a terrific concealed emotion, and then they did violence to Constance by appearing in the parlour. Constance was engaged in cutting straws and ribbons to make a straw frame for a watercolour drawing of a moss rose, which her pure-hearted son had given her as a birthday present. "Why, what—" she exclaimed. She said no more at the moment, because she was sure from the faces of her men that the time was big with fearful events. "Take your satchel off," Mr. Povey ordered coldly, "and your mortarboard," he added, with a peculiar intonation, as if glad thus to prove that Cyril was one of those rude boys who have to be told to take their hats off in a room. "Whatever's amiss?" Constance murmured under her breath, as Cyril obeyed the command. "Whatever's amiss?" Mr. Povey made no immediate answer. He was in charge of these proceedings, and was very anxious to conduct them with dignity and with complete effectiveness. Little fat man over 50, with a wizened face, grey-haired and grey-bearded, he was as nervous as a youth. His heart beat furiously, and Constance, the portly matron who would never see 40 again, was just as nervous as a girl. Cyril had gone very white. All three felt physically sick. "What money have you got in your pockets?" Mr. Povey demanded as a commencement. Cyril, who had had no opportunity to prepare his case, offered no reply. "You heard what I said," Mr. Povey thundered. "I've got 3 halfpence," Cyril murmured glumly, looking down at the floor. His lower lip seemed to hang precariously away from his gums. "Where did you get that from?" "It's part of what mother gave me," said the boy. "I did give him a 3 bit last week," Constance put in guiltily. "It was a long time since he had had any money." "If you gave it him, that's enough," said Mr. Povey quickly. And to the boy, "That's all you've got?" "Yes, father," said the boy. "You're sure?" "Yes, father." Cyril was playing a hazardous game for the highest stakes, and under grave disadvantages, and he acted for the best. He guarded his own interests as well as he could. Mr. Povey found himself obliged to take a serious risk. "Empty your pockets, then." Cyril, perceiving that he had lost that particular game, emptied his pockets. "Cyril," said Constance, "how often have I told you to change your handkerchiefs oftener? Just look at this." Astonishing creature! She was in the seventh hell of sick apprehension, and yet she said that. After the handkerchief emerged the common schoolboy stock of articles, useful and magic, and then last a silver florin. Mr. Povey felt relief. "Oh, Cyril!" whimpered Constance. "Give it to your mother," said Mr. Povey. The boy stepped forward awkwardly, and Constance, weeping, took the coin. "Please look at it, mother," said Mr. Povey, "and tell me if there's a cross marked on it." Constance's tears blurred the coin. She had to wipe her eyes. "Yes," she whispered faintly, "there's something on it." "I thought so," said Mr. Povey. "Where did you steal it from?" he demanded. "Out of the till," answered Cyril. "Have you ever stolen anything out of the till before?" "Yes." "Yes, what?" "Yes, father." "Take your hands out of your pockets and stand up straight, if you can. How often?" I don't know, father." "I blame myself," said Mr. Povey frankly. "I blame myself. The till ought always to be locked. All tills ought always to be locked. But we felt we could trust the assistants. If anybody had told me that I ought not to trust you, if anybody had told me that my own son would be the thief, I should have... well, I don't know what I should have said." Mr. Povey was quite justified in blaming himself. The fact was that the functioning of that till was a patriarchal survival which he ought to have revolutionised, but which it had never occurred to him to revolutionise. So accustomed to it was he. In the time of John Baines, the till, with its 3 bowls, 2 for silver and 1 for copper, and gold had never been put into it, was invariably unlocked. The person in charge of the shop took change from it for the assistants, or temporarily authorised an assistant to do so. Gold was kept in a small linen bag in a locked drawer of the desk. The contents of the till were never checked by any system of bookkeeping, as there was no system of bookkeeping when all transactions, whether in payment or receipt, are in cash. The Baineses never owed a penny, save the quarterly wholesale accounts, which were discharged instantly to the travellers. A system of bookkeeping is not indispensable. The till was situate immediately at the entrance to the shop from the house. It was in the darkest part of the shop, and the unfortunate Cyril had to pass it every day on his way to school. The thing was a perfect device for the manufacture of young criminals. "And how have you been spending this money?" Mr. Povey inquired. Cyril's hands slipped into his pockets again. Then, noticing the lapse, he dragged them out. "Sweets," said he. "Anything else? Sweets and things?" "Oh," said Mr. Povey. "Well, now, you can go down into the cinder cellar and bring up here all the things that are in that little box in the corner. Off you go." And off went Cyril. He had to swagger through the kitchen. "What did I tell you, Master Cyril?" Amy unwisely asked of him. "You've copped it finely this time." Copped was a word which he had learnt from Cyril. "Go on, you old bitch," Cyril growled. As he returned from the cellar, Amy said angrily, "I told you I should tell your father the next time you called me that, and I shall. You mark my words." Can't," he retorted. "Do you think I don't know who's been canting? Can't." Upstairs in the parlour, Samuel was explaining the matter to his wife. There had been a perfect epidemic of smoking in the school. The headmaster had discovered it, and, he hoped, stamped it out. What had disturbed the headmaster, far more than the smoking, was the fact that a few boys had been found to possess somewhat costly pipes, cigar holders, or cigarette holders. The headmaster, Wiley, had not confiscated these articles. He had merely informed the parents concerned. In his opinion, the articles came from one single source, a generous thief. He left the parents to ascertain which of them had brought a thief into the world. Further information Mr. Povey had culled from Amy, and there could remain no doubt that Cyril had been providing his chums with the utensils of smoking, the till supplying the means. He had told Amy that the things which he secreted in the cellar had been presented to him by blood brothers, but Mr. Povey did not believe that. Anyhow, he had marked every silver coin in the till for 3 nights, and had watched the till in the mornings from behind the merino pile, and the florin on the parlour table spoke of his success as a detective. Constance felt guilty on behalf of Cyril. As Mr. Povey outlined his case, she could not free herself from an entirely irrational sensation of sin, at any rate of special responsibility. Cyril seemed to be her boy, and not Samuel's boy at all. She avoided her husband's glance. This was very odd. Then Cyril returned, and his parents composed their faces, and he deposited, next to the florin, a sham meerschaum pipe in a case, a tobacco pouch, a cigar of which one end had been charred but the other not cut, and a half-empty packet of cigarettes without a label. Nothing could be hid from Mr. Povey. The details were distressing. "So Cyril is a liar and a thief, to say nothing of the smoking," Mr. Povey concluded. He spoke as if Cyril had invented strange and monstrous sins, but deep down in his heart a little voice was telling him, as regards the smoking, that he had set the example. Mr. Baines had never smoked. Mr. Critchlow never smoked. Only men like Daniel smoked. Thus far, Mr. Povey had conducted the proceedings to his own satisfaction. He had proved the crime. He had made Cyril confess. The whole affair lay revealed. Well, what next? Cyril ought to have dissolved in repentance. Something dramatic ought to have occurred, but Cyril simply stood with hanging, sulky head, and gave no sign of proper feeling. Mr. Povey considered that until something did happen, he must improve the occasion. "Here we have trade getting worse every day," said he, it was true, "and you are robbing your parents to make a beast of yourself, and corrupting your companions. I wonder your mother never smelt you." "I never dreamt of such a thing," said Constance grievously. Besides, a young man clever enough to rob a till is usually clever enough to find out that the secret of safety in smoking is to use cashews, and not to keep the stuff in your pockets a minute later than you can help. "There's no knowing how much money you have stolen," said Mr. Povey. A thief. If Cyril had stolen cakes, jam, strings, cigars, Mr. Povey would never have said thief as he did say it. But money was different, and a till was not a cupboard or a larder. A till was a till. Cyril had struck at the very basis of society. "And on your mother's birthday," Mr. Povey said further. "There's one thing I can do," he said. "I can burn all this, built on lies. How dared you?" And he pitched into the fire, not the apparatus of crime, but the watercolour drawing of a moss rose, and the straws, and the blue ribbon for bows at the corner. "How dared you?" he repeated. "You never gave me any money," Cyril muttered. He thought the marking of coins a mean trick, and the dragging in of bad trade and his mother's birthday roused a familiar devil that usually sat quietly in his breast. "What's that you say?" Mr. Povey almost shouted. "You never gave me any money," the devil repeated in a louder tone than Cyril had employed. It was true, but Cyril had only to ask, and he would have received all that was good for him. Mr. Povey sprang up. Mr. Povey also had a devil. The two devils gazed at each other for an instant, and then, noticing that Cyril's head was above Mr. Povey's, the elder devil controlled itself. Mr. Povey had suddenly had as much drama as he wanted. "Get away to bed," said he with dignity. Cyril went defiantly. "He's to have nothing but bread and water, mother," Mr. Povey finished. He was, on the whole, pleased with himself. Later in the day, Constance reported tearfully that she had been up to Cyril, and that Cyril had wept, which was to Cyril's credit, but all felt that life could never be the same again. During the remainder of existence, this unspeakable horror would lift its obscene form between them. Constance had never been so unhappy. Occasionally, when by herself, she would rebel for a brief moment, as one rebels in secret against a mummery which one is obliged to treat seriously. "After all," she would whisper, "suppose he has taken a few shillings out of the till? What then? What does it matter?" But these moods of moral insurrection against society and Mr. Povey were very transitory. They were come and gone in a flash. End of chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 2, Constance. Chapter 5. Another Crime. Part 1. One night, it was late in the afternoon of the same year, about 6 months after the tragedy of the Florid, Samuel Povey was wakened up by a hand on his shoulder and a voice that whispered, "Father!" The thief and the liar was standing in his nightshirt by the bed. Samuel's sleepy eyes could just descry him in the thick gloom. What?" questioned the father, gradually coming to consciousness. "What are you doing there?" "I didn't want to wake Mother up," the boy whispered. "There's someone been throwing dirt or something at our windows, and has been for a long time." "Eh? What?" Samuel stared at the dim form of the thief and liar. The boy was tall, not in the least like a little boy, and yet then he seemed to his father as quite a little boy, a little thing in a nightshirt, with childish gestures and childish inflections, and a childish, delicious, quaint anxiety not to disturb his mother, who had lately been deprived of sleep owing to an illness of Amy's which had demanded nursing. His father had not so perceived him for years. In that instant, the conviction that Cyril was permanently unfit for human society finally expired in the father's mind. Time had already weakened it very considerably. The decision that, be Cyril what he might, the summer holiday must be taken as usual, had dealt it a fearful blow. And yet, though Samuel and Constance had grown so accustomed to the companionship of a criminal that they frequently lost memory of his guilt for long periods, nevertheless, the convention of his leprosy had more or less persisted with Samuel until that moment, when it vanished with a strange suddenness, to Samuel's conscious relief. There was a rain of pellets on the window. "Hear that?" demanded Cyril, whispering dramatically. "And it's been like that on my window too." Samuel arose. "Go back to your room," he ordered, in the same dramatic whisper, but not as father to son, rather as conspirator to conspirator. Constance slept. They could hear her regular breathing. Barefooted, the elderly gowned figure followed the younger, and one after the other they creaked down the 2 steps which separated Cyril's room from his parents'. "Shut the door quietly," said Samuel. Cyril obeyed. And then, having lighted Cyril's gas, Samuel drew the blind, unfastened the catch of the window, and began to open it with many precautions of silence. All the sashes in that house were difficult to manage. Cyril stood close to his father, shivering without knowing that he shivered, astonished only that his father had not told him to get back into bed at once. It was, beyond doubt, the proudest hour of Cyril's career. In addition to the mysterious circumstances of the night, there was in the situation that thrill which always communicates itself to a father and son when they are afoot together upon an enterprise unsuspected by the woman from whom their lives have no secrets. Samuel put his head out of the window. A man was standing there. "That you, Samuel?" The voice came low. "Yes," replied Samuel cautiously. "It's not Cousin Daniel, is it?" "I want ye," said Daniel Povey curtly. Samuel paused. "I'll be down in a minute," he said. Cyril at last received the command to get back into bed at once. "Whatever's up, father?" he asked joyously. "I don't know. I must put some things on and go and see." He shut down the window on all the breezes that were pouring into the room. "Now, quick, before I turn the gas out," he admonished, his hand on the gas tap. "You'll tell me in the morning, won't you, father?" "Yes," said Mr. Povey, conquering his habitual impulse to say no. He crept back to the large bedroom to grope for clothes. When, having descended to the parlour and lighted the gas there, he opened the side door, expecting to let cousin Daniel in, there was no sign of cousin Daniel. Presently he saw a figure standing at the corner of the square. He whistled. Samuel had a singular faculty of whistling, the envy of his son, and Daniel beckoned to him. He nearly extinguished the gas and then ran out hatless. He was wearing most of his clothes, except his linen collar and necktie, and the collar of his coat was turned up. Daniel advanced before him without waiting into the confectioner's shop opposite. Being part of the most modern building in the square, Daniel's shop was provided with the new roll-down iron shutter, by means of which you closed your establishment with a motion similar to the winding of a large clock, instead of putting up 20 separate shutters one by one as in the 16th century. The little portal in the vast sheet of armour was ajar, and Daniel had passed into the gloom beyond. At the same moment a policeman came along on his beat, cutting off Mr. Povey from Daniel. "Good night, officer." "Brrr," said Mr. Povey, gathering his dignity about him and holding himself as though it were part of his normal habit to take exercise, bareheaded and collarless, in St. Luke's Square on cold November nights. He behaved so because, if Daniel had desired the service of a policeman, Daniel would, of course, have spoken to this one. "Good night, sir," said the policeman, after recognising him. "What time is it?" asked Samuel, bold. "1:15, sir." The policeman, leaving Samuel at the little open door, went forward across the lamplit square, and Samuel entered his cousin's shop. Daniel Povey was standing behind the door, and as Samuel came in, he shut the door with a startling sudden movement. Save for the twinkle of gas, the shop was in darkness. It had the empty appearance which a well-managed confectioner's and baker's always has at night. The large brass scales near the flour bins glinted, and the glass cake stands, with scarce a tart among them, also caught the faint flare of the gas. "What's the matter, Daniel? Anything wrong?" Samuel asked, feeling boyish as he usually did in the presence of Daniel. The well-favoured, white-haired man seized him with one hand by the shoulder in a grip that convicted Samuel of frailty. "Look here, Samuel," said he in his low, pleasant voice, somewhat altered by excitement. "You know as my wife drinks?" He stared defiantly at Samuel. "No," said Samuel, "that is, no one's ever said." This was true. He did not know that Mrs. Daniel Povey, at the age of 50, had definitely taken to drink. There had been rumours that she enjoyed a glass with too much gusto, but drinks meant more than that. "She drinks," Daniel Povey continued, "and has done these last 2 years." "I'm very sorry to hear it," said Samuel, tremendously shocked by this brutal rending of the cloak of decency. Always everybody had feigned to Daniel, and Daniel had feigned to everybody, that his wife was as other wives. And now the man himself had torn to pieces in a moment the veil of 30 years weaving. "And as if that were the worst," Daniel murmured reflectively, loosening his grip. Samuel was excessively disturbed. His cousin was hinting at matters which he himself, at any rate, had never hinted at even to Constance, so abhorrent were they. Matters unutterable, which hung like clouds in the social atmosphere of the town, and of which, at rare intervals, one conveyed one's cognizance not by words, but by something scarce perceptible as a glance, an accent. Not often is a town such as Bursley starred with such a woman as Mrs. Daniel Povey. "But what's wrong?" Samuel asked, trying to be firm. And what is wrong? He asked himself. What does all this mean at after 1 o'clock in the morning? "Look here, Samuel," Daniel recommenced, seizing his shoulder again. "I went to Liverpool Corn Market today and missed the last train, so I came by mail from Crewe, and what do I find? I find Dick sitting on the stairs in the dark, pretty high naked." "Sitting on the stairs? Dick?" "Aye, this is what I come home to. But, hold on, he's been in bed for a couple of days with a feverish cold, caught through lying in damp sheets as his mother forgot to air. She brings him no supper tonight. He calls out, no answer. Then he gets up and goes downstairs to see what's happened, and he slips on the stairs and breaks his knee or puts it out or somewhat. Sat there hours seemingly, couldn't walk neither up nor down." "And was your wife, was Mrs. "Dead drunk in the parlour, Samuel." "But the servant?" "Servant?" Daniel Povey laughed. "We can't keep servants. They won't stay. You know that." He did. Mrs. Daniel Povey's domestic methods and idiosyncrasies could at any rate be freely discussed, and they were. "And what have you done?" "Done? Why, I picked him up in my arms and carried him upstairs again, and a fine job I had too. Here, come here." Daniel strode impulsively across the shop, the counterflat was up, and opened a door at the back. Samuel followed. Never before had he penetrated so far into his cousin's secrets. On the left, within the doorway, were the stairs, dark. On the right, a shut door, and in front an open door, giving on to a yard. At the extremity of the yard he discerned a building, vaguely lit, and naked figures strangely moving in it. "What's that? Who's there?" he asked sharply. "That's the bakehouse," Daniel replied, as if surprised at such a question. "It's one of their long nights." Never, during the brief remainder of his life, did Samuel eat a mouthful of common bread without recalling that midnight apparition. He had lived for half a century, and thoughtlessly eaten bread as though loaves grew ready-made on trees. "Listen," Daniel commanded him. He cocked his ear, and caught a feeble, complaining wail from an upper floor. "That's Dick, that is," said Daniel Povey. It sounded more like the distress of a child than of an adventurous young man of 24 or so. "But is he in pain? Haven't you fetched the doctor?" "Not yet," answered Daniel, with a vacant stare. Samuel gazed at him closely for a second, and Daniel seemed to him very old and helpless and pathetic, a man unequal to the situation in which he found himself, and yet, despite the dignified snow of his age, wistfully boyish. Samuel thought swiftly, "This has been too much for him. He's almost out of his mind, that's the explanation. Someone's got to take charge, and I must." And all the courageous resolution of his character braced itself to the crisis. Being without a collar, being in slippers, and his suspenders imperfectly fastened anyhow, these things seemed to be a part of the crisis. "I'll just run upstairs and have a look at him," said Samuel in a matter-of-fact tone. Daniel did not reply. There was a glimmer at the top of the stairs. Samuel mounted, found the gas jet, and turned it on full. A dingy, dirty, untidy passage was revealed, the very antechamber of discomfort. Guided by the moans, Samuel entered a bedroom, which was in a shameful condition of neglect, and lighted only by a nearly expired candle. Was it possible that a house-mistress could so lose her self-respect? Samuel thought of his own abode, meticulously and impeccably kept, and a hard bitterness against Mrs. Daniel surged up in his soul. "Is that you, Doctor?" said a voice from the bed. The moans ceased. Samuel raised the candle. Dick lay there, his face, on which was a beard of several days' growth, distorted by anguish, sweating. His tousled brown hair was limp with sweat. "Where the hell's the doctor?" the young man demanded brusquely. Evidently he had no curiosity about Samuel's presence. The one thing that struck him was that Samuel was not the doctor. He's coming," said Samuel soothingly. "Well, if he isn't here soon, I shall be damn well dead," said Dick in feeble, resentful anger. "I can tell you that." Samuel deposited the candle and ran downstairs. "I say, Daniel," he said, roused and hot, "this is really ridiculous. Why on earth didn't you fetch the doctor while you were waiting for me? Where's the missus?" Daniel Povey was slowly emptying grains of Indian corn out of his jacket pocket into one of the big receptacles behind the counter on the baker's side of the shop. He had provisioned himself with Indian corn as ammunition for Samuel's bedroom window. He was now returning the surplus. "Are you going for Harrop?" he questioned hesitatingly. "Why, of course," Samuel exclaimed. "Where's the missus?" "Happen you'd better go and have a look at her," said Daniel Povey. "She's in the parlour." He preceded Samuel to the shut door on the right. When he opened it, the parlour appeared in full illumination. "Here, go in," said Daniel. Samuel went in, afraid. In a room as dishevelled and filthy as the bedroom, Mrs. Daniel Povey lay stretched awkwardly on a worn horsehair sofa, her head thrown back, her face discoloured, her eyes bulging, her mouth wet and yawning, a sight horribly offensive. Samuel was frightened. He was struck with fear and with disgust. The singing gas beat down ruthlessly on that dreadful figure, a wife and mother, the lady of a house, the centre of order, the fount of healing, the balm for worry and the refuge of distress. She was vile. Her scanty yellow-grey hair was dirty, her hollowed neck all grime, her hands abominable, her black dress in decay. She was the dishonour of her sex, her situation, and her years. She was a fouler obscenity than the inexperienced Samuel had ever conceived. And by the door stood her husband, neat, spotless, almost stately, the man who, for 30 years, had marshalled all his immense pride to suffer this woman, the jolly man who had laughed through thick and thin. Samuel remembered when they were married, and he remembered when, years after their marriage, she was still as pretty, artificial, coquettish, and adamantine in her caprices as a young harlot with a fool at her feet. Time and the slow wrath of God had changed her. He remained master of himself and approached her, and then stopped. "But," he stammered. "Aye, Samuel, lad," said the old man from the door. "I doubt I've killed her. I doubt I've killed her. I took and shook her. I got her by the neck, and thought I knew where I was. I'd done it. She'll never drink brandy again. This is what it's come to." He moved away. All Samuel's flesh tingled as a heavy wave of emotion rolled through his being. It was just as if someone had dealt him a blow unimaginably tremendous. His heart shivered as a ship shivers at the mountainous crash of the waters. He was numbed. He wanted to weep, to vomit, to die, to sink away. But a voice was whispering to him, "You will have to go through with this. You are in charge of this." He thought of his wife and child, innocently asleep in the cleanly pureness of his home, and he felt the roughness of his coat collar round his neck, and the insecurity of his trousers. He passed out of the room, shutting the door, and across the yard he had a momentary glimpse of those nude nocturnal forms, unconsciously attitudinizing in the bakehouse. And down the stairs came the protests of Dick, driven by pain into a monotonous, silly blasphemy. "I'll fetch Harrop," he said melancholically to his cousin. The doctor's house was less than 50 yards off, and the doctor had a night bell, which, though he was a much older man than his father had been at his age, he still answered promptly. No need to bombard the doctor's premises with Indian corn. While Samuel was parleying with the doctor through a window, the question ran incessantly through his mind, what about telling the police? But when, in advance of old Harrop, he returned to Daniel's shop, lo, the policeman previously encountered had returned upon his beat, and Daniel was talking to him in the little doorway. No other soul was about. Down King Street, along Wedgwood Street, up the square, towards Broome Street, nothing but gas lamps burning with their everlasting patience, and the blind facades of shops. Only in the second story of the bank building at the top of the square a light showed mysteriously through a blind. Somebody ill there. The policeman was in a high state of nervous excitement. That had happened to him which had never happened to him before. Of the 60 policemen in Bursley, just he had been chosen by fate to fill the socket of destiny. He was startled. "What's this, Mr. Povey?" He turned hastily to Samuel. What's this as Mr. Councillor Povey is a-telling me?" "You come in, sergeant," said Daniel. "If I come in," said the policeman to Samuel, "you mun go along Wedgwood Bank, Mr. Povey, and bring my mate. He should be on Duck Bank by rights." It was astonishing, when once the stone had begun to roll, how quickly it ran. In half an hour Samuel had actually parted from Daniel at the police office behind the shambles, and was hurrying to rouse his wife, so that she could look after Dick Povey until he might be taken off to Pyre Hill Infirmary, as old Harrop had instantly, on seeing him, decreed. Ah, he reflected in the turmoil of his soul, God is not mocked. That was his basic idea. God is not mocked. Daniel was a good fellow, honourable, brilliant, a figure in the world. But what of his licentious tongue? What of his frequenting of bars? How had he come to miss that train from Liverpool? How? For many years he, Samuel, had seen in Daniel a living refutation of the authenticity of the old Hebrew menaces. But he had been wrong after all. God is not mocked. And Samuel was aware of a revulsion in himself towards that strict, codified godliness, from which, in thought, he had perhaps been slipping away. And with it all, he felt too a certain officious self-importance, as he woke his wife, and essayed to break the news to her in a manner tactfully calm. He had assisted at the most overwhelming event ever known in the history of the town. 2. "Your muffler. I'll get it," said Constance. "Cyril, run upstairs and get father's muffler. You know the drawer." Cyril ran. It behoved everybody that morning to be prompt and efficient. "I don't need any muffler, thank you," said Samuel, coughing and smothering the cough. "Oh, but Sam," Constance protested. "Now, please, don't worry me," said Samuel with frigid finality. "I've got quite enough." He did not finish. Constance sighed as her husband stepped, nervous and self-important, out of the side door into the street. It was early, not yet 8 o'clock, and the shop still unopened. "Your father couldn't wait," Constance said to Cyril, when he had thundered down the stairs in his heavy schoolboy boots. "Give it to me." She went to restore the muffler to its place. The whole house was upset, and Amy still an invalid. Existence was disturbed. There vaguely seemed to be 1,000 novel things to be done, and yet she could think of nothing whatever that she needed to do at that moment, so she occupied herself with the muffler. Before she reappeared, Cyril had gone to school, he who was usually a laggard. The truth was that he could no longer contain within himself a recital of the night, and in particular of the fact that he had been the first to hear the summons of the murderer on the window-pane. This imperious news had to be imparted to somebody as a preliminary to the thrilling of the whole school, and Cyril had issued forth in search of an appreciative and worthy confidant. He was scarcely 5 minutes after his father. In St. Luke's Square was a crowd of quite 200 persons, standing moveless in the November mud. The body of Mrs. Daniel Povey had already been taken to the Tiger Hotel, and young Dick Povey was on his way in a covered wagonette to Pyre Hill Infirmary on the other side of Knype. The shop of the crime was closed, and the blinds drawn at the upper windows of the house. There was absolutely nothing to be seen, not even a policeman. Nevertheless, the crowd stared with an extraordinary, obstinate attentiveness at the fatal building in Bolton Terrace. Hypnotized by this face of bricks and mortar, it had apparently forgotten all earthly ties, and regardless of breakfast and a livelihood, was determined to stare at it till the house fell down, or otherwise rendered up its secret. Most of its component individuals wore neither overcoats nor collars, but were kept warm by a scarf round the neck, and by dint of forcing their fingers into the furthest inch of their pockets. Then they would slowly lift one leg after the other. Starers of infirm purpose would occasionally detach themselves from the throng and sidle away, ashamed of their fickleness, but reinforcements were continually arriving, and to these newcomers all that had been said in gossip had to be repeated and repeated. The same questions, the same answers, the same exclamations, the same proverbial philosophy. The same prophecies recurred in all parts of the square with an uncanny iterance. Well-dressed men spoke to mere professional loiterers for this unparalleled and glorious sensation, whose uniqueness grew every instant more impressive, brought out the essential brotherhood of mankind. All had a peculiar feeling that the day was neither Sunday nor weekday, but some 8th day of the week. Yet in the St. Luke's covered market close by, the stall keepers were preparing their stalls just as though it were a Saturday, just as though a town councillor had not murdered his wife, at last. It was stated, and restated infinitely, that the Povey baking had been taken over by Brindley, the second best baker and confectioner, who had a stall in the market, and it was asserted as a philosophical truth, and reasserted infinitely, that there would have been no sense in wasting good food. Samuel's emergence stirred the multitude, but Samuel passed up the square with a rapt expression. He might have been under an illusion, caused by the extreme gravity of his preoccupations, that he was crossing a deserted square. He hurried past the bank and down the Turnhill Road to the private residence of young Lawton, son of the deceased Lawyer Lawton. Young Lawton followed his father's profession. He was, as his father had been, the most successful solicitor in the town, though reputed by his learned rivals to be a fool. But the custom of calling men by their occupations had died out with horse-cars. Samuel caught young Lawton at his breakfast, and presently drove with him in the Lawton buggy to the police station, where their arrival electrified a crowd as large as that in St. Luke's Square. Later they drove together to Hanbridge, informally to brief a barrister, and Samuel, not permitted to be present at the first part of the interview between the solicitor and the barrister, was humbled before the pomposity of legal etiquette. It seemed to Samuel a game. The whole rigmarole of police and police cells and formalities seemed insincere. His cousin's case was not like any other case, and though formalities might be necessary, it was rather absurd to pretend that it was like any other case. In what manner it differed from other cases, Samuel did not analytically inquire. He thought young Lawton was self-important and Daniel too humble in the colloquy of these two, and he endeavoured to indicate, by the dignity of his own demeanour, that in his opinion the proper relative tones had not been set. He could not understand Daniel's attitude, for he lacked imagination to realise what Daniel had been through. After all, Daniel was not a murderer. His wife's death was due to accident, was simply a mishap. But in the crowded and stinking courtroom of the town hall, Samuel began to feel qualms. It occurred that the stipendiary magistrate was sitting that morning at Bursley. He sat alone, as not one of the borough justices cared to occupy the bench while a town councillor was in the dock. The stipendiary, recently appointed, was a young man from the southern part of the county, and a town councillor of Bursley was no more to him than a petty tradesman to a man of fashion. He was youthfully enthusiastic for the majesty and the impartiality of English justice, and behaved as though the entire responsibility for the safety of that vast fabric rested on his shoulders. He and the barrister from Hanbridge had a historic quarrel at Cambridge, and their behaviour to each other was a lesson to the vulgar in the art of chill and consummate politeness. Young Lawton, having been to Oxford, secretly scorned the pair of them, but as he had engaged counsel, he of course was precluded from adding to the eloquence which chagrined him. These three were the aristocracy of the courtroom. They knew it. Samuel Povey knew it. Everybody knew it and felt it. The barrister brought an unexceptionable zeal to the performance of his duties. He referred in suitable terms to Daniel's character and high position in the town, but nothing could hide the fact that for him too his client was a petty tradesman accused of simple murder. Naturally, the stipendiary was bound to show that before the law all men are equal, the town councillor and the common tippler. He succeeded. The policeman gave his evidence, and the inspector swore to what Daniel Povey had said when charged. The hearing proceeded so smoothly and quickly that it seemed naught but an empty rite, with Daniel as a lay figure in it. The stipendiary achieved marvellously the illusion that to him the murder by a town councillor in St. Luke's Square was quite an everyday matter. Bail was inconceivable, and the barrister, being unable to suggest any reason why the stipendiary should grant a remand, indeed there was no reason, Daniel Povey was committed to the Stafford Assizes for trial. The stipendiary instantly turned to the consideration of an alleged offence against the Factory Acts by a large local firm of potters. The young magistrate had mistaken his vocation. With his steely calm, with his imperturbable detachment from weak humanity, he ought to have been a general of the order of Jesuits. Daniel was removed. He did not go, he was removed by two bareheaded constables. Samuel wanted to have speech with him, and could not. And later Samuel stood in the porch of the town hall, and Daniel appeared out of a corridor, still in the keeping of two policemen, helmeted now, and down below at the bottom of the broad flight of steps, up which passed dancers on the nights of subscription balls, was a dense crowd, held at bay by other policemen, and beyond the crowd a black van, and Daniel, to his cousin a sort of Christ between thieves, was hurried past the privileged loafers in the corridor and down the broad steps. A murmuring wave agitated the crowd. Unkempt idlers and ne'er-do-wells in corduroy leapt up like tigers in the air, and the policemen fought them back furiously, and Daniel and his guardians shot through the little living lane. Quick, quick, for the captive is more sacred even than a Messiah. The law has him in charge, and like a feat of prestidigitation, Daniel disappeared into the blackness of the van. A door slammed loudly, triumphantly, and a whip cracked. The crowd had been balked. It was though the crowd had yelled for Daniel's blood and bones, and the faithful constables had saved him from their lust. Yet Samuel had qualms. He had a sickness in the stomach. The aged superintendent of police walked by with the aged rector. The rector was Daniel's friend. Never before had the rector spoken to the nonconformist Samuel, but now he spoke to him. He squeezed his hand. "Ah, Mr. Povey," he ejaculated grievously. I'm afraid it's serious," Samuel stammered. He hated to admit that it was serious, but the words came out of his mouth. He looked at the superintendent of police, expecting the superintendent to assure him that it was not serious, but the superintendent only raised his small white-bearded chin, saying nothing. The rector shook his head, and shook a senile tear out of his eye. After another chat with young Lawton, Samuel, on behalf of Daniel, dropped his pose of the righteous man to whom a mere mishap has occurred, and who is determined, with the lofty pride of innocence, to indulge all the whims of the law, to be more royalist than the king. He perceived that the law must be fought with its own weapons, that no advantage must be surrendered, and every possible advantage seized. He was truly astonished at himself that such a pose had ever been adopted. His eyes were opened. He saw things as they were. He returned home through a square that was more interested than ever in the facade of his cousin's house. People were beginning to come from Hambridge, Knype, Longshore, Turnhill, and villages such as Moorthorne to gaze at that facade, and the fourth edition of the Signal, containing a full report of what the stipendiary and the barrister had said to each other, was being cried. In his shop he found customers as absorbed in the trivialities of purchase as though nothing whatever had happened. He was shocked. He resented their callousness. "I'm too busy now," he said curtly to one who accosted him. "Sam!" his wife called him in a low voice. She was standing behind the till. "What is it?" He was ready to crush, and especially to crush indiscreet babble in his shop. He thought she was going to vent her womanly curiosity at once. "Mr. Huntbatch is waiting for you in the parlour," said Constance. "Mr. Huntbatch?" "Yes, from Longshore," she whispered. "It's Mrs. Povey's cousin. He's come to see about the funeral and so on. The inquest, I suppose." Samuel paused. "Oh, has he?" said he defiantly. "Well, I'll see him. If he wants to see me, I'll see him." That evening Constance learned all that was in his mind of bitterness against the memory of the dead woman whose failings had brought Daniel Povey to Stafford Gaol and Dick to the Pirehill Infirmary. Again and again in the ensuing days he referred to the state of foul discomfort which he had discovered in Daniel's house. He nursed a feud against all her relatives, and when, after the inquest at which he gave evidence, full of resentment, she was buried, he vented an angry sigh of relief and said, "Well, she's out of the way." Thenceforward he had a mission, religious in its solemn intensity, to defend and save Daniel. He took the enterprise upon himself, spending the whole of himself upon it, to the neglect of his business and the scorn of his health. He lived solely for Daniel's trial, pouring out money in preparation for it. He thought and spoke of nothing else. The affair was his one preoccupation, and as the weeks passed by, he became more and more sure of success, more and more sure that he would return with Daniel to Bursley in triumph after the assize. He was convinced of the impossibility that anything should happen to Daniel. The circumstances were too clear, too overwhelmingly in Daniel's favour. When Brindley, the second best baker and confectioner, made an offer for Daniel's business as a going concern, he was indignant at first. Then Constance and the lawyer and Daniel, whom he saw on every permitted occasion, between them persuaded him that if some arrangement was not made, and made quickly, the business would lose all its value, and he consented on Daniel's behalf to a temporary agreement, under which Brindley should reopen the shop and manage it on certain terms until Daniel regained his freedom towards the end of January. He would not listen to Daniel's plaintive insistence that he would never care to be seen in Bursley again. He pooh-poohed it. He protested furiously that the whole town was seething with sympathy for Daniel, and this was true. He became Daniel's defending angel, rescuing Daniel from Daniel's own weakness and apathy. He became, indeed, Daniel. One morning the shop shutter was wound up, and Brindley, inflated with the importance of controlling 2 establishments, strutted in and out under the sign of Daniel Povey, and traffic in bread and cakes and flour was resumed. Apparently the sea of time had risen and covered Daniel and all that was his, for his wife was under earth, and Dick lingered at Pirehill, unable to stand, and Daniel was locked away. Apparently, in the regular flow of life of the square, Daniel was forgotten. But not in Samuel Povey's heart was he forgotten. There, before an altar erected to the martyr, the sacred flame of a new faith burned with fierce consistency. Samuel, in his greying middle age, had inherited the eternal youth of the apostle. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 2, Constance. Chapter 5. Another Crime. Part 2. 3. On the dark winter morning, when Samuel set off to the Grand Assize, Constance did not ask his views as to what protection he would adopt against the weather. She silently ranged special underclothing, and by the warmth of the fire, which for days she had kept ablaze in the bedroom, Samuel silently donned the special underclothing. Over that, with particular fastidious care, he put his best suit. Not a word was spoken. Constance and he were not estranged, but the relations between them were in a state of feverish excitation. Samuel had had a cold on his flat chest for weeks, and nothing that Constance could invent would move it. A few days in bed, or even in one room at a uniform temperature, would surely have worked the cure. Samuel, however, would not stay in one room. He would not stay in the house, nor yet in Bursley. He would take his lacerating cough on chilly trains to Stafford. He had no ears for reason. He simply could not listen. He was in a dream. After Christmas, a crisis came. Constance grew desperate. It was a battle between her will and his that occurred one night, when Constance, marshalling all her forces, suddenly insisted that he must go out no more until he was cured. In the fight, Constance was scarcely recognizable. She deliberately gave way to hysteria. She was no longer soft and gentle. She flung bitterness at him like vitriol. She shrieked like a common shrew. It seems almost incredible that Constance should have gone so far, but she did. She accused him, amid sobs, of putting his cousin before his wife and son, of not caring whether or not she was left a widow as a result of this obstinacy. And she ended by crying passionately that she might as well talk to a post. She might just as well have talked to a post. Samuel answered, quietly and coldly. He told her that it was useless for her to put herself about, as he should act as he thought fit. It was a most extraordinary scene, and quite unique in their annals. Constance was beaten. She accepted the defeat, gradually controlling her sobs and changing her tone to the tone of the vanquished. She kissed him in bed, kissing the rod, and he gravely kissed her. Henceforward she knew in practice what the inevitable, when you have to live with it, may contain of anguish, wretched and humiliating. Her husband was risking his life, so she was absolutely convinced, and she could do nothing. She had come to the bedrock of Samuel's character. She felt that, for the time being, she had a madman in the house, who could not be treated according to ordinary principles. The continual strain aged her. Her one source of relief was to talk with Cyril. She talked to him without reserve, and the words your father," were everlastingly on her complaining tongue. Yes, she was utterly changed. Often she would weep when alone. Nevertheless, she frequently forgot that she had been beaten. She had no notion of honourable warfare. She was always beginning again, always firing under a flag of truce, and thus she constituted a very inconvenient opponent. Samuel was obliged, while hardening on the main point, to compromise on lesser questions. She too could be formidable, and when her lips took a certain pose and her eyes glowed, he would have put on 40 mufflers had she commanded. Thus it was she who arranged all the details of the supreme journey to Stafford. Samuel was to drive to Knype, so as to avoid the rigours of the loop line train from Bursley and the waiting on cold platforms. At Knype he was to take the express, and to travel first class. After he was dressed on that gas-lit morning, he learnt bit by bit the extent of her elaborate preparations. The breakfast was a special breakfast, and he had to eat it all. Then the cab came, and he saw Amy put hot bricks into it. Constance herself put galoshes over his boots, not because it was damp, but because india rubber keeps the feet warm. Constance herself bandaged his neck and unbuttoned his waistcoat and stuck an extra flannel under his dicky. Constance herself warmed his woolen gloves and enveloped him in his largest overcoat. Samuel then saw Cyril getting ready to go out. "Where are you off?" he demanded. "He's going with you as far as Knype," said Constance grimly. "He'll see you into the train and then come back here in the cab." She had sprung this indignity upon him. She glared. Cyril glanced with timid bravado from one to the other. Samuel had to yield. Thus, in the winter darkness, for it was not yet dawn, Samuel set forth to the trial, escorted by his son. The reverberation of his appalling cough from the cab was the last thing that Constance heard. During most of the day Constance sat in Miss Insull's corner in the shop. 20 years ago this very corner had been hers, but now, instead of large millinery boxes enwrapped in brown paper, it was shut off from the rest of the counter by a rich screen of mahogany and ground glass, and within the enclosed space all the apparatus necessary to the activity of Miss Insull had been provided for. However, it remained the coldest part of the whole shop, as Miss Insull's fingers testified. Constance established herself there more from a desire to do something, to interfere in something, than from a necessity of supervising the shop, though she had said to Samuel that she would keep an eye on the shop. Miss Insull, whose throne was usurped, had to sit by the stove with less important creatures, as she did not like it, and her underlings suffered accordingly. It was a long day. Towards tea-time, just before Cyril was due from school, Mr. Critchlow came surprisingly in. That is to say, his arrival was less of a surprise to Miss Insull and the rest of the staff than to Constance, for he had lately formed an irregular habit of popping in at tea-time to chat with Miss Insull. Mr. Critchlow was still defying time. He kept his long, thin figure perfectly erect. His features had not altered. His hair and beard could not have been whiter than they had been for years past. He wore his long white apron, and over that a thick reefer jacket. In his long knotty fingers he carried a copy of the Signal. Evidently he had not expected to find the corner occupied by Constance. She was sewing. "So it's you," he said, in his unpleasant, grating voice, not even glancing at Miss Insull. He had gained the reputation of being the rudest old man in Bursley, but his general demeanour expressed indifference rather than rudeness. It was a manner that said, "You've got to take me as I am. I may be a negotist, hard, mean, and convinced, but those who don't like it can lump it. I'm indifferent." He put one elbow on the top of the screen, showing the Signal. "Mr. Critchlow," said Constance primly. She had acquired Samuel's dislike of him. "It's begun," he observed with mysterious glee. "Has it?" Constance said eagerly. "Is it in the paper already?" She had been far more disturbed about her husband's health than about the trial of Daniel Povey for murder, but her interest in the trial was of course tremendous, and this news, that it had actually begun, thrilled her. "Aye," said Mr. Critchlow. "Didn't you hear the Signal boy hollering just now all over the square?" "No," said Constance. For her, newspapers did not exist. She never had the idea of opening one, never felt any curiosity which she could not satisfy, if she could satisfy it at all, without the powerful aid of the press. And even on this day it had not occurred to her that the Signal might be worth opening. "Aye," repeated Mr. Critchlow. "Seemingly it began at 2 o'clock, or thereabouts." He gave a moment of his attention to a noisy gas jet, which he carefully lowered. "What does it say?" "Nothing yet," said Mr. Critchlow, and they read the few brief sentences under their big heading, which described the formal commencement of the trial of Daniel Povey for the murder of his wife. "There was Somers said," he remarked, pushing up his spectacles, "that grand jury would alter the charge or summat." He laughed, grimly tolerant of the extreme absurdity. "Ah," he added contemplatively, turning his head to see if the assistants were listening. They were. It would have been too much on such a day to expect a strict adherence to the etiquette of the shop. Constance had been hearing a good deal lately of grand juries, but she had understood nothing, nor had she sought to understand. "I'm very glad it's come on so soon," she said. "In a sense, that is. I was afraid Sam might be kept at Stafford for days. Do you think it will last long?" "Not it," said Mr. Critchlow positively. "There's naught in it to spin out." Then a silence, punctuated by the sound of stitching. Constance would really have preferred not to converse with the old man, but the desire for reassurance, for the calming of her own fears, forced her to speak, though she knew well that Mr. Critchlow was precisely the last man in town to give moral assistance if he thought it was wanted. "I do hope everything will be all right," she murmured. "Everything'll be all right," he said gaily. "Everything'll be all right. Only it'll be all wrong for Dan." "Whatever do you mean, Mr. Critchlow?" she protested. Nothing, she reflected, could arouse pity in that heart, not even a tragedy like Daniel's. She bit her lip for having spoken. "Well," he said in loud tones, frankly addressing the girls round the stove as much as Constance, "I've met with some rare good arguments this New Year, no mistake. There's been some as say that Dan never meant to do it. That's as may be, but if it's a good reason for not hanging, then there's an end to capital punishment in this country. Never meant? There's a lot of 'em as never meant. Then I'm told she was a gallivanting woman and no housekeeper, and as often drunk as sober. I'd no call to be told that. If strangling's a right punishment for a wife who spends her time in drinking brandy instead of sweeping floors and airing sheets, then Dan's safe. But I don't seem to see Judge Lindley telling the jury as it is. I've been a juryman under Judge Lindley myself, and more than once, and I don't seem to see him like." He paused with his mouth open. "As for all them knobs," he continued, "including the rector, as have gone to Stafford to kiss the book and swear that Dan's reputation is second to none, if they could have sworn as Dan wasn't in the house at all that night, If they could have sworn he was in Jericho, there'd have been some sense in their going. But as it is, they'd have done better to stop at home and mind their business. Bless us, Sam wanted me to go." He laughed again, in the faces of the horrified and angry women. "I'm surprised at you, Mr. Critchlow, I really am," Constance exclaimed. And the assistants inarticulately supported her with vague sounds. Miss Insull got up and poked the stove. Every soul in the establishment was loyally convinced that Daniel Povey would be acquitted, and to breathe a doubt on the brightness of this certainty was a hideous crime. The conviction was not within the domain of reason. It was an act of faith, and arguments merely fretted without in the slightest degree disturbing it. "Ye may be," Mr. Critchlow gaily concurred. He was very content. Just as he shuffled round to leave the shop, Cyril entered. "Good afternoon, Mr. Critchlow," said Cyril, sheepishly polite. Mr. Critchlow gazed hard at the boy, then nodded his head several times rapidly, as though to say, "Here's another fool in the making, so the generations follow one another." He made no answer to the salutation, and departed. Cyril ran round to his mother's corner, pitching his bag onto the showroom stairs as he passed them. Taking off his hat, he kissed her, and she unbuttoned his overcoat with her cold hands. "What's old Methuselah after?" he demanded. "Hush!" Constance softly corrected him. "He came in to tell me the trial had started." "Oh, I knew that. A boy bought a paper and I saw it. I say, mother, will father be in the paper?" And then, in a different tone, "I say, mother, what is there for tea?" When his stomach had learnt exactly what there was for tea, the boy began to show an immense and talkative curiosity in the trial. He would not set himself to his home lessons. "It's no use, mother," he said. "I can't." They returned to the shop together, and Cyril would go every moment to the door to listen for the cry of a newsboy. Presently he hit upon the idea that perhaps newsboys might be crying the special edition of the Signal in the marketplace, in front of the town hall, to the neglect of St. Luke's Square, and nothing would satisfy him that he must go forth and see. He went without his overcoat, promising to run. The shop waited with a strange anxiety. Cyril had created, by his restless movements to and fro, an atmosphere of strained expectancy. It seemed now as if the whole town stood with beating heart, fearful of tidings, and yet burning to get them. Constance pictured Stafford, which she had never seen, and a court of justice, which she had never seen, and her husband and Daniel in it, and she waited. Cyril ran in. "No," he announced breathlessly, "nothing yet." "Don't take cold now, you're hot," Constance advised. But he would keep near the door. Soon he ran off again, and perhaps 15 seconds after he had gone, the strident cry of a signal boy was heard in the distance, faint and indistinct at first, and then clearer and louder. "There's a paper," said the apprentice. "Sh!" said Constance, listening. "Sh!" echoed Miss Insull. "Yes, it is," said Constance. "Miss Insull, just step out and get a paper. Here's a halfpenny." The halfpenny passed quickly from one thimbled hand to another. Miss Insull scurried. She came in triumphantly with the sheet, which Constance tremblingly took. Constance could not find the report at first. Miss Insull pointed to it and read, "Summing up, lower down, lower down. After an absence of 35 minutes, the jury found the prisoner guilty of murder with a recommendation to mercy. The judge assumed the black cap and pronounced sentence of death, saying that he would forward the recommendation to the proper quarter." Cyril returned. "Not yet," he was saying, when he saw the paper lying on the counter. His crest fell. Long after the shop was shut, Constance and Cyril waited in the parlour for the arrival of the master of the house. Constance was in the blackest despair. She saw nothing but death around her. Misfortunes never come singly. Why did not Samuel come? All was ready for him. Everything that her imagination could suggest in the way of food, remedies, and the means of warmth. Amy was not allowed to go to bed, lest she might be needed. Constance did not even hint that Cyril should go to bed. The dark, dreadful minutes ticked themselves off on the mantelpiece, until only 5 minutes separated Constance from the moment when she would not know what to do next. It was 25 minutes past 11. If at past Samuel did not appear, then he could not come that night, unless the last train from Stafford was inconceivably late. The sound of a carriage. It ceased at the door. Mother and son sprang up. Yes, it was Samuel. She beheld him once more, and the sight of his condition, moral and physical, terrified her. His great strapping son and Amy helped him upstairs. Will he ever come down those stairs again? The thought lanced Constance's heart. The pain was come and gone in a moment, but it had surprised her tranquil common sense, which was naturally opposed to and generally scornful of hysterical fears. As she puffed with her stoutness up the stairs, that bland cheerfulness of hers cost her an immense effort of will. She was profoundly troubled. Great disasters seemed to be slowly approaching her from all quarters. Should she send for the doctor? No. To do so would only be a concession to the panic instinct. She knew exactly what was the matter with Samuel. A severe cough persistently neglected, no more. As she had expressed herself many times to inquirers, he's never been what you might call ill. Nevertheless, as she laid him in bed and posited him, how frail and fragile he looked, and he was so exhausted that he would not even talk about the trial. "If he's not better tomorrow, I shall send for the doctor," she said to herself. As for his getting up, she swore she would keep him in bed by force if necessary. 4. The next morning she was glad and proud that she had not yielded to a scare, for he was most strangely and obviously better. He had slept heavily, and she had slept a little. True that Daniel was condemned to death. Leaving Daniel to his fate, she was conscious of joy springing in her heart. How absurd to have asked herself, will he ever come down those stairs again? A message reached her from the forgotten shop during the morning that Mr. Lawton had called to see Mr. Povey. Already Samuel had wanted to arise, but she had forbidden it, in the tone of a woman who is dangerous, and Samuel had been very reasonable. He now said that Mr. Lawton must be asked up. She glanced round the bedroom. It was done. It was faultlessly correct as a sick chamber. She agreed to the introduction into it of the man from another sphere, and after a preliminary minute she left the two to talk together. This visit of young Lawton's was a dramatic proof of Samuel's importance, and of the importance of the matter in hand. The august occasion demanded etiquette, and etiquette said that a wife should depart from her husband when he had to transact affairs beyond the grasp of a wife. The idea of a petition to the Home Secretary took shape at this interview, and before the day was out it had spread over the town and over the Five Towns, and it was in the Signal. The Signal spoke of Daniel Povey as the condemned man, and the phrase startled the whole district into an indignant agitation for his reprieve. The district woke up to the fact that a town councillor, a figure in the world, an honest tradesman of unspotted character, was cooped solitary in a little cell at Stafford, waiting to be hanged by the neck until he was dead. The district determined that this must not and should not be. Why, Dan Povey had actually once been chairman of the Bursley Society for the Prosecution of Felons, that association for annual eating and drinking, whose members humorously called each other felons. Impossible, monstrous, that an ex-chairman of the felons should be a sentenced criminal. However, there was nothing to fear. No Home Secretary would dare to run counter to the jury's recommendation and the expressed wish of the whole district. Besides, the Home Secretary's nephew was MP for the Knype division. Of course, a verdict of guilty had been inevitable. Everybody recognised that now. Even Samuel and all the hottest partisans of Daniel Povey recognised it. They talked as if they had always foreseen it, directly contradicting all that they had said on only the previous day. Without any sense of inconsistency or of shame, they took up an absolutely new position. The structure of blind faith had once again crumbled at the assault of realities, and unhealthy, un-English truths, the statement of which would have meant ostracism 24 hours earlier, became suddenly the platitudes of the square and the market-place. Dispatch was necessary in the affair of the petition. for the condemned man had but 3 Sundays. But there was delay at the beginning, because neither young Lawton nor any of his colleagues was acquainted with the proper formula of a petition to the Home Secretary for the reprieve of a criminal condemned to death. No such petition had been made in the district within living memory, and at first young Lawton could not get sight or copy of any such petition anywhere, in the Five Towns or out of them. Of course there must exist a proper formula, and of course that formula and no other could be employed. Nobody was bold enough to suggest that young Lawton should commence the petition, "To the most noble the Marquis of Welwyn, K.C.B., may it please your lordship," and end it, "and your petitioners will ever pray," and insert between those phrases a simple appeal for the reprieve, with a statement of reasons. No, the formula consecrated by tradition must be found, and after Daniel had arrived a day and a half nearer death, it was found. A lawyer at Alnwick had the draft of a petition which had secured for a murderer in Northumberland 20 years' penal servitude instead of sudden death, and on request he lent it to young Lawton. The prime movers in the petition felt that Daniel Povey was now as good as saved. Hundreds of forms were printed to receive signatures, and these forms, together with copies of the petition, were laid on the counters of all the principal shops, not merely in Bursley, but in the other towns. They were also to be found at the offices of the Signal, in railway waiting rooms, and in the various reading rooms, and on the second of Daniel's 3 Sundays they were exposed in the porches of churches and chapels. Chapel keepers and vergers would come to Samuel and ask with the heavy inertia of their stupidity, "About pennons and ink, sir?" These officials had the air of audaciously disturbing the sacrosanct routine of centuries in order to confer a favour. Samuel continued to improve. His cough shook him less, and his appetite increased. Constance allowed him to establish himself in the drawing-room, which was next to the bedroom, and of which the grate was particularly efficient. Here, in an old winter overcoat, he directed the vast affair of the petition, which grew daily to vaster proportions. Samuel dreamt of 20,000 signatures. Each sheet held 20 signatures, and several times a day he counted the sheets. The supply of forms actually failed once, and Constance herself had to hurry to the printers to order more. Samuel was put into a passion by this carelessness of the printers. He offered Cyril 6pence for every sheet of signatures which the boy would obtain. At first Cyril was too shy to canvass, but his father made him blush, and in a few hours Cyril had developed into an eager canvasser. One whole day he stayed away from school to canvass. Altogether he earned over 15 shillings, quite honestly, except that he got a companion to forge a couple of signatures with addresses lacking at the end of the last sheet, generously rewarding him with 6pence, the value of the entire sheet. When Samuel had received 1,000 sheets with 20,000 signatures, he set his heart on 25,000 signatures, and he also announced his firm intention of accompanying young Lawton to London with the petition. The petition had, in fact, become one of the most remarkable petitions of modern times, so the Signal said. The Signal gave a daily account of its progress, and its progress was astonishing. In certain streets every householder had signed it. The first sheets had been reserved for the signatures of members of Parliament, ministers of religion, civic dignitaries, justices of the peace, etc. These sheets were nobly filled. The aged rector of Bursley signed first of all. After him the mayor of Bursley, as was right, then sundry MPs. Samuel emerged from the drawing-room. He went into the parlour, and later into the shop, and no evil consequence followed. His cough was nearly, but not quite, cured. The weather was extraordinarily mild for the season. He repeated that he should go with the petition to London, and he went. Constance could not validly oppose the journey. She, too, was a little intoxicated by the petition. It weighed considerably over 100-weight. The crowning signature, that of the MP for Knype, was duly obtained in London, and Samuel's one disappointment was that his hope of 25,000 signatures had fallen short of realization by only a few score. The few score could have been got had not time urgently pressed. He returned from London a man of mark, full of confidence, but his cough was worse again. His confidence in the power of public opinion and the inherent virtue of justice might have proved to be well placed, had not the Home Secretary happened to be one of your humane officials. The Marquis of Welwyn was celebrated through every stratum of the governing classes for his humane instincts, which were continually fighting against his sense of duty. Unfortunately, his sense of duty, which he had inherited from several centuries of ancestors, made havoc among his humane instincts on nearly every occasion of conflict. It was reported that he suffered horribly in consequence. Others also suffered, for he was never known to advise a remission of a sentence of flogging. Certain capital sentences he had commuted, but he did not commute Daniel Povey's. He could not permit himself to be influenced by a wave of popular sentiment, and assuredly not by his own nephew's signature. He gave to the case the patient, remorseless examination which he gave to every case. He spent a sleepless night in trying to discover a reason for yielding to his humane instincts, but without success. As Judge Lindley remarked in his confidential report, the sole arguments in favour of Daniel were provocation and his previous high character, and these were no sort of an argument. The provocation was utterly inadequate, and the previous high character was quite too ludicrously beside the point. So once more the Marquis's humane instincts were routed, and he suffered horribly. 5. On the Sunday morning after the day on which the Signal had printed the menu of Daniel Povey's supreme breakfast, and the exact length of the drop which the executioner had administered to him, Constance and Cyril stood together at the window of the large bedroom. The boy was in his best clothes, but Constance's garments gave no sign of the Sabbath. She wore a large apron over an old dress that was rather tight for her. She was pale and looked ill. "Oh, mother!" Cyril exclaimed suddenly. "Listen! I'm sure I can hear the band." She checked him with a soundless movement of her lips, and they both glanced anxiously at the silent bed, Cyril with a gesture of apology for having forgotten that he must make no noise. The strains of the band came from down King Street, in the direction of St. Luke's Church. The music appeared to linger a long time in the distance, and then it approached, growing louder, and the Bursley Town Silver Prize Band passed under the window at the solemn pace of Handel's Dead March. The effect of that requiem, heavy with its own inherent beauty, and with the vast weight of harrowing tradition, was to wring the tears from Constance's eyes. They fell on her apron bosom, and she sank into a chair. And though the cheeks of the trumpeters were puffed out, and though the drummer had to protrude his stomach and arch his spine backwards, lest he should tumble over his drum, there was majesty in the passage of the band. The boom of the drum, desolating the interruptions of the melody, made sick the heart, but with a lofty grief, and the dirge seemed to be weaving a purple pall that covered every meanness. The bandsmen were not all in black, but they all wore crape on their sleeves, and their instruments were knotted with crape. They carried in their hats a black-edged card. Cyril held one of these cards in his hand. It ran thus: "Sacred to the memory of Daniel Povey, a town councillor of this town, judicially murdered at 8 o'clock in the morning, 8th of February, 1888. He was more sinned against than sinning." In the wake of the band came the aged rector, bare-headed and wearing a surplice over his overcoat. His thin white hair was disarranged by the breeze that played in the chilly sunshine. His hands were folded on a gilt-edged book. A curate, churchwardens and sidesmen followed, and after these, tramping through the dark mud in a procession that had apparently no end, wound the unofficial male multitude, nearly all in mourning, and all, save the more aristocratic, carrying the memorial card in their hats. Loafers, women and children had collected on the drying pavements, and a window just opposite Constance was ornamented with the entire family of the landlord of the Sun Vaults. In the great bar of the vaults a barman was craning over the pitch-pine screen that secured privacy to drinkers. The procession continued without break, eternally rising over the verge of King Street Bank, and eternally vanishing round the corner into St. Luke's Square. At intervals it was punctuated by a clergyman, a nonconformist minister, a town crier, a group of foremen, or a few rifle volunteers. The watching crowd grew as the procession lengthened. Then another band was heard, also playing the march from Saul. The first band had now reached the top of the square, and was scarcely audible from King Street. The reiterated glitter in the sun of memorial cards in hats gave the fanciful illusion of an impossible whitish snake that was straggling across the town. 3/4 of an hour elapsed before the tail of the snake came into view, and a rabble of unkempt boys closed in upon it, filling the street. "I shall go to the drawing-room window, mother," said Cyril. She nodded. He crept out of the bedroom. St. Luke's Square was a sea of hats and memorial cards. Most of the occupiers of the square had hung out flags at half-mast, and a flag at half-mast was flying over the town hall in the distance. Sightseers were at every window. The two bands had united at the top of the square, and behind them, on a North Staffordshire Railway lorry, stood the white-clad rector and several black figures. The rector was speaking, but only those close to the lorry could hear his feeble treble voice. Such was the massive protest of Bursley against what Bursley regarded as a callous injustice. The execution of Daniel Povey had most genuinely excited the indignation of the town. That execution was not only an injustice, it was an insult, a humiliating snub. And the worst was that the rest of the country had really discovered no sympathetic interest in the affair. Certain London papers, indeed, in commenting casually on the execution, had slurred the morals and manners of the Five Towns, professing to regard the district as notoriously beyond the realm of the Ten Commandments. This had helped to render furious the townsmen. This, as much as anything, had encouraged the spontaneous outburst of feeling which had culminated in a St. Luke's Square full of people with memorial cards in their hats. The demonstration had scarcely been organised. It had somehow organised itself, employing the places of worship and a few clubs as centres of gathering, and it proved an immense success. There were 7,000 or 8,000 people in the square, and the pity was that England as a whole could not have had a glimpse of the spectacle. Since the execution of the elephant, nothing had so profoundly agitated Bursley. Constance, who left the bedroom momentarily for the drawing-room, reflected that the death and burial of Cyril's honoured grandfather, though a resounding event, had not caused 1/10 of the stir which she beheld. But then John Baines had killed nobody. The rector spoke too long, everyone felt that, but at length he finished. The bands performed the doxology, and the immense multitudes began to disperse by the 8 streets that radiate from the square. At the same time 1 o'clock struck, and the public houses opened with their customary admirable promptitude. Respectable persons of course ignored the public houses and hastened homewards to a delayed dinner, but in a town of over 30,000 souls there are sufficient dregs to fill all the public houses on an occasion of ceremonial excitement. Constance saw the bar of the vaults crammed with individuals whose sense of decent fitness was imperfect. The barman and the landlord and the principal members of the landlord's family were hard put to it to quench that funereal thirst. Constance, as she ate a little meal in the bedroom, could not but witness the orgy. A bandsman with his silver instrument was prominent at the counter. At 3:05, the vaults spewed forth a squirt of roisterers, who walked on the pavement as if on a tightrope. Among them was the bandsman, his silver instrument only half enveloped in its bag of green serge. He established an equilibrium in the gutter. It would not have mattered so seriously if he had not been a bandsman. The barman and the landlord pushed the ultimate sot by force into the street, and bolted the door until 6 o'clock, just as a policeman strolled along, the first policeman of the day. It became known that similar scenes were enacting at the threshold of other inns, and the judicious were sad. 6. When the altercation between the policeman and the musician in the gutter was at its height, Samuel Povey became restless. But since he had scarcely stirred through the performances of the bands, it was probably not the cries of the drunkard that had aroused him. He had shown very little interest in the preliminaries of the great demonstration. The flame of his passion for the case of Daniel Povey seemed to have shot up on the day before the execution, and then to have expired. On that day he went to Stafford in order, by permit of the prison governor, to see his cousin for the last time. His condition then was undoubtedly not far removed from monomania. Unhinged was the conventional expression which frequently rose in Constance's mind as a description of the mind of her husband, but she fought it down. She would not have it. It was too crude with its associations. She would only admit that the case had got on his mind. A startling proof of this was that he actually suggested taking Cyril with him to see the condemned man. He wished Cyril to see Daniel. He said gravely that he thought Cyril ought to see him. The proposal was monstrous, inexplicable, or explicable only by the assumption that his mind, while not unhinged, had temporarily lost its balance. Constance opposed an absolute negative, and Samuel, being in every way enfeebled, she overcame. As for Cyril, he was divided between fear and curiosity. On the whole, perhaps, Cyril regretted that he would not be able to say at school that he had had speech with the most celebrated killer of the age on the day before his execution. Samuel returned hysterical from Stafford. His account of the scene, which he gave in a very loud voice, was a most absurd and yet pathetic recital, obviously distorted by memory. When he came to the point of the entrance of Dick Povey, who was still at the hospital, and who had been specially driven to Stafford and carried into the prison, he wept without restraint. His hysteria was painful in a very high degree. He went to bed of his own accord, for his cough had improved again, and on the following day, the day of the execution, he remained in bed till the afternoon. In the evening the rector sent for him to the rectory to discuss the proposed demonstration. On the next day, Saturday, he said he should not get up. Icy showers were sweeping the town, and his cough was worse after the evening visit to the rector. Constance had no apprehensions about him. The most dangerous part of the winter was over, and there was nothing now to force him into indiscretions. She said to herself calmly that he should stay in bed as long as he liked, that he could not have too much repose after the cruel fatigues, physical and spiritual, which he had suffered. His cough was short, but not as troublesome as in the past. His face flushed, dusky, and settled in gloom, and he was slightly feverish, with a quick pulse and quick breathing, the symptoms of a renewed cold. He passed a wakeful night, broken by brief dreams in which he talked. At dawn he had some hot food, asked what day it was, frowned, and seemed to doze off at once. At 11 o'clock he had refused food, and he had intermittently dozed during the progress of the demonstration and its orgiastic sequel. Constance had food ready for his waking, and she approached the bed and leant over him. The fever had increased somewhat, the breathing was more rapid, and his lips were covered with tiny purple pimples. He feebly shook his head with a disgusted air at her mention of food. It was this obstinate refusal of food which first alarmed her. A little uncomfortable suspicion shot up in her. Surely there was nothing the matter with him? Something, impossible to say what, caused her to bend still lower and put her ear to his chest. She heard within that mysterious box a rapid succession of thin, dry, crackling sounds such as she would have produced by rubbing her hair between her fingers close to her ear. The crepitation ceased, then recommenced, and she perceived that it coincided with the intake of his breath. He coughed, the sounds were intensified, a spasm of pain ran over his face, and he put his damp hand to his side. "A pain in my side," he whispered with difficulty. Constance stepped into the drawing-room, where Cyril was sketching by the fire. "Cyril," she said, "go across and ask Dr. Harrop to come round at once, and if he isn't in, then his new partner." "Is it for father?" "Yes." "What's the matter?" "Now do as I say, please," said Constance sharply, adding, "I don't know what's the matter, perhaps nothing, but I'm not satisfied." The venerable Harrop pronounced the word pneumonia. It was acute double pneumonia that Samuel had got. During the 3 worst months of the year he had escaped the fatal perils which await a man with a flat chest and a chronic cough, who ignores his condition and defies the weather. But a journey of 500 yards to the rectory had been one journey too many. The rectory was so close to the shop that he had not troubled to wrap himself up as for an excursion to Stafford. He survived the crisis of the disease, and then died of toxemia, caused by a heart that would not do its duty by the blood. A casual death, scarce noticed in the reaction after the great febrile demonstration. Besides, Samuel Povey never could impose himself on the Burgesses. He lacked individuality. He was little. I have often laughed at Samuel Povey, but I liked and respected him. He was a very honest man. I have always been glad to think that at the end of his life destiny took hold of him and displayed to the observant the vein of greatness which ran through every soul without exception. He embraced a cause, lost it, and died of it. End of chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 2, Constance. Chapter 6. The Widow. 1. Constance, alone in the parlour, stood expectant by the set tea-table. She was not wearing weeds. Her mother and she, on the death of her father, had talked of the various disadvantages of weeds. Her mother had worn them unwillingly, and only because a public opinion not sufficiently advanced had intimidated her. Constance had said, "If ever I'm a widow, I won't wear them," positively in the tone of youth, and Mrs. Baines had replied, "I hope you won't, my dear." That was over 20 years ago, but Constance perfectly remembered. And now she was a widow. How strange, and how impressive was life! And she had kept her word, not positively, not without hesitations, for though times were changed, Bursley was still Bursley. But she had kept it. This was the first Monday after Samuel's funeral. Existence in the house had been resumed on the plane which would henceforth be the normal plane. Constance had put on for tea a dress of black silk with a jet brooch of her mother's. Her hands, just meticulously washed, had that feeling of being dirty which comes from roughening of the epidermis caused by a day spent in fingering stuffs. She had been going through Samuel's things and her own, and ranging all anew. It was astonishing how little the man had collected of things in the course of over half a century. All his clothes were contained in 2 long drawers and a short one. He had the least possible quantity of haberdashery and linen, for he invariably took from the shop such articles as he required, when he required them, and he would never preserve what was done with. He possessed no jewellery, save a set of gold studs, a scarf ring, and a wedding ring. The wedding ring was buried with him. Once, when Constance had offered her father's gold watch and chain, he had politely refused it, saying that he preferred his own, a silver watch with a black cord, which kept excellent time. He had said later that she might save the gold watch and chain for Cyril when he was 21. Beyond these trifles and a half-empty box of cigars and a pair of spectacles, he left nothing personal to himself. Some men leave behind them a litter which takes months to sift and distribute, but Samuel had not the mania for owning. Constance put his clothes in a box to be given away gradually, all except an overcoat and handkerchiefs, which might do for Cyril. She locked up the watch and its black cord, the spectacles and the scarf ring. She gave the gold studs to Cyril. She climbed on a chair and hid the cigar box on top of her wardrobe, and scarce a trace of Samuel remained. By his own wish, the funeral had been as simple and private as possible. 1 or 2 distant relations, whom Constance scarcely knew, and who would probably not visit her again until she too was dead, came and went, and lo, the affair was over. The simple celerity of the funeral would have satisfied even Samuel, whose tremendous self-esteem hid itself so effectually behind such externals that nobody had ever fully perceived it. Not even Constance quite knew Samuel's secret opinion of Samuel. Constance was aware that he had a ridiculous side, that his greatest lack had been a lack of spectacular dignity, Even in the coffin, where nevertheless most people are finally effective, he had not been imposing, with his finicky little grey beard persistently sticking up. The vision of him in his coffin, there in the churchyard, just at the end of King Street, with the lid screwed down on that unimportant beard, recurred frequently in the mind of the widow as something untrue and misleading. She had to say to herself, "Yes, he is really there. And that is why I have this particular feeling in my heart." She saw him as an object, pathetic and wistful, not majestic, and yet she genuinely thought that there could not exist another husband quite so honest, quite so just, quite so reliable, quite so good as Samuel had been. What a conscience he had! How he would try and try to be fair with her. 20 years she could remember of ceaseless, constant endeavour on his part to behave rightly to her. She could recall many an occasion when he had obviously checked himself, striving against his tendency to cold abruptness and to sullenness, in order to give her the respect due to a wife. What loyalty was his! How she could depend on him! How much better he was than herself, she thought with modesty. His death was an amputation for her, but she faced it with calmness. She was not bowed with sorrow. She did not nurse the idea that her life was at an end. On the contrary, she obstinately put it away from her, dwelling on Cyril. She did not indulge in the enervating voluptuousness of grief. She had begun in the first hours of bereavement by picturing herself as one marked out for the blows of fate. She had lost her father and her mother, and now her husband. Her career seemed to be punctuated by interments. But after a while, her gentle common sense came to insist that most human beings lose their parents, and that every marriage must end in either a widower or a widow, and that all careers are punctuated by interments. Had she not had nearly 21 years of happy married life? 21 years rolled up. The sudden thought of their naive ignorance of life, hers and his when they had first married, brought tears into her eyes. How wise and experienced she was now! And had she not Cyril? Compared to many women, she was indeed very fortunate. The one visitation which had been specially hers was the disappearance of Sophia, and yet even that was not worse than the death outright of Sophia, was perhaps not so bad, for Sophia might return out of the darkness. The blow of Sophia's flight had seemed unique when it was fresh, and long afterwards had seemed to separate the Baines family from all other families in a particular shame. But at the age of 43, Constance had learnt that such events are not uncommon in families, and strange sequels to them not unknown. Thinking often of Sophia, she hoped wildly and frequently. She looked at the clock. She had a little spasm of nervousness, lest Cyril might fail to keep his word on that first day of their new regular life together. And at the instant he burst into the room, invading it like an armed force, having previously laid waste the shop in his passage. "I'm not late, mother, I'm not late," he cried proudly. She smiled warmly, happy in him, drawing out of him balm and solace. He did not know that in that stout familiar body before him was a sensitive, trembling soul that clutched at him ecstatically as the one reality in the universe. He did not know that that evening meal, partaken of without hurry after school had released him to her, was to be the ceremonial sign of their intimate unity and their interdependence, a tender and delicious proof that they were all in all to each other. He saw only his tea, for which he was hungry, just as hungry as though his father were not scarcely yet cold in the grave. But he saw obscurely that the occasion demanded something not quite ordinary, and so exerted himself to be boyishly charming to his mother. She said to herself how good he was. He felt at ease and confident in the future, because he detected, beneath her customary judicial, impartial mask, a clear desire to spoil him. After tea she regretfully left him at his home lessons in order to go into the shop. The shop was the great unsolved question. What was she to do with the shop? Was she to continue the business or to sell it? With the fortunes of her father and her aunt, and the economies of 20 years, she had more than sufficient means. She was indeed rich according to the standards of the square, nay, wealthy. Therefore she was under no material compulsion to keep the shop. Moreover, to keep it would mean personal superintendence and the burden of responsibility, from which her calm lethargy shrank. On the other hand, to dispose of the business would mean the breaking of ties and leaving the premises, and from this she also shrank. Young Lawton, without being asked, had advised her to sell, but she did not want to sell. She wanted the impossible, that matters should proceed in the future as in the past, that Samuel's death should change nothing save in her heart. In the meantime, Miss Insull was priceless. Constance thoroughly understood one side of the shop, but Miss Insull understood both, and the finance of it also. Miss Insull could have directed the establishment with credit, if not with brilliance. She was indeed directing it at that moment. Constance, however, felt jealous of Miss Insull. She was conscious of a slight antipathy towards the faithful one. She did not care to be in the hands of Miss Insull. There were one or two customers at the millinery counter. They greeted her with a deplorable copiousness of tact. Most tactfully they avoided any reference to Constance's loss, but by their tone, their glances at Constance and at each other, and their heroically restrained sighs, they spread desolation as though they had been spreading ashes instead of butter on bread. The assistants, too, had a special demeanour for the poor lone widow which was excessively trying to her. She wished to be natural, and she would have succeeded had they not all of them apparently conspired together to make her task impossible. She moved away to the other side of the shop, to Samuel's desk, at which he used to stand, staring absently out of the little window into King Street, while murmurously casting figures. She lighted the gas jet there, arranged the light exactly to suit her, and then lifted the large flap of the desk and drew forth some account books. "Miss Insull," she called, in a low, clear voice, with a touch of haughtiness and a touch of command in it. The pose, a comical contradiction of Constance's benevolent character, was deliberately adopted. It illustrated the effects of jealousy on even the softest disposition. Miss Insull responded. She had no alternative but to respond, and she gave no sign of resenting her employer's attitude. But then Miss Insull seldom did give any sign of being human. The customers departed, one after another, obsequiously sped by the assistants, who thereupon lowered the gases somewhat, according to secular rule, and in the dim eclipse, as they restored boxes to shelves, they could hear the tranquil, regular, half-whispered conversation of the two women at the desk, discussing accounts, and then the chink of gold. Suddenly there was an eruption. One of the assistants sprang instinctively to the gas, but on perceiving that the disturber of the peace was only a slatternly girl, hatless and imperfectly clean, she decided to leave the gas as it was, and put on a condescending, suspicious demeanour. "If you please, can I speak to the missus?" said the girl, breathlessly. She seemed to be about 18 years of age, fat and plain. Her blue frock was torn, and over it she wore a rough brown apron, caught up at one corner to the waist. Her bare forearms were a brick-red colour. "What is it?" demanded the assistant. Miss Insull looked over her shoulder at the shop. "It must be Maggie's, Mrs. Hollins's daughter," said Miss Insull under her breath. "What can she want?" said Constance, leaving the desk instantly, and to the girl, who stood sturdily holding her own against the group of assistants, "You are Mrs. Hollins's daughter, aren't you?" "Yes, ma'am." "What's your name?" "Maggie, ma'am. And if you please, Mother sent me to ask if you'll kindly give her a funeral card." "A funeral card?" "Yes, of Mr. Povey. She's been expecting one, and she thought as how perhaps you'd forgotten it, especially as she wasn't asked to the funeral." The girl stopped. Constance perceived that by mere negligence she had seriously wounded the feelings of Maggie senior. The truth was, she had never thought of Maggie. She ought to have remembered that funeral cards were almost the sole ornamentation of Maggie's abominable cottage. "Certainly," she replied after a pause. "Miss Insull, there are a few cards left in the desk, aren't there? Please put me one in an envelope for Mrs. Hollins." She gave the heavily bordered envelope to the ruddy wench, who enfolded it in her apron, and with hurried, shy thanks ran off. "Tell your mother I send her a card with pleasure," Constance called after the girl. The strangeness of the hazards of life made her thoughtful. She, to whom Maggie had always seemed an old woman, was a widow, but Maggie's husband survived as a lusty invalid, and she guessed that Maggie, vilely struggling in squalor and poverty, was somehow happy in her frowsy, careless way. She went back to the accounts, dreaming. 2. When the shop had been closed, under her own critical and precise superintendence, she extinguished the last gas in it and returned to the parlour, wondering where she might discover some entirely reliable man or boy to deal with the shutters night and morning. Samuel had ordinarily dealt with the shutters himself, and on extraordinary occasions and during holidays Miss Insull and one of her subordinates had struggled with their unwieldiness. But the extraordinary occasion had now become ordinary, and Miss Insull could not be expected to continue indefinitely in the functions of a male. Constance had a mind to engage an errand boy, a luxury against which Samuel had always set his face. She did not dream of asking the Herculean Cyril to open and shut shop. He had apparently finished his home lessons, the books were pushed aside, and he was sketching in lead pencil on a drawing block. To the right of the fireplace, over the sofa, there hung an engraving after Landseer, showing a lonely stag paddling into a lake. The stag at eve had drunk, or was about to drink, his fill, and Cyril was copying him. He had already indicated a flight of birds in the middle distance. Vague birds on the wing being easier than detailed stags, he had begun with the birds. Constance put a hand on his shoulder. "Finished your lessons?" she murmured caressingly. Before speaking, Cyril gazed up at the picture with a frowning, busy expression, and then replied in an absent-minded voice, "Yes," and after a pause, "except my arithmetic. I shall do that in the morning before breakfast." "Oh, Cyril!" she protested. It had been a positive ordinance for a long time past that there should be no sketching until lessons were done. In his father's lifetime, Cyril had never dared to break it. He bent over his block, feigning an intense absorption. Constance's hand slipped from his shoulder. She wanted to command him formally to resume his lessons, but she could not. She feared an argument. She mistrusted herself, and moreover it was so soon after his father's death. "You know you won't have time tomorrow morning," she said weakly. "Oh, mother," he retorted superiorly, "don't worry." And then, in a cajoling tone, "I've wanted to do that stag for ages." She sighed and sat down in her rocking-chair. He went on sketching, rubbing out and making queer expostulatory noises against his pencil, or against the difficulties needlessly invented by Sir Edwin Landseer. Once he rose and changed the position of the gas bracket, staring fiercely at the engraving, as though it had committed a sin. Amy came to lay the supper. He did not acknowledge that she existed. "Now, Master Cyril, after you with that table, if you please," she announced herself brusquely, with the privilege of an old servant and a woman who would never see 30 again. "Ugh, what a nuisance you are, Amy," he gruffly answered. "Look here, mother, can't Amy lay the cloth on that half of the table? I'm right in the middle of my drawing. There's plenty of room there for two." He seemed not to be aware that in the phrase "plenty of room for two" he had made a callous reference to their loss. The fact was, there was plenty of room for two. Constance said quickly, "Very well, Amy, for this once." Amy grunted, but obeyed. Constance had to summon him twice from art to nourishment. He ate with rapidity, frequently regarding the picture with half-shut, searching eyes. When he had finished, he refilled his glass with water and put it next to his sketching block. "You surely aren't thinking of beginning to paint at this time of night?" Constance exclaimed, astonished. "Oh, yes, mother," he fretfully appealed. "It's not late." Another positive ordinance of his father's had been that there should be nothing after supper except bed. 9 o'clock was the latest permissible moment for going to bed. It was now less than 1:45. "It only wants 12 minutes of 9," Constance pointed out. "Well, what if it does? Now, Cyril," she said. "I do hope you're going to be a good boy and not cause your mother anxiety." But she said it too kindly. He said sullenly, "I do think you might let me finish it. I've begun it. It won't take me long." She made the mistake of leaving the main point. "How can you possibly choose your colours properly by gaslight?" she said. "I'm going to do it in sepia," he replied in triumph. "It mustn't occur again," she said. He thanked God for a good supper and sprang to the harmonium, where his paint box was. Amy cleared away. Constance did crochet work. There was silence. The clock struck 9, and it also struck 9:30. She warned him repeatedly. At 10 minutes to 10, she said persuasively, "Now, Cyril, when the clock strikes 10, I shall really put the gas out." The clock struck 10. Half a mo," he cried. "I've done." Her hand was arrested. Another 4 minutes elapsed, and then he jumped up. "There you are," he said proudly, showing her the block, and all his gestures were full of grace and cajolery. "Yes, it's very good," Constance said, rather indifferently. "I don't believe you care for it," he accused her, but with a bright smile. "I care for your health," she said. "Just look at that clock." He sat down in the other rocking chair deliberately. "Now, Cyril." "Well, mother, I suppose you'll let me take my boots off." He said it with teasing good humour. When he kissed her good night, she wanted to cling to him, so affectionate was his kiss, but she could not throw off the habits of restraint which she had been originally taught, and had all her life practised. She keenly regretted the inability. In her bedroom, alone, she listened to his movements as he undressed. The door between the two rooms was unlatched. She had to control a desire to open it ever so little and peep at him. He would not have liked that. He could have enriched her heart beyond all hope, and at no cost to himself, but he did not know his power. As she could not cling to him with her hands, she clung to him with that heart of hers, while moving sedately up and down the room alone. And her eyes saw him through the solid wood of the door. At last she got heavily into bed. She thought with placid anxiety in the dark, "I shall have to be firm with Cyril." And she thought also, simultaneously, "He really must be a good boy. He must," and clung to him passionately, without shame. Lying alone there, in the dark, she could be as unrestrained and girlish as her heart chose. When she loosed her hold, she instantly saw the boy's father arranged in his coffin or flitting about the room. Then she would hug that vision too, for the pleasure of the pain it gave her. 3. She was reassured as to Cyril during the next few days. He did not attempt to repeat his ingenious naughtiness of the Monday evening, and he came home directly for tea. Moreover, he had, as a kind of miracle performed to dazzle her, actually arisen early on the Tuesday morning and done his arithmetic. To express her satisfaction, she had manufactured a specially elaborate straw frame for the sketch after Sir Edwin Landseer, and had hung it in her bedroom, an honour which Cyril appreciated. She was as happy as a woman suffering from a recent amputation can be, and compared with the long nightmare created by Samuel's monomania and illness, her existence seemed to be now a beneficent calm. Cyril, she thought, had realised the importance in her eyes of tea, of that evening hour and that companionship which were for her the flowering of the day, and she had such confidence in his goodness that she would pour the boiling water on the Horniman tea leaves even before he arrived. Certainty could not be more sure. And then on the Friday of the first week he was late. He bounded in after dark, and the state of his clothes indicated too clearly that he had been playing football in the mud that was a grassy field in summer. "Have you been kept in, my boy?" she asked, for the sake of form. "No, mother," he said casually. "We were just kicking a ball about a bit. Am I late?" "Better go and tidy yourself," she said, not replying to his question. "You can't sit down in that state. And I'll have some fresh tea made. This is spoilt." "Oh, very well." Her sacred tea, the institution which she wanted to hallow by long habit, and which was to count before everything for both of them, had been carelessly sacrificed to the kicking of a football in mud, and his father buried not 10 days. She was wounded, a deep, clean, dangerous wound that would not bleed. She tried to be glad that he had not lied. He might easily have lied, saying that he had been detained for a fault and could not help being late. No, he was not given to lying. He would lie like any human being when a great occasion demanded such prudence, but he was not a liar. He might fairly be called a truthful boy. She tried to be glad, and did not succeed. She would have preferred him to have lied. Amy, grumbling, had to boil more water. When he returned to the parlour, superficially cleaned, Constance expected him to apologise in his roundabout boyish way, at any rate to woo and wheedle her, to show by some gesture that he was conscious of having put an affront on her. But his attitude was quite otherwise. His attitude was rather brusque and overbearing and noisy. He ate a very considerable amount of jam, far too quickly, and then asked for more, in a tone of a monarch who calls for his own. And ere tea was finished, he said boldly, apropos of nothing, "I say, mother, you'll just have to let me go to the School of Art after Easter," and stared at her with a fixed challenge in his eyes. He meant, by the School of Art, the evening classes at the School of Art. His father had decided absolutely against the project. His father had said that it would interfere with his lessons, would keep him up too late at night, and involve absence from home in the evening. The last had always been the real objection. His father had not been able to believe that Cyril's desire to study art sprang purely from his love of art. He could not avoid suspecting that it was a plan to obtain freedom in the evenings, that freedom which Samuel had invariably forbidden. In all Cyril's suggestions, Samuel had been ready to detect the same scheme lurking. He had finally said that when Cyril left school and took to a vocation, then he could study art at night if he chose, but not before. "You know what father said," Constance replied. "But, mother, that's all very well. I'm sure father would have agreed. If I'm going to take up drawing, I ought to do it at once. That's what the drawing master says, and I suppose he ought to know." He finished on a tone of insolence. "I can't allow you to do it yet," said Constance quietly. "It's quite out of the question. Quite." He pouted, and then he sulked. It was war between them. At times he was the image of his Aunt Sophia. He would not leave the subject alone, but he would not listen to Constance's reasoning. He openly accused her of harshness. He asked her how she could expect him to get on if she thwarted him in his most earnest desires. He pointed to other boys whose parents were wiser. "It's all very fine of you to put it on father," he observed sarcastically. He gave up his drawing entirely. When she hinted that if he attended the School of Art she would be condemned to solitary evenings, he looked at her as though saying, "Well, and if you are?" He seemed to have no heart. After several weeks of intense unhappiness, she said, "How many evenings do you want to go?" The war was over. He was charming again. When she was alone she could cling to him again. And she said to herself, "If we can be happy together only when I give way to him, I must give way to him." And there was ecstasy in her yielding. After all, she said to herself, perhaps it's very important that he should go to the School of Art. She solaced herself with such thoughts on 3 solitary evenings a week, waiting for him to come home. End of chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 2, Constance. Chapter 7. Bricks and Mortar. 1. In the summer of that year, the occurrence of a white rash of posters on hoardings and on certain houses and shops was symptomatic of organic change in the town. The posters were iterations of a mysterious announcement and summons which began with the august words, "By order of the trustees of the late William Clews Merricarp, Esquire." Merricarp had been a considerable owner of property in Bursley. After a prolonged residence at Southport, he had died at the age of 82, leaving his property behind. For 60 years he had been a name, not a figure, and the news of his death, which was assuredly an event, incited the burgesses to gossip, for they had come to regard him as one of the invisible immortals. Constance was shocked, though she had never seen Merricarp. "Everybody dies nowadays," she thought. He owned the Baines Povey shop, and also Mr. Critchlow's shop. Constance knew not how often her father, and later her husband, had renewed the lease of those properties that were now hers, but from her earliest recollections rose a vague memory of her father talking to her mother about Merricarp's rent, which was, and always had been, 100 a year. Merricarp had earned the reputation of being a good landlord. Constance said sadly, "We shall never have another as good." When a lawyer's clerk called and asked her to permit the exhibition of a poster in each of her shop windows, she had misgivings for the future. She was worried. She decided that she would determine the lease next year, so as to be on the safe side. But immediately afterwards she decided that she could decide nothing. The posters continued, "To be sold by auction at the Tiger Hotel at 6:30 for 7 o'clock precisely." What 6:30 had to do with 7 o'clock precisely, no one knew. Then, after stating the name and credentials of the auctioneer, the posters at length arrived at the objects to be sold. All those freehold messuages and shops and copyhold tenements, namely. Houses were never sold by auction in Bursley. At moments of auction, burgesses were reminded that the erections they lived in were not houses, as they had falsely supposed, but messuages. Having got as far as namely, the posters ruled a line, and began afresh. Lot 1. All that extensive and commodious shop and messuage, with the offices and appurtenances thereto belonging, situate and being, number 4 St. Luke's Square, in the parish of Bursley, in the county of Stafford, and at present in the occupation of Mrs. Constance Povey, widow, under a lease expiring in September 1889. Thus clearly asserting that all Constance's shop was for sale, its whole entirety, and not a fraction or a slice of it merely. The posters proceeded. Lot 2. All that extensive and commodious shop and messuage, with the offices and appurtenances thereto belonging, situate and being, number 3 St. Luke's Square, in the parish of Bursley, in the county of Stafford, and at present in the occupation of Charles Critchlow, chemist, under an agreement for a yearly tenancy. The catalogue ran to 14 lots. The posters, lest any one should foolishly imagine that a non-legal intellect could have achieved such explicit and comprehensive clarity of statement, were signed by a powerful firm of solicitors in Hanbridge. Happily, in the Five Towns there were no metaphysicians, otherwise the firm might have been expected to explain, in the further particulars and conditions which the posters promised, how even a messuage could be the thing at which it was situate. Within a few hours of the outbreak of the rash, Mr. Critchlow abruptly presented himself before Constance at the millinery counter. He was waving a poster. "Well," he exclaimed grimly, "what next, eh?" "Yes, indeed," Constance responded. "Are you thinking of buying?" he asked. All the assistants, including Miss Insull, were in hearing, but he ignored their presence. "Buying?" repeated Constance. "Not me. I've got quite enough house property as it is." Like all owners of real property, she usually adopted towards her possessions an attitude implying that she would be willing to pay someone to take them from her. "Shall you?" she added, with Mr. Critchlow's own brusqueness. "Me? Buy property in St. Luke's Square?" Mr. Critchlow sneered, and then left the shop as suddenly as he had entered it. The sneer at St. Luke's Square was his characteristic expression of an opinion which had been slowly forming for some years. The square was no longer what it had been, though individual businesses might be as good as ever. For nearly 12 months 2 shops had been to let in it, and once bankruptcy had stained its annals. The tradesmen had naturally searched for a cause in every direction save the right one, the obvious one, and naturally they had found a cause. According to the tradesmen, the cause was this football. The Bursley Football Club had recently swollen into a genuine rival of the ancient supremacy of the celebrated Night Club. It had transformed itself into a limited company, and rented a ground up the Moorthorne Road, and built a grandstand. The Bursley FC had tied with the Knype FC on the Knype ground. A prodigious achievement, an achievement which occupied a column of the Athletic News one Monday morning. But were the tradesmen civically proud of this glory? No. They said that this football drew people out of the town on Saturday afternoons, to the complete abolition of shopping. They said also that people thought of nothing but this football, and nearly in the same breath that only roughs and good-for-nothings could possibly be interested in such a barbarous game. And they spoke of gate money, gambling, and professionalism, and the end of all true sport in England. In brief, something new had come to the front, and was submitting to the ordeal of the curse. The sale of the Merricarp estate had a particular interest for respectable, stake-in-the-town persons. It would indicate to what extent, if at all, this football was ruining Bursley. Constance mentioned to Cyril that she fancied she might like to go to the sale, and as it was dated for one of Cyril's off nights, Cyril said that he fancied he might like to go too. So they went together. Samuel used to attend property sales, but he had never taken his wife to one. Constance and Cyril arrived at the Tiger shortly after 7 o'clock, and were directed to a room furnished and arranged as for a small public meeting of philanthropists. A few gentlemen were already present, but not the instigating trustees, solicitors, and auctioneers. It appeared that 6:30 for 7 o'clock precisely meant 7:15. Constance took a Windsor chair in the corner nearest the door, and motioned Cyril to the next chair. They dared not speak. They moved on tiptoe. Cyril inadvertently dragged his chair along the floor, and produced a scrunching sound. He blushed as though he had desecrated a church, and his mother made a gesture of horror. The remainder of the company glanced at the corner, apparently pained by this negligence. Some of them greeted Constance, but self-consciously, with a sort of shamed air. It might have been that they had all nefariously gathered together there for the committing of a crime. Fortunately, Constance's widowhood had already lost its touching novelty, so that the greetings, if self-conscious, were at any rate given without unendurable commiseration, and did not cause awkwardness. When the official world arrived, fussy, bustling, bearing documents and a hammer, the general feeling of guilty shame was intensified. Useless for the auctioneer to try to dissipate the groom by means of bright gestures and quick, cheerful remarks to his supporters. Cyril had an idea that the meeting would open with a hymn, until the appearance of a tapster with wine showed him his error. The auctioneer very particularly enjoined the tapster to see to it that no one lacked for his thirst, and the tapster became self-consciously energetic. He began by choosing Constance for service. In refusing wine she blushed. Then the fellow offered a glass to Cyril, who went scarlet and mumbled "No," with a lump in his throat. When the tapster's back was turned, he smiled sheepishly at his mother. The majority of the company accepted and sipped. The auctioneer sipped and loudly smacked, and said, "Ah!" Mr. Critchlow came in, and the auctioneer said again, "Ah, I'm always glad when the tenants come. That's always a good sign." He glanced round for approval of this sentiment, but everybody seemed too stiff to move. Even the auctioneer was self-conscious. "Waiter, offer wine to Mr. Critchlow," he exclaimed bullyingly, as if saying, "Man, what on earth are you thinking of, to neglect Mr. Critchlow?" Yes, sir," said the waiter, who was dispensing wine as fast as a waiter can. The auction commenced. Seizing the hammer, the auctioneer gave a short biography of William Clews Merricarp, and this pious duty accomplished, called upon a solicitor to read the conditions of sale. The solicitor complied, and made a distressing exhibition of self-consciousness. The conditions of sale were very lengthy, and apparently composed in a foreign tongue, and the audience listened to this elocution with a stoical pretence of breathless interest. Then the auctioneer put up all that extensive and commodious messuage and shop situate and being number 4 St. Luke's Square. Constance and Cyril moved their limbs surreptitiously, as though being at last found out. The auctioneer referred to John Baines and to Samuel Povey with a sense of personal loss, and then expressed his pleasure in the presence of the ladies. He meant Constance, who once more had to blush. "Now, gentlemen," said the auctioneer, "what do you say for these famous premises? I think I do not exaggerate when I use the word famous." Someone said £1,000, in the terrorized voice of a delinquent. £1,000, repeated the auctioneer, paused, sipped, and smacked. "Guineas," said another voice, self-accused of iniquity. 1,050, said the auctioneer. Then there was a long interval, an interval that tightened the nerves of the assembly. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," the auctioneer adjured. The first voice said sulkily, 1,100. And thus the bids rose to 1,500, lifted bit by bit, as it were, by the magnetic force of the auctioneer's personality. The man was now standing up in domination. He bent down to the solicitor's head. They whispered together. "Gentlemen," said the auctioneer, "I am happy to inform you that the sale is now open." His tone translated better than words his calm professional beatitude. Suddenly, in a voice of wrath, he hissed at the waiter, "Waiter, why don't you serve these gentlemen?" "Yes, sir, yes, sir." The auctioneer sat down and sipped at leisure, chatting with his clerk and the solicitor and the solicitor's clerk. When he rose, it was as a conqueror. "Gentlemen, 1,500 is bid. Now, Mr. Critchlow?" Mr. Critchlow shook his head. The auctioneer threw a courteous glance at Constance, who avoided it. After many adjurations, he reluctantly raised his hammer, pretended to let it fall, and saved it several times. And then Mr. Critchlow said, "And 50?" 1,550 is bid, the auctioneer informed the company, electrifying the waiter once more. And when he had sipped, he said, with feigned sadness, "Come, gentlemen, you surely don't mean to let this magnificent lot go for £1,550. But they did mean that. The hammer fell, and the auctioneer's clerk and the solicitor's clerk took Mr. Critchlow aside and wrote with him. Nobody was surprised when Mr. Critchlow bought lot number 2, his own shop. Constance whispered then to Cyril that she wished to leave. They left with unnatural precautions, but instantly regained their natural demeanour in the dark street. Well, I never," she murmured outside, astonished and disturbed. She hated the prospect of Mr. Critchlow as a landlord, and yet she could not persuade herself to leave the place in spite of decisions. The sale demonstrated that football had not entirely undermined the commercial basis of society in Bursley. Only 2 lots had to be withdrawn. 2. On Thursday afternoon of the same week, the youth whom Constance had ended by hiring for the manipulation of shutters and other jobs unsuitable for fragile women was closing the shop. The clock had struck 2. All the shutters were up except the last one. In the midst of the doorway, Miss Insull and her mistress were walking about the darkened interior, putting dust sheets well over the edges of exposed goods. The other assistants had just left. The bull terrier had wandered into the shop, as he almost invariably did at closing time, for he slept there, an efficient guard, and had lain down by the dying stove. Though not venerable, he was stiffening into age. "You can shut," said Miss Insull to the youth. But as the final shutter was ascending to its position, Mr. Critchlow appeared on the pavement. "Hold on, young fella," Mr. Critchlow commanded, and stepped slowly, lifting up his long apron over the horizontal shutter on which the perpendicular shutters rested in the doorway. "Shall you be long, Mr. Critchlow?" the youth asked, posing the shutter, "or am I to shut?" "Shut, lad," said Mr. Critchlow briefly. "I'll go out by the side door." "Here's Mr. Critchlow," Miss Insull called out to Constance in a peculiar tone, and a flush, scarcely perceptible, crept very slowly over her dark features. In the twilight of the shop, lit only by a few starry holes in the shutters and by the small side window, not the keenest eye could have detected that flush. "Mr. Critchlow!" Constance murmured the exclamation. She resented his future ownership of her shop. She thought he was come to play the landlord, and she determined to let him see that her mood was independent and free, that she would as lief give up the business as keep it. In particular, she meant to accuse him of having deliberately deceived her as to his intentions on his previous visit. "Well, missus," the aged man greeted her, "we've made it up between us. Happen some folk'll think we've taken our time, but I don't know as that's their affair." His little blinking eyes had a red border. The skin of his pale small face was wrinkled in millions of minute creases. His arms and legs were marvellously thin and sharply angular. The corners of his heliotrope lips were turned down as usual in a mysterious comment on the world, and his smile, as he fronted Constance with his excessive height, crowned the mystery. Constance stared, at a loss. It surely could not after all be true, the substance of the rumours that had floated like vapours in the square for 8 years and more. "What—" she began. "Me and her." He jerked his head in the direction of Miss Insull. The dog had leisurely strolled forward to inspect the edges of the fiancée's trousers. Miss Insull summoned the animal with the noise of fingers, and then bent down and caressed it, a strange gesture, proving the validity of Charles Critchlow's discovery that in Maria Insull a human being was buried. Miss Insull was, as near as anyone could guess, 40 years of age. For 25 years she had served in the shop, passing about 12 hours a day in the shop, attending regularly at least 3 religious services at the Wesleyan chapel or school on Sundays, and sleeping with her mother, whom she kept. She had never earned more than 30 shillings a week, and yet her situation was considered to be exceptionally good. In the eternal fusty dark of the shop, she had gradually lost such sexual characteristics and charms as she had once possessed. She was as thin and flat as Charles Critchlow himself. It was as though her bosom had suffered from a prolonged drought at a susceptible period of development, and had never recovered. The one proof that blood ran in her veins was the pimply quality of her ruined complexion, and the pimples of that brickish expanse proved that the blood was thin and bad. Her hands and feet were large and ungainly. The skin of the fingers was roughened by coarse contacts to the texture of emery paper. On 6 days a week she wore black. On the 7th, a kind of discreet half-mourning. She was honest, capable, and industrious, and beyond the confines of her occupation she had no curiosity, no intelligence, no ideas. Superstitions and prejudices, deep and violent, served her for ideas, but she could incomparably sell silks and bonnets, braces and oilcloth. In widths, lengths, and prices she never erred. She never annoyed a customer, nor foolishly promised what could not be performed, nor was late, nor negligent, nor disrespectful. No one knew anything about her, because there was nothing to know. Subtract the shop assistant from her, and naught remained. Benighted and spiritually dead, she existed by habit. But for Charles Critchlow she happened to be an illusion. He had cast eyes on her, and had seen youth, innocence, virginity. During 8 years the moth Charles had flitted round the lamp of her brilliance, and was now singed past escape. He might treat her with what casualness he chose. He might ignore her in public. He might talk brutally about women. He might leave her to wonder daily what he meant for months at a stretch. But there emerged indisputable from the sum of his conduct the fact that he wanted her. He desired her. She charmed him. She was something ornamental and luxurious for which he was ready to pay, and to commit follies. He had been a widower since before she was born. To him she was a slip of a girl. All is relative in this world. As for her, she was too indifferent to refuse him. Why refuse him? Oysters do not refuse. "I'm sure I congratulate you both," Constance breathed, realising the import of Mr. Critchlow's laconic words. "I'm sure I hope you'll be happy." "I'll be all right," said Mr. Critchlow. "Thank you, Mrs. Povey," said Maria Insull. Nobody seemed to know what to say next. "It's rather sudden," was on Constance's tongue, but did not achieve utterance, being patently absurd. "Ah!" exclaimed Mr. Critchlow, as though himself contemplating anew the situation. Miss Insull gave the dog a final pat. "So that's settled," said Mr. Critchlow. "Now, missus, you want to give up this shop, don't you?" "I'm not sure about that," Constance answered uneasily. "Don't tell me," he protested. "Of course you want to give up the shop." "I've lived here all my life," said Constance. "You've not lived in the shop all your life. I said the shop. Listen here," he continued. "I've got a proposal to make to you. You can keep on the house, and I'll take the shop off your hands. Now." He looked at her inquiringly. Constance was taken aback by the brusqueness of the suggestion, which, moreover, she did not understand. "But how—" "Come here," said Mr. Critchlow impatiently, and he moved towards the house door of the shop, behind the till. "Come where? What do you want?" Constance demanded in amaze. "Here," said Mr. Critchlow, with increasing impatience. "Follow me, will you?" Constance obeyed. Miss Insull sidled after Constance, and the dog after Miss Insull. Mr. Critchlow went through the doorway and down the corridor, past the cutting-out room to his right. The corridor then turned at a right angle to the left, and ended at the parlour door, the kitchen steps being to the left. Mr. Critchlow stopped short of the kitchen steps, and extended his arms, touching the walls on either side. "Here," he said, tapping the walls with his bony knuckles. "Here, suppose I brick you this up, and the same upstairs between the showroom and the bedroom passage. You've got your house to yourself. You say you've lived here all your life. Well, what's to prevent you finishing up here? The fact is," he added, "it would only be making into two houses again what was two houses to start with. Before your time, missus." "And what about the shop?" cried Constance. "You can sell us the stock at valuation." Constance suddenly comprehended the scheme. Mr. Critchlow would remain the chemist, while Mrs. Critchlow became the head of the chief drapery business in the town. Doubtless they would knock a hole through the separating wall on the other side, to balance the bricking up on this side. They must have thought it all out in detail. Constance revolted. "Yes," she said, a little disdainfully. "And my goodwill, shall you take that at valuation too?" Mr. Critchlow glanced at the creature for whom he was ready to scatter thousands of pounds. She might have been a Freeney, and he the infatuated fool. He glanced at her as if to say, "We expected this, and this is where we agreed it was to stop." "Ay," he said to Constance, "show me your goodwill. Wrap it up in a bit of paper and hand it over, and I'll take it at valuation. But not afore, missus, not afore. I'm making you a very good offer. £20 a year I'll let you the house for, and take the stock at valuation. Think it over, my lass." Having said what he had to say, Charles Critchlow departed according to his custom. He unceremoniously let himself out by the side door, and passed with wavy apron round the corner of King Street into the square, and so to his own shop, which ignored the Thursday half-holiday. Miss Insull left soon afterwards. 3. Constance's pride urged her to refuse the offer, but in truth her sole objection to it was that she had not thought of the scheme herself, for the scheme really reconciled her wish to remain where she was with her wish to be free of the shop. "I shall make him put me in a new window in the parlour, one that will open," she said positively to Cyril, who accepted Mr. Critchlow's idea with fatalistic indifference. After stipulating for the new window, she closed with the offer. Then there was the stock-taking, which endured for weeks, and then a carpenter came and measured for the window, and a builder and a mason came and inspected doorways, and Constance felt that the end was upon her. She took up the carpet in the parlour, and protected the furniture by dust-sheets. She and Cyril lived between bare boards and dust-sheets for 20 days, and neither carpenter nor mason reappeared. Then, one surprising day, the old window was removed by the carpenter's 2 journeymen, and late in the afternoon the carpenter brought the new window, and the 3 men worked till 10 o'clock at night, fixing it. Cyril wore his cap, and went to bed in his cap, and Constance wore a Paisley shawl. A painter had bound himself beyond all possibility of failure to paint the window on the morrow. He was to begin at 6 a.m, and Amy's alarm clock was altered so that she might be up and dressed to admit him. He came a week later, administered 1 coat, and vanished for another 10 days. Then 2 masons suddenly came with heavy tools, and were shocked to find that all was not prepared for them. After 3 carpetless weeks, Constance had relaid her floors. They tore off wallpaper, sent cascades of plaster down the kitchen steps, withdrew alternate courses of bricks from the wall, and, sated with destruction, hastened away. After 4 days, new red bricks began to arrive, carried by a quite guiltless hodman who had not visited the house before. The hodman met the full storm of Constance's wrath. It was not a vicious wrath, rather a good-humoured wrath, but it impressed the hodman. "My house hasn't been fit to live in for a month," she said in fine. "If these walls aren't built tomorrow, upstairs and down, tomorrow mind, don't let any of you dare to show your noses here again, for I won't have you. Now, you've brought your bricks, off with you, and tell your master what I say." It was effective. The next day, subdued and plausible workmen of all sorts awoke the house with knocking at 6:30 precisely, and the 2 doorways were slowly bricked up. The curious thing was that when the barrier was already a foot high on the ground floor, Constance remembered small possessions of her own which she had omitted to remove from the cutting-out room. Picking up her skirts, she stepped over into the region that was no more hers, and stepped back with the goods. She had a bandana round her head to keep the thick dust out of her hair. She was very busy, very preoccupied with nothings. She had no time for sentimentalities. Yet, when the men arrived at the topmost course, and were at last hidden behind their own erection, and she could see only rough bricks and mortar, she was disconcertingly overtaken by a misty blindness, and could not even see bricks and mortar. Cyril found her with her absurd bandana, weeping in a sheet-covered rocking-chair in the sacked parlour. He whistled uneasily, remarked, "I say, mother, what about tea?" And then, hearing the heavy voices of workmen above, ran with relief upstairs. Tea had been set in the drawing-room. He was glad to learn that from Amy, who informed him also that she should never get used to them new walls, not as long as she lived. He went to the School of Art that night. Constance alone could find nothing to do. She had willed that the walls should be built, and they had been built. But days must elapse before they could be plastered, and after the plaster still more days before the papering. Not for another month, perhaps, would her house be free of workmen and ripe for her own labours. She could only sit in the dust drifts and contemplate the havoc of change, and keep her eyes as dry as she could. The legal transactions were all but complete. Little bills announcing the transfer of the business lay on the counters in the shop at the disposal of customers. In 2 days Charles Critchlow would pay the price of a desire realized. The sign was painted out, and new letters sketched thereon in chalk. In future she would be compelled, if she wished to enter the shop, to enter it as a customer, and from the front. Yes, she saw that though the house remained hers, the root of her life had been wrenched up. And the mess! It seemed inconceivable that the material mess could ever be straightened away. Yet, ere the fields of the county were first covered with snow that season, only one sign survived of the devastating revolution, and that was a loose sheet of wallpaper that had been too soon pasted onto new plaster and would not stick. Maria Insull was Maria Critchlow. Constance had been out into the square and seen the altered sign, and had seen Mrs. Critchlow's taste in window curtains, and seen, most impressive sight of all, that the grimy window of the abandoned room at the top of the abandoned staircase next to the bedroom of her girlhood had been cleaned and a table put in front of it. She knew that the chamber, which she herself had never entered, was to be employed as a storeroom, but the visible proof of its conversion so strangely affected her that she had not felt able to go boldly into the shop as she had meant to do, and make a few purchases in the way of friendliness. "I am a silly woman," she muttered. Later she did venture, timidly abrupt, into the shop, and was received with fitting state by Mrs. Critchlow, as desiccated as ever, who insisted on allowing her the special trade discount, and she carried her little friendly purchases round to her own door in King Street. Trivial, trivial event. Constance, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, did both. She accused herself of developing a hysterical faculty in tears, and strove sagely against it. End of chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 2, Constance. Chapter 8. The Proudest Mother. In the year 1893 there was a new and strange man living at No. 4 St. Luke's Square. Many people remarked on the phenomenon. Very few of his like had ever been seen in Bursley before. One of the striking things about him was the complex way in which he secured himself by means of glittering chains. A chain stretched across his waistcoat, passing through a special buttonhole without a button in the middle. To this cable were firmly linked a watch at one end and a pencil case at the other. The chain also served as a protection against a thief who might attempt to snatch the fancy waistcoat entire. Then there were longer chains beneath the waistcoat, partly designed, no doubt, to deflect bullets, but serving mainly to enable the owner to haul up penknives, cigarette cases, matchboxes, and key rings from the profundities of hip pockets. An essential portion of the man's braces, visible sometimes when he played at tennis, consisted of a chain, and the upper and nether halves of his cuff-links were connected by chains. Occasionally he was to be seen chained to a dog. A reversion, conceivably, to a mediaeval type? Yes, but also the exemplar of the excessively modern. Externally he was a consequence of the fact that, years previously, the leading tailor in Bursley had permitted his son to be apprenticed in London. The father died, the son had the wit to return and make a fortune while creating a new type in the town, a type of which multiple chains were but one feature, and that the least expensive, if the most salient. For instance, up to the historic year in which the young tailor created the type, any cap was a cap in Bursley, and any collar was a collar. But thenceforward no cap was a cap, and no collar was a collar, which did not exactly conform in shape and material to certain sacred caps and collars guarded by the young tailor in his back shop. None knew why these sacred caps and collars were sacred, but they were. Their sacredness endured for about 6 months, and then suddenly, again none knew why, they fell from their estate, and became lower than offal for dogs, and were supplanted on the altar. The type brought into existence by the young tailor was to be recognised by its caps and collars, and in a similar manner by every other article of attire, except its boots. Unfortunately, the tailor did not sell boots, and so imposed on his creatures no mystical creed as to boots. This was a pity, for the bootmakers of the town happened not to be inflamed by the type-creating passion as the tailor was, and thus the new type finished abruptly at the edges of the tailor's trousers. The man at No. 4 St. Luke's Square had comparatively small and narrow feet, which gave him an advantage, and as he was endowed with a certain vague general physical distinction, he managed, despite the internal untidiness of his hair, to be eminent among the type. Assuredly, the frequent sight of him in her house flattered the pride of Constance's eye, which rested on him almost always with pleasure. He had come into the house with startling abruptness, soon after Cyril left school, and was indentured to the head designer at Peel's, that classic earthenware manufactory. The presence of a man in her abode disconcerted Constance at the beginning, but she soon grew accustomed to it, perceiving that a man would behave as a man, and must be expected to do so. This man, in truth, did what he liked in all things. Cyril having always been regarded by both his parents as enormous, one would have anticipated a giant in the new man, but queerly he was slim, and little above the average height. Neither in enormity nor in many other particulars did he resemble the Cyril whom he had supplanted. His gestures were lighter and quicker. He had nothing of Cyril's ungainliness. He had not Cyril's limitless taste for sweets, nor Cyril's terrific hatred of gloves, barbers, and soap. He was much more dreamy than Cyril, and much busier. In fact, Constance only saw him at meal times. He was at Peel's in the day, and at the School of Art every night. He would dream during a meal even, and without actually saying so, he gave the impression that he was the busiest man in Bursley, wrapped in occupations and preoccupations as in a blanket which Constance had difficulty in penetrating. Constance wanted to please him. She lived for nothing but to please him. He was, however, exceedingly difficult to please, not in the least because he was hypercritical and exacting, but because he was indifferent. Constance, in order to satisfy her desire of pleasing, had to make 50 efforts in the hope that he might chance to notice one. He was a good man, amazingly industrious, when once Constance had got him out of bed in the morning, with no vices, kind, save when Constance mistakenly tried to thwart him, charming, with a curious sense of humour that Constance only half understood. Constance was unquestionably vain about him, and she could honestly find in him little to blame. But whereas he was the whole of her universe, she was merely a dim figure in the background of his. Every now and then, with his gentle, elegant raillery, he would apparently rediscover her, as though saying, "Ah, you're still there, are you?" Constance could not meet him on the plane where his interests lay, and he never knew the passionate intensity of her absorption in that minor part of his life which moved on her plane. He never worried about her solitude, or guessed that in throwing her a smile and a word at supper, he was paying her meagrely for 3 hours of lone rockings in a rocking-chair. The worst of it was that she was quite incurable. No experience would suffice to cure her trick of continually expecting him to notice things which he never did notice. One day he said, in the midst of a silence, "By the way, didn't father leave any boxes of cigars?" She had the steps up into her bedroom, and reached down from the dusty top of the wardrobe the box which she had put there after Samuel's funeral. In handing him the box she was doing a great deed. His age was 19, and she was ratifying his precocious habit of smoking by this solemn gift. He entirely ignored the box for several days. She said timidly, "Have you tried those cigars?" "Not yet," he replied. "I'll try 'em one of these days." 10 days later, on a Sunday, when he chanced not to have gone out with his aristocratic friend, Matthew Peel Swinnerton, he did at length open the box and take out a cigar. "Now," he observed roguishly, cutting the cigar, "we shall see Mrs. Plover." He often called her Mrs. Plover for fun. Though she liked him to be sufficiently interested in her to tease her, she did not like being called Mrs. Plover, and she never failed to say, "I'm not Mrs. Plover." He smoked the cigar slowly, in the rocking-chair, throwing his head back and sending clouds to the ceiling, and afterwards he remarked, "The old man's cigars weren't so bad." "Indeed," she answered tartly, as if maternally resenting this easy patronage. But in secret she was delighted. There was something in her son's favourable verdict on her husband's cigars that thrilled her. And she looked at him. Impossible to see in him any resemblance to his father. Oh, he was a far more brilliant, more advanced, more complicated, more seductive being than his homely father. She wondered where he had come from. And yet If his father had lived, what would have occurred between them? Would the boy have been openly smoking cigars in the house at 19? She laboriously interested herself, so far as he would allow, in his artistic studies and productions. A back attic on the second floor was now transformed into a studio, a naked apartment which smelt of oil and of damp clay. Often there were traces of clay on the stairs. For working in clay he demanded of his mother a smock, and she made a smock on the model of a genuine smock which she obtained from a countrywoman who sold eggs and butter in the covered market. Into the shoulders of the smock she put a week's fancy stitching, taking the pattern from an old book of embroidery. One day, when he had seen her stitching, morn, noon and afternoon, at the smock, he said, as she rocked idly after supper, "I suppose you haven't forgotten all about the smock I asked you for, have you, mater?" She knew that he was teasing her, but while perfectly realizing how foolish she was, she nearly always acted as though his teasing was serious. She picked up the smock again from the sofa. When the smock was finished, he examined it intently, then exclaimed, with an air of surprise, "By Jove, that's beautiful! Where did you get this pattern?" He continued to stare at it, smiling in pleasure. He turned over the tattered leaves of the embroidery book with the same naive, charmed astonishment, and carried the book away to the studio. "I must show that to Swinnerton," he said. As for her, the epithet "beautiful" seemed a strange epithet to apply to a mere piece of honest stitchery done in a pattern, and a stitch with which she had been familiar all her life. The fact was, she understood his art less and less. The sole wall decoration of his studio was a Japanese print, which struck her as being entirely preposterous, considered as a picture. She much preferred his own early drawings of moss roses and picturesque castles, things that he now mercilessly condemned. Later, he discovered her cutting out another smock. "What's that for?" he inquired. "Well," she said, "you can't manage with one smock. What shall you do when that one has to go to the wash?" "Wash?" he repeated vaguely. "There's no need for it to go to the wash." "Cyril," she replied, "don't try my patience. I was thinking of making you half a dozen." He whistled. "With all that stitching?" he questioned, amazed at the undertaking. "Why not?" she said. In her young days no sempstress ever made fewer than half a dozen of anything, and it was usually a dozen. It was sometimes a half a dozen. "Well," he murmured, "you've got a nerve, I'll say that." Similar things happened whenever he showed that he was pleased. If he said of a dish, in her local tongue, "I could do with a bit of that," or if he simply smacked his lips over it, she would surfeit him with that dish. 2. On a hot day in August, just before they were about to leave Bursley for a month in the Isle of Man, Cyril came home, pale and perspiring, and dropped onto the sofa. He wore a grey alpaca suit, and except his hair, which, in addition to being very untidy, was damp with sweat, he was a masterpiece of slim elegance, despite the heat. He blew out great sighs, and rested his head on the antimacassared arm of the sofa. "Well, mater," he said, in a voice of factitious calm, "I've got it." He was looking up at the ceiling. "Got what?" "The National Scholarship. Swinnerton says it's a sheer fluke, but I've got it. Great glory for the Bursley School of Art." "National Scholarship?" she said. "What's that? What is it?" "Now, mother," he admonished her, not without testiness, "don't go and say I've never breathed a word about it." He lit a cigarette to cover his self-consciousness, for he perceived that she was moved far beyond the ordinary. Never, in fact, not even by the death of her husband, had she received such a frightful blow as that which the dreamy Cyril had just dealt her. It was not a complete surprise, but it was nearly a complete surprise. A few months previously he certainly had mentioned, in his incidental way, the subject of a national scholarship. Apropos of a drinking cup which he had designed, he had said that the director of the School of Art had suggested that it was good enough to compete for the National, and that as he was otherwise qualified for the competition, he might as well send the cup to South Kensington. He had added that Peel Swinnerton had laughed at the notion as absurd. On that occasion she had comprehended that a national scholarship involved residence in London. She ought to have begun to live in fear. For Cyril had a most disturbing habit of making a mere momentary reference to matters which he deemed very important and which occupied a large share of his attention. He was secretive by nature, and the rigidity of his father's rule had developed this trait in his character. But really he had spoken of the competition with such an extreme casualness that with little effort she had dismissed it from her anxieties as involving a contingency so remote as to be negligible. She had, genuinely, almost forgotten it. Only at rare intervals had it wakened in her a dull transitory pain, like the herald of a fatal malady. And as a woman in the opening stage of a disease, she had hastily reassured herself, "How silly of me! This can't possibly be anything serious." And now she was condemned. She knew it. She knew there could be no appeal. She knew that she might as usefully have besought mercy from a tiger as from her good, industrious, dreamy son. "It means £1 a week," said Cyril, his self-consciousness intensified by her silence and by the dreadful look on her face. "And, of course, free tuition." "For how long?" she managed to say. "Well," said he, "that depends. Nominally for a year. But if you behave yourself, it's always continued for 3 years." If he stayed for 3 years, he would never come back. That was a certainty. How she rebelled, furious and despairing, against the fortuitous cruelty of things. She was sure that he had not, till then, thought seriously of going to London. But the fact that the government would admit him free to its classrooms, and give him £1 a week besides, somehow forced him to go to London. It was not lack of means that would have prevented him from going. Why then should the presence of means induce him to go? There was no logical reason. The whole affair was disastrously absurd. The art master at the Wedgwood Institution had merely chanced, to suggest that the drinking cup should be sent to South Kensington, and the result of this caprice was that she was sentenced to solitude for life. It was too monstrously, too incredibly wicked. With what futile and bitter execration she murmured in her heart the word "if." If Cyril's childish predilections had not been encouraged, if he had only been content to follow his father's trade, if she had flatly refused to sign his indenture at Peel's and pay the premium, if he had not turned from colour to clay, if the art master had not had that fatal idea, if the judges for the competition had decided otherwise, if only she had brought Cyril up in habits of obedience, sacrificing temporary peace to permanent security. For after all, he could not abandon her without her consent. He was not of age, and he would want a lot more money, which he could obtain from none but her. She could refuse. No, she could not refuse. He was the master, the tyrant. For the sake of daily pleasantness, she had weakly yielded to him at the start. She had behaved badly to herself and to him. He was spoiled. She had spoiled him. And he was about to repay her with lifelong misery, and nothing would deflect him from his course, the usual conduct of the spoilt child. Had she not witnessed it and moralized upon it in other families? "You don't seem very chirpy over it, mater," he said. She went out of the room. His joy in the prospect of departure from the Five Towns, from her, though he masked it, was more manifest than she could bear. The Signal, the next day, made a special item of the news. It appeared that no national scholarship had been won in the Five Towns for 11 years. The citizens were exhorted to remember that Mr. Povey had gained his success in open competition with the cleverest young students of the entire kingdom, and in a branch of art which he had but recently taken up, and further that the government offered only 8 scholarships each year. The name of Cyril Povey passed from lip to lip, and nobody who met Constance in street or shop could refrain from informing her that she ought to be a proud mother to have such a son, but that truly they were not surprised, and how proud his poor father would have been. A few sympathetically hinted that maternal pride was one of those luxuries that may cost too dear. 3. The holiday in the Isle of Man was of course ruined for her. She could scarcely walk because of the weight of a lump of lead that she carried in her bosom. On the brightest days the lump of lead was always there. Besides, she was so obese. In ordinary circumstances they might have stayed beyond the month. An indentured pupil is not strapped to the wheel like a common apprentice. Moreover, the indentures were to be cancelled. But Constance did not care to stay. She had to prepare for his departure to London. She had to lay the faggots for her own martyrdom. In this business of preparation she showed as much silliness. She betrayed as perfect a lack of perspective as the most superior son could desire for a topic of affectionate irony. Her preoccupation with petty things of no importance whatever was worthy of the finest traditions of fond motherhood. However, Cyril's careless satire had no effect on her, save that once she got angry, thereby startling him. He quite correctly and sagely laid this unprecedented outburst to the account of her wrought nerves, and forgave it. Happily for the smoothness of Cyril's translation to London, young Peel Swinnerton was acquainted with the capital, had a brother in Chelsea, knew of reputable lodgings, was indeed an encyclopaedia of the town, and would himself spend a portion of the autumn there. Otherwise, the preliminaries which his mother would have insisted on by means of tears and hysteria might have proved fatiguing to Cyril. The day came when, on that day week, Cyril would be gone. Constance steadily fabricated cheerfulness against the prospect. She said, "Suppose I come with you?" He smiled in toleration of this joke as being a passable quality of joke, and then she smiled in the same sense, hastening to agree with him that, as a joke, it was not a bad joke. In the last week he was very loyal to his tailor. Many a young man would have commanded new clothes after, not before, his arrival in London, but Cyril had faith in his Creator. On the day of departure, the household, the very house itself, was in a state of excitation. He was to leave early. He would not listen to the project of her accompanying him as far as Knype, where the loop line joined the main. She might go to Bursley station and no further. When she rebelled, he disclosed the merest hint of his sullen, churlish side, and she at once yielded. During breakfast she did not cry, but the aspect of her face made him protest. "Now look here, mater, just try to remember I shall be back for Christmas. It's barely 3 months." And he lit a cigarette. She made no reply. Amy lugged a Gladstone bag down the crooked stairs. A trunk was already close to the door. It had wrinkled the carpet and deranged the mat. "You didn't forget to put the hairbrush in, did you, Amy?" he asked. "No, Mr. Cyril," she blubbered. "Amy," Constance sharply corrected her as Cyril ran upstairs, "I wonder you can't control yourself better than that." Amy weakly apologised. Although treated almost as one of the family, she ought not to have forgotten that she was a servant. What right had she to weep over Cyril's luggage? This question was put to her in Constance's tone. The cab came. Cyril tumbled downstairs with exaggerated carelessness, and with exaggerated carelessness he joked at the cabman. "Now, mother," he cried when the luggage was stowed, "do you want me to miss this train?" But he knew that the margin of time was ample. It was his fun. "Nay, I can't be hurried," she said, fixing her bonnet. "Amy, as soon as we're gone you can clear this table." She climbed heavily into the cab. "That's it, smash the springs," Cyril teased her. The horse got a stinging cut to recall him to the seriousness of life. It was a fine, bracing autumn morning, and the driver felt the need of communicating his abundant energy to someone or something. They drove off, Amy staring after them from the door. Matters had been so marvellously well arranged that they arrived at the station 20 minutes before the train was due. "Never mind," Cyril mockingly comforted his mother. "You'd rather be 20 minutes too soon than 1 minute too late, wouldn't you?" His high spirits had to come out somehow. Gradually the minutes passed, and the empty slate-tinted platform became dotted with people to whom that train was nothing but a loop-line train, people who took that train every weekday of their lives and knew all its eccentricities. And they heard the train whistle as it started from Turnhill, and Cyril had a final word with the porter who was in charge of the luggage. He made a handsome figure, and he had £20 in his pocket. When he returned to Constance, she was sniffing, and through her veil he could see that her eyes were circled with red. But through her veil she could see nothing. The train rolled in, rattling to a standstill. Constance lifted her veil and kissed him, and kissed her life out. He smelt the odour of her crape. He was for an instant close to her, close, and he seemed to have an overwhelmingly intimate glimpse into her secrets. He seemed to be choked in the sudden strong emotion of that crape. He felt queer. "Here you are, sir. Second smoker," called the porter. The daily frequenters of the train boarded it, with their customary disgust. "I'll write as soon as ever I get there," said Cyril of his own accord. It was the best he could muster. With what grace he raised his hat! A sliding away, clouds of steam, and she shared the dead platform with milk cans, two porters, and Smith's noisy boy. She walked home very slowly and painfully. The lump of lead was heavier than ever before, and the townspeople saw the proudest mother in Bursley walking home. "After all," she argued with her soul, angrily, petulantly, "could you expect the boy to do anything else? He's a serious student. He's had a brilliant success, and is he to be tied to your apron strings? The idea is preposterous. It isn't as if he were an idler or a bad son. No mother could have a better son. A nice thing that he should stay all his life in Bursley simply because you don't like being left alone." Unfortunately, one might as well argue with a mule as with one's soul. Her soul only kept saying monotonously, "I'm a lonely old woman now. I've nothing to live for any more, and I'm no use to anybody. Once I was young and proud, and this is what my life has come to. This is the end." When she reached home, Amy had not touched the breakfast things. The carpet was still wrinkled, and the mat still out of place. And through the desolating atmosphere of reaction after a terrific crisis, she marched directly upstairs, entered his plundered room, and beheld the disorder of the bed in which he had slept. End of Chapter 8, and of Book 2. Book 3, Chapter 1 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 3, Sophia. Chapter 1, The Elopement. 1. Her soberly rich dress had a countrified air as she waited, ready for the streets, in the bedroom of the London Hotel on the afternoon of the 1st of July, 1866. But there was nothing of the provincial in that beautiful face, nor in the bearing, at once shy and haughty, and her eager heart soared beyond geographical boundaries. It was the Hatfield Hotel in Salisbury Street, between the Strand and the river. Both street and hotel are now gone, lost in the vast foundations of the Savoy and the Cecil, but the type of the Hatfield lingers with ever-increasing shabbiness in Jermyn Street. In 1866, with its dark passages and crooked stairs, its candles, its carpets and stuffs which had outlived their patterns, its narrow dining-room, where 1,000 busy flies ate together at one long table, its acrid, stagnant atmosphere, and its disturbing sensation of dirt everywhere concealing itself, it stood forth in rectitude as a good average modern hotel. The patched and senile drabness of the bedroom made an environment that emphasized Sophia's flashing youth. She alone in it was unsullied. There was a knock at the door, apparently gay and jaunty, but she thought truly, "He's nearly as nervous as I am." And in her sick nervousness she coughed, and then tried to take full possession of herself. The moment had at last come which would divide her life as a battle divides the history of a nation. Her mind, in an instant, swept backwards through an incredible 3 months. The schemings to obtain and hide Gerald's letters at the shop, and to reply to them. the far more complex and dangerous duplicity practised upon her majestic aunt at Axe, the visits to the Axe post office, the 3 divine meetings with Gerald at an early morning by the canal feeder, when he had told her of his inheritance and of the harshness of his uncle Balderow, and with a rush of words had spread before her the prospect of eternal bliss, the nights of fear, the sudden dizzy acquiescence in his plan, and the feeling of universal unreality which obsessed her, the audacious departure from her aunt's, showering a cascade of appalling lies, her dismay at Knype Station, her blush as she asked for a ticket to London, the ironic, sympathetic glance of the porter who took charge of her trunk, and then the thunder of the incoming train, her renewed dismay when she found that it was very full, and her distracted plunge into a compartment with 6 people already in it, and the abrupt reopening of the carriage door, and that curt inquisition from an inspector, "Wherefore, please? Wherefore? Wherefore?" until her turn was reached. "Wherefore, miss?" and her weak little reply, "Euston," and more violent blushes, and then the long steady beating of the train over the rails, keeping time to the rhythm of the unanswerable voice within her breast, "Why are you here? Why are you here?" And then Rugby, and the awful ordeal of meeting Gerald, his entry into the compartment, the rearrangement of seats, and their excruciatingly painful attempts at commonplace conversation in the publicity of the carriage. She had felt that that part of the enterprise had not been very well devised by Gerald. And at last London, the thousands of cabs, the fabulous streets, the general roar, all dream surpassing, intensifying to an extraordinary degree the obsession of unreality, the illusion that she could not really have done what she had done, that she was not really doing what she was doing. Supremely and finally, the delicious torture of the clutch of terror at her heart as she moved by Gerald's side through the impossible adventure. Who was this rash, mad Sophia? Surely not herself. The knock at the door was impatiently repeated. "Come in," she said timidly. Gerald Scales came in. Yes, beneath that mien of a commercial traveller who has been everywhere and through everything, he was very nervous. It was her privacy that, with her consent, he had invaded. He had engaged the bedroom only, with the intention of using it as a retreat for Sophia until the evening, when they were to resume their travels. It ought not to have had any disturbing significance, but the mere disorder on the washstand, a towel lying on one of the cane chairs, made him feel that he was affronting decency, and so increased his jaunty nervousness. The moment was painful. The moment was difficult beyond his skill to handle it naturally. Approaching her with factitious ease, he kissed her through her veil, which he then lifted with an impulsive movement, and he kissed her again more ardently, perceiving that her ardour was exceeding his. This was the first time they had been alone together since her flight from Axe, and yet, with his worldly experience, he was naive enough to be surprised that he could not put all the heat of passion into his embrace, and he wondered why he was not thrilled at the contact with her. However, the powerful clinging of her lips somewhat startled his senses, and also delighted him by its silent promise. He could smell the stuff of her veil, the sarcenet of her bodice, and, as it were wrapped in these odours as her body was wrapped in its clothes, the faint, fleshly perfume of her body itself. Her face, viewed so close that he could see the almost imperceptible down on those fruit-like cheeks, was astonishingly beautiful. The dark eyes were exquisitely misted, and he could feel the secret loyalty of her soul ascending to him. She was very slightly taller than her lover, but somehow she hung from him, her body curved backwards and her bosom pressed against his, so that instead of looking up at her gaze, he looked down at it. He preferred that. Perfectly proportioned though he was, his stature was a delicate point with him. His spirits rose by the uplift of his senses. His fears slipped away. He began to be very satisfied with himself. He was the inheritor of £12,000, and he had won this unique creature. She was his creature. He held her close, permittedly scanning the minutiae of her skin, permittedly crushing her flimsy silks. Something in him had forced her to lay her modesty on the altar of his desire, and the sun brightly shone. So he kissed her yet more ardently, and with the slightest touch of a victor's condescension, and her burning response more than restored the self-confidence which he had been losing. "I've got no one but you now," she murmured in a melting voice. She fancied in her ignorance that the expression of this sentiment would please him. She was not aware that a man is usually rather chilled by it, because it proves to him that the other is thinking about his responsibilities and not about his privileges. Certainly it calmed Gerald, though without imparting to him her sense of his responsibilities. He smiled vaguely. To Sophia, his smile was a miracle continually renewed. It mingled dashing gaiety with a hint of wistful appeal in a manner that never failed to bewitch her. A less innocent girl than Sophia might have divined from that adorable half-feminine smile that she could do anything with Gerald except rely on him. But Sophia had to learn. "Are you ready?" he asked, placing his hands on her shoulders and holding her away from him. "Yes," she said, nerving herself. Their faces were still very near together. "Well, would you like to go and see the Doré pictures?" A simple enough question, a proposal felicitous enough. Doré was becoming known even in the Five Towns, not assuredly by his illustrations to the Conte Drôlatique of Balzac, but by his shuddering biblical conceits. In pious circles, Doré was saving art from the reproach of futility and frivolity. It was indubitably a tasteful idea on Gerald's part to take his love of a summer's afternoon to gaze at the originals of those prints which had so deeply impressed the Five Towns. It was an idea that sanctified the profane adventure. Yet Sophia showed signs of affliction. Her colour went and came, her throat made the motion of swallowing. There was a muscular contraction over her whole body, and she drew herself from him. Her glance, however, did not leave him, and his eyes fell before hers. "But what about the wedding?" she breathed. That sentence seemed to cost all her pride, but she was obliged to utter it, and to pay for it. "Oh," he said, lightly and quickly, just as though she had reminded him of a detail that might have been forgotten. "I was just going to tell you, it can't be done here. There's been some change in the rules. I only found out for certain last night. But I've ascertained that it'll be as simple as ABC before the English consul at Paris, and as I've got the tickets for us to go over tonight as we arranged—" He stopped. She sat down on the towel-covered chair, staggered. She believed what he said. She did not suspect that he was using the classic device of the seducer. It was his casualness that staggered her. Had it really been his intention to set off on an excursion and remark as an afterthought, "By the way, we can't be married, as I told you at 2:30 today"? Despite her extreme ignorance and innocence, Sophia held a high opinion of her own common sense and capacity for looking after herself, and she could scarcely believe that he was expecting her to go to Paris, and at night, without being married. She looked pitiably young, virgin, raw, unsophisticated, helpless in the midst of dreadful dangers. Yet her head was full of a blank astonishment at being mistaken for a simpleton. The sole explanation could be that Gerald, in some matters, must himself be a confiding simpleton. He had not reflected. He had not sufficiently realized the immensity of her sacrifice in flying with him even to London. She felt sorry for him. She had the woman's first glimpse of the necessity for some adjustment of outlook as an essential preliminary to uninterrupted happiness. "It'll be all right," Gerald persuasively continued. He looked at her as she was not looking at him. She was 19, but she seemed to him utterly mature and mysterious. Her face baffled him. Her mind was a foreign land. Helpless in one sense she might be. Yet she, and not he, stood for destiny. The future lay in the secret and capricious workings of that mind. "Oh no!" she exclaimed curtly. "Oh no!" "Oh no, what? We can't possibly go like that," she said. "But don't I tell you it'll be all right?" he protested. "If we stay here and they come after you. Besides, I've got the tickets and all." "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" she demanded. But how could I? He grumbled. We haven't had a single minute alone. This was nearly true. They could not have discussed the formalities of marriage in the crowded train, nor during the hurried lunch with a dozen cocked ears at the same table. He saw himself on sure ground here. Now could we? He pressed. And you talk about going to see pictures, was her reply. Undoubtedly, this had been a grave error of tact. He recognised that it was a stupidity, and so he resented it, as though she had committed it and not he. My dear girl, he said, hurt, I acted for the best. It isn't my fault if rules are altered and officials silly. You ought to have told me before, she persisted sullenly. But how could I? He almost believed in that moment that he had really intended to marry her, and that the ineptitudes of red tape had prevented him from achieving his honourable purpose, whereas he had done nothing whatever towards the marriage. Oh no, she repeated, with heavy lip and liquid eye. Oh no. He gathered that she was flouting his suggestion of Paris. Slowly and nervously he approached her. She did not stir nor look up. Her glance was fixed on the washstand. He bent down and murmured, Come now, it'll be all right. You'll travel in the ladies' saloon on the steam packet. She did not stir. He bent lower and touched the back of her neck with his lips. And she sprang up, sobbing and angry. Because she was mad for him, she hated him furiously. All tenderness had vanished. I'll thank you not to touch me, she said fiercely. She had given him her lips a moment ago, but now to graze her neck was an insult. He smiled sheepishly. But really, you must be reasonable, he argued. What have I done? It's what you haven't done, I think, she cried. Why didn't you tell me while we were in the cab? I didn't care to begin worrying you just then, he replied, which was exactly true. The fact was, he had of course shirked telling her that no marriage would occur that day. Not being a professional seducer of young girls, he lacked skill to do a difficult thing simply. Now come along, little girl, he went on with just a trifle of impatience. Let's go out and enjoy ourselves. I assure you that everything will be all right in Paris. That's what you said about coming to London, she retorted sarcastically through her sobs. And look at you. Did he imagine for a single instant that she would have come to London with him, save on the understanding that she was to be married immediately upon arrival? This attitude of an indignant question was not to be reconciled with her belief that his excuses for himself were truthful, but she did not remark the discrepancy. Her sarcasm wounded his vanity. Oh, very well, he muttered. If you don't choose to believe what I say. He shrugged his shoulders. She said nothing, but the sobs swept at intervals through her frame, shaking it. Reading hesitation in her face, he tried again. Come along, little girl, and wipe your eyes. And he approached her. She stepped back. No, no, she denied him passionately. He had esteemed her too cheaply, and she did not care to be called little girl. Then what shall you do? He inquired in a tone which blended mockery and bullying. She was making a fool of him. I can tell you what I shan't do, she said. I shan't go to Paris. Her sobs were less frequent. That's not my question, he said icily. I want to know what you will do. There was now no pretence of affectionateness either on her part or on his. They might, to judge from their attitudes, have been nourished from infancy on mutual hatred. What's that got to do with you? She demanded. It's got everything to do with me, he said. Well, you can go and find out, she said. It was girlish, it was childish, it was scarcely according to the canons for conducting a final rupture, but it was not the less tragically serious. Indeed, the spectacle of this young girl, absurdly behaving like one in a serious crisis, increased the tragicalness of the situation, even if it did not heighten it. The idea that ran through Gerald's brain was the ridiculous folly of having anything to do with young girls. He was quite blind to her beauty. Go? He repeated her word. You mean that? Of course I mean it, she answered promptly. The coward in him urged him to take advantage of her ignorant, helpless pride, and leave her at her word. He remembered the scene she had made at the pit shaft, and he said to himself that her charm was not worth her temper, and that he was a fool ever to have dreamt that it was, and that he would be doubly a fool now not to seize the opportunity of withdrawing from an insane enterprise. "I'm to go?" he asked, with a sneer. She nodded. "Of course, if you order me to leave you, I must. Can I do anything for you?" She signalled that he could not. "Nothing? You're sure?" She frowned. "Well then, good-bye." He turned towards the door. "I suppose you'd leave me here, without money or anything," she said in a cold, cutting voice, and her sneer was far more destructive than his. It destroyed in him the last trace of compassion for her. "Oh, I beg pardon," he said, and swaggeringly counted out 5 sovereigns onto a chest of drawers. She rushed at them. "Do you think I'd take your odious money?" she snarled, gathering the coins in her gloved hand. Her first impulse was to throw them in his face, but she paused, and then flung them into a corner of the room. "Pick them up," she commanded him. "No thanks," he said briefly, and left, shutting the door. Only a very little while, and they had been lovers, exuding tenderness with every gesture, like a perfume. Only a very little while, and she had been deciding to telegraph condescendingly to her mother that she was all right. And now the dream was utterly dissolved, and the voice of that hard common sense which spake to her in her wildest moods grew loud in asserting that the enterprise could never have come to any good, that it was from its inception an impossible enterprise, unredeemed by the slightest justification. An enormous folly. Yes, an elopement, but not like a real elopement, always unreal. She had always known that it was only an imitation of an elopement, and must end in some awful disappointment. She had never truly wanted to run away, but something within her had pricked her forward in spite of her protests. The strict notions of her elderly relatives were right after all. It was she who had been wrong, and it was she who would have to pay. "I've been a wicked girl," she said to herself grimly, in the midst of her ruin. She faced the fact, but she would not repent. At any rate, she would never sit on that stool. She would not exchange the remains of her pride for the means of escape to the worst misery that life could offer. On that point she knew herself, and she set to work to repair and renew her pride. Whatever happened, she would not return to the Five Towns. She could not, because she had stolen money from her Aunt Harriet. As much as she had thrown back at Gerald, she had filched from her aunt, but in the form of a note. A prudent, mysterious instinct had moved her to take this precaution, and she was glad. She would never have been able to dart that sneer at Gerald about money if she had really needed money. So she rejoiced in her crime, though, since Aunt Harriet would assuredly discover the loss at once, the crime eternally prevented her from going back to her family. Never, never would she look at her mother with the eyes of a thief. In truth, Aunt Harriet did discover the loss, and very creditably said naught about it to anybody. The knowledge of it would have twisted the knife in the maternal heart. Sophia was also glad that she had refused to proceed to Paris. The recollection of her firmness in refusing flattered her vanity as a girl convinced that she could take care of herself. To go to Paris unmarried would have been an inconceivable madness. The mere thought of the enormity did outrage to her moral susceptibilities. No, Gerald had most perfectly mistaken her for another sort of girl, as for instance a shop assistant or a barmaid. With this the catalogue of her satisfactions ended. She had no idea at all as to what she ought to do, or could do. The mere prospect of venturing out of the room intimidated her. Had Gerald left her trunk in the hall? Of course he had. What a question! But what would happen to her? London had merely dazed her. She could do nothing for herself. She was as helpless as a rabbit in London. She drew aside the window curtain and had a glimpse of the river. It was inevitable that she should think of suicide, for she could not suppose that any girl had ever got herself into a plight more desperate than hers. "I could slip out at night and drown myself," she thought seriously. "A nice thing that would be for Gerald." Then loneliness, like a black midnight, overwhelmed her, swiftly wasting her strength, disintegrating her pride in its horrid flood. She glanced about for support, as a woman in the open street who feels she is going to faint, and went blindly to the bed, falling on it with the upper part of her body in an attitude of abandonment. She wept, but without sobbing. 2. Gerald Scales walked about the Strand, staring up at its high, narrow houses, crushed one against another, as though they had been packed, unsorted, by a packer who thought of nothing but economy of space. Except by Somerset House, King's College, and one or two theatres and banks, the monotony of mean shops, with several stories unevenly perched over them, was unbroken. Then Gerald encountered Exeter Hall, and examined its prominent facade with a provincial's eye, for despite his travels he was not very familiar with London. Exeter Hall naturally took his mind back to his uncle Balderow, that great and ardent nonconformist, and his own godly youth. It was laughable to muse upon what his uncle would say and think, did the old man know that his nephew had run away with a girl, meaning to seduce her in Paris. It was enormously funny. However, he had done with all that. He was well out of it. She had told him to go, and he had gone. She had money to get home. She had nothing to do but use the tongue in her head. The rest was her affair. He would go to Paris alone and find another amusement. It was absurd to have supposed that Sophia would ever have suited him. Not in such a family as the Baineses could one reasonably expect to discover an ideal mistress. No, there had been a mistake. The whole business was wrong. She had nearly made a fool of him. But he was not the man to be made a fool of. He had kept his dignity intact. So he said to himself. Yet all the time his dignity, and his pride also, were bleeding, dropping invisible blood along the length of the Strand pavements. He was at Salisbury Street again. He pictured her in the bedroom. Damn her! He wanted her. He wanted her with an excessive desire. He hated to think that he had been balked. He hated to think that she would remain immaculate. And he continued to picture her in the exciting privacy of that cursed bedroom. Now he was walking down Salisbury Street. He did not wish to be walking down Salisbury Street, but there he was. "Oh, hell," he murmured. "I suppose I must go through with it." He felt desperate. He was ready to pay any price in order to be able to say to himself that he had accomplished what he had set his heart on. "My wife hasn't gone out, has she?" he asked of the hall porter. "I'm not sure, sir. I think not," said the hall porter. The fear that Sophia had already departed made him sick. When he noticed her trunk still there, he took hope and ran upstairs. He saw her, a dark, crumpled, sinuous piece of humanity, half on and half off the bed, silhouetted against the bluish-white counterpane. Her hat was on the floor, with the spotted veil trailing away from it. This sight seemed to him to be the most touching that he had ever seen, though her face was hidden. He forgot everything except the deep and strange emotion which affected him. He approached the bed. She did not stir. Having heard the entry, and knowing that it must be Gerald who had entered, Sophia forced herself to remain still. A wild, splendid hope shot up in her. Constrained by all the power of her will not to move, she could not stifle a sob that had lain in ambush in her throat. The sound of the sob fetched tears to the eyes of Gerald. "Sophia!" he appealed to her. But she did not stir. Another sob shook her. "Very well, then," said Gerald. "We'll stay in London till we can be married. I'll arrange it. I'll find a nice boarding house for you, and I'll tell the people you're my cousin. I shall stay on at this hotel, and I'll come and see you every day." A silence. "Thank you," she blubbered. "Thank you." He saw that her little gloved hand was stretching out towards him like a feeler, and he seized it and knelt down and took her clumsily by the waist. Somehow he dared not kiss her yet. An immense relief surged very slowly through them both. I really..." She began to say something, but the articulation was lost in her sobs. What do you say, dearest?" he questioned eagerly, and she made another effort. "I really couldn't have gone to Paris with you without being married," she succeeded at last. I really couldn't." "No, no," he soothed her. "Of course you couldn't. It was I who was wrong. But you didn't know how I felt. So far it's all right now, isn't it?" She sat up and kissed him fairly. It was so wonderful and startling that he burst openly into tears. She saw in the facile intensity of his emotion a guarantee of their future happiness, and as he had soothed her, so now she soothed him. They clung together, equally surprised at the sweet, exquisite, blissful melancholy which drenched them through and through. It was remorse for having quarrelled, for having lacked faith in the supreme rightness of the high adventure. Everything was right and would be right, and they had been criminally absurd. It was remorse, but it was pure bliss and worth the quarrel. Gerald resumed his perfection again in her eyes. He was the soul of goodness and honour, and for him she was again the ideal mistress, who would, however, be also a wife. As in his mind he rapidly ran over the steps necessary to their marriage, he kept saying to himself, far off in some remote cavern of the brain, "I shall have her, I shall have her." He did not reflect that this fragile slip of the Baines stock, unconsciously drawing upon the accumulated strength of generations of honest living, had put a defeat upon him. After tea, Gerald, utterly content with the universe, redeemed his word, and found an irreproachable boarding-house for Sophia in Westminster, near the Abbey. She was astonished at the glibness of his lies to the landlady about her, and about their circumstances generally. He also found a church and a parson close by, and in half an hour the formalities preliminary to a marriage were begun. He explained to her that, as she was now resident in London, it would be simpler to recommence the business entirely. She sagaciously agreed. As she by no means wished to wound him again, she made no inquiry about those other formalities which, owing to red tape, had so unexpectedly proved abortive. She knew she was going to be married, and that sufficed. The next day she carried out her filial idea of telegraphing to her mother. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Book 3, Sophia. Chapter 2. Supper. 1. They had been to Versailles and had dined there. A tram had sufficed to take them out, but for the return Gerald, who had been drinking champagne, would not be content with less than a carriage. Further, he insisted on entering Paris by way of the Bois and the Arc de Triomphe. Thoroughly to appease his conceit, it would have been necessary to swing open the gates of honour in the Arc and allow his fiacre to pass through. To be forced to drive round the monument instead of under it hurt the sense of fitness which champagne engenders. Gerald was all in his pride that day. He had been displaying the wonders to Sophia, and he could not escape the cicerone's secret feeling that he himself was somehow responsible for the wonders. Moreover, he was exceedingly satisfied with the effect produced by Sophia. Sophia, on arriving in Paris with the ring on her triumphant finger, had timidly mentioned the subject of frocks. None would have guessed from her tone that she was possessed by the desire for French clothes, as by a devil. She had been surprised and delighted by the eagerness of Gerald's response. Gerald, too, was possessed by a devil. He thirsted to see her in French clothes. He knew some of the shops and ateliers in the Rue de la Paix, the Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin, and the Palais Royal. He was much more skilled in the lore of frocks than she, for his previous business in Paris had brought him into relations with the great firms, and Sophia suffered a brief humiliation in the discovery that his private opinion of her dresses was that they were not dresses at all. She had been aware that they were not Parisian, nor even of London, but she had thought them pretty good. It healed her wound, however, to reflect that Gerald had so marvellously kept his own counsel in order to spare her self-love. Gerald had taken her to an establishment in the Chaussée d'Antin. It was not one of what Gerald called les grandes maisons, but it was on the very fringe of them, and the real haute couture was practised therein, and Gerald was remembered there by name. Sophia had gone in trembling and ashamed, yet in her heart courageously determined to emerge uncompromisingly French, but the models frightened her. They surpassed even the most fantastic things that she had seen in the streets. She recoiled before them, and seemed to hide for refuge in Gerald, as it were appealing to him for moral protection, and answering to him instead of the saleswoman, when the saleswoman offered remarks in stiff English. The prices also frightened her. The simplest trifle here cost £16, and her mother's historic silk, whose elaborateness had cost £12, was supposed to have approached the inexpressible. Gerald said that she was not to think about prices. She was, however, forced by some instinct to think about prices. She, who at home had scorned the narrowness of life in the square. In the square she was understood to be quite without common sense, hopelessly imprudent, yet here a spring of sagacity seemed to be welling up in her all the time, a continual antidote against the general madness in which she found herself. With extraordinary rapidity she had formed the habit of preaching moderation to Gerald. She hated to see money thrown away, and her notion of the boundary line between throwing money away and judiciously spending it was still the notion of the square. Gerald would laugh, but she would say, piqued and blushing, but self-sure, "You can laugh." It was all deliciously agreeable. On this evening she wore the first of the new costumes. She had worn it all day. Characteristically, she had chosen something which was not too special for either afternoon or evening, for either warm or cold weather. It was of pale blue taffetas, striped in a darker blue, with the corsage cut in basques, and the underskirt of a similar taffetas, but unstriped. The effect of the ornate overskirt falling on the plain underskirt with its small double volant was, she thought, and Gerald too, adorable. The waist was higher than any she had had before, and the crinoline expansive. Tied round her head with a large bow and flying blue ribbons under the chin was a fragile flat capote, like a baby's bonnet, which allowed her hair to escape in front and her great chignon behind. A large spotted veil flew out from the capote over the chignon. Her doubled skirts waved amply over Gerald's knees in the carriage, and she leant back against the hard cushions and put an arrogant look into her face, and thought of nothing but the intense throbbing joy of life, longing with painful ardour for more and more pleasure, then and for ever. As the carriage slipped downwards through the wide empty gloom of the Champs-Élysées into the brilliant Paris that was waiting for them, another carriage, drawn by two white horses, flashed upwards and was gone in dust. Its only occupant, except the coachman and footman, was a woman. Gerald stared after it. "By Jove!" he exclaimed, "that's Hortense!" It might have been Hortense, or it might not, but he instantly convinced himself that it was. Not every evening did one meet Hortense driving alone in the Champs-Élysées, and in August too. "Hortense?" Sophia asked simply. "Yes, Hortense Schneider." "Who is she?" "You've never heard of Hortense Schneider?" "No." "Well, have you ever heard of Offenbach?" I don't know. I don't think so." He had the mien of utter incredulity. "You don't mean to say you've never heard of Bluebeard?" "I've heard of Bluebeard, of course," said she. "Who hasn't?" "I mean the opera, Offenbach's." She shook her head, scarce knowing even what an opera was. Well, well, what next? He implied that such ignorance stood alone in his experience. Really, he was delighted at the cleanness of the slate on which he had to write, and Sophia was not a bit alarmed. She relished instruction from his lips. It was a pleasure to her to learn from that exhaustless store of worldly knowledge. To the world she would do her best to assume omniscience in its ways, but to him, in her present mood, she liked to play the ignorant, uninitiated little thing. "Why," he said, "the Schneider has been the rage since last year but one. Absolutely the rage." "I do wish I'd noticed her," said Sophia. "As soon as the Varieties reopens we'll go and see her," he replied. and then gave his detailed version of the career of Hortense Schneider. More joys for her in the near future. She had yet scarcely penetrated the crust of her bliss. She exulted in the dazzling destiny which comprised freedom, fortune, eternal gaiety, and the exquisite Gerald. As they crossed the Place de la Concorde, she inquired, "Are we going back to the hotel?" "No," he said. "I thought we'd go and have supper somewhere, if it isn't too early." "After all that dinner?" "All what dinner? You ate about 5 times as much as me, anyhow." "Oh, I'm ready," she said. She was. This day, because it was the first day of her French frock, she regarded as her debut in the dizzy life of capitals. She existed in a rapture of bliss, an ecstasy which could feel no fatigue, either of body or spirit. 2. It was after midnight when they went into the Restaurant Sylvain. Gerald, having decided not to go to the hotel, had changed his mind and called there, and having called there, had remained a long time. This, of course. Sophia was already accustoming herself to the idea that, with Gerald, it was impossible to predict accurately more than 5 minutes of the future. As the chasseur held open the door for them to enter, and Sophia passed modestly into the glowing yellow interior of the restaurant, followed by Gerald in his character of man of the world, they drew the attention of Sylvain's numerous and glittering guests. No face could have made a more provocative contrast to the women's faces in those screened rooms than the face of Sophia, so childlike between the baby's bonnet and the huge bow of ribbon, so candid, so charmingly conscious of its own pure beauty, and of the fact that she was no longer a virgin, but the equal in knowledge of any woman alive. She saw around her, clustered about the white tables, multitudes of violently red lips, powdered cheeks, cold, hard eyes, self-possessed, arrogant faces, and insolent bosoms. What had impressed her more than anything else in Paris, more even than the 3-horsed omnibuses, was the extraordinary self-assurance of all the women, their unashamed posing, their calm acceptance of the public gaze. They seemed to say, "We are the renowned Parisiennes." They frightened her. They appeared to her so corrupt and so proud in their corruption. She had already seen a dozen women, in various situations of conspicuousness, apply powder to their complexions, with no more ado than if they had been giving a pat to their hair. She could not understand such boldness. As for them, they marvelled at the phenomena presented in Sophia's person. They admired, they admitted the style of the gown, but they envied neither her innocence nor her beauty. They envied nothing but her youth and the fresh tint of her cheeks. "Encore des Anglais," said some of them, as if that explained it all. Gerald had a very curt way with waiters, and the more obsequious they were, the haughtier he became, and the head waiter was no more to him than a scullion. He gave loud-voiced orders in French, of which both he and Sophia were proud, and a table was laid for them in a corner near one of the large windows. Sophia settled herself on the bench of green velvet, and began to ply the ivory fan which Gerald had given her. It was very hot. All the windows were wide open, and the sounds of the street mingled clearly with the tinkle of the supper-room. Outside, against a sky of deepest purple, Sophia could discern the black skeleton of a gigantic building. It was the new Opera House. "All sorts here," said Gerald contentedly, after he had ordered iced soup and sparkling Moselle. Sophia did not know what Moselle was, but she imagined that anything would be better than champagne. Sylvain's was then typical of the Second Empire, and particularly famous as a supper-room. Expensive and gay, it provided, with its discreet decorations, a sumptuous scene, where laureates, actresses, respectable women, and an occasional grisette in luck, could satisfy their curiosity as to each other. In its catholicity it was highly correct as a resort. Not many other restaurants in the centre could have successfully fought against the rival attractions of the Bois and the dim groves of the Champs-Élysées on a night in August. The complicated richness of the dresses, the yards and yards of fine stitchery, the endless ruching, the hints, more or less incautious, of nether treasures of embroidered linen, and leaping over all this to the eye, the vivid colourings of silks and muslins, veils, plumes, and flowers, piled as it were pell-mell in heaps on the universal green cushions to the furthest vista of the restaurant, and all multiplied in gilt mirrors. The spectacle intoxicated Sophia. Her eyes gleamed. She drank the soup with eagerness, and tasted the wine, though no desire on her part to like wine could make her like it. And then, seeing pineapples on a large table covered with fruits, she told Gerald that she would like some pineapple, and Gerald ordered one. She gathered her self-esteem and her wits together, and began to give Gerald her views on the costumes. She could do so with impunity, because her own was indubitably beyond criticism. Some she wholly condemned, and there was not one which earned her unreserved approval. All the absurd fastidiousness of her schoolgirlish provinciality emerged in that eager, affected torrent of remarks. However, she was clever enough to read, after a time, in Gerald's tone and features, that she was making a tedious fool of herself, and she adroitly shifted her criticism from the taste to the work. She put a strong accent on the word, and pronounced that to be miraculous beyond description. She reckoned that she knew what dressmaking and millinery were, and her little fund of expert knowledge caused her to picture a whole necessary cityful of girls stitching, and stitching day and night. She had wondered, during the few odd days that they had spent in Paris, between visits to Chantilly and other places, at the massed luxury of the shops. She had wondered, starting with St. Luke's Square as a standard, how they could all thrive. But now, in her first real glimpse of the banal and licentious profusion of one among 100 restaurants, she wondered that the shops were so few. She thought how splendid was all this expensiveness for trade. Indeed, the notions chasing each other within that lovely and foolish head were a surprising medley. "Well, what do you think of Sylvains?" Gerald asked, impatient to be assured that his Sylvains had duly overwhelmed her. "Oh, Gerald," she murmured, indicating that speech was inadequate, and she just furtively touched his hand with hers. The ennui due to her critical disquisition on the shortcomings of Parisian costume cleared away from Gerald's face. "What do you suppose those people there are talking about?" he said, with a jerk of the head towards a chattering group of 3 gorgeous lorettes and 2 middle-aged men at the next table but one. "What are they talking about?" "They're talking about the execution of the murderer Rivain that takes place at Auxerre the day after tomorrow. They're arranging to make up a party to go and see it." "Oh, what a horrid idea!" said Sophia. "Guillotine, you know," said Gerald. "But can people see it?" "Yes, of course." "Well, I think it's horrible." "Yes, that's why people like to go and see it. Besides, the man isn't an ordinary sort of criminal at all. He's very young and good-looking and well-connected, and he killed the celebrated Claudine." "Claudine?" "Claudine Jacquinot. Of course you wouldn't know. She was a tremendous wrong 'un here in the 40s, made a lot of money, and retired to her native town." Sophia, in spite of her efforts to maintain the role of a woman who has nothing to learn, blushed. "Then she was older than he is?" 35 years older, if a day." "What did he kill her for?" "She wouldn't give him enough money. She was his mistress, or rather one of them. He wanted money for a young lady friend, you see. He killed her and took all the jewels she was wearing. Whenever he went to see her, she always wore all her best jewels, and you may bet a woman like that had a few. It seems she had been afraid for a long time that he meant to do for her." "Then why did she see him? And why did she wear her jewels?" "Because she liked being afraid, goose. Some women only enjoy themselves when they're terrified. Queer, isn't it?" Gerald insisted on meeting his wife's gaze as he finished these revelations. He pretended that such stories were the commonest things on earth, and that to be scandalized by them was infantile. Sophia, thrust suddenly into a strange civilization, perfectly frank in its sensuality and its sensuousness, under the guidance of a young man to whom her half-formed intelligence was a most diverting toy. Sophia felt mysteriously uncomfortable, disturbed by sinister flitting phantoms of ideas which she only dimly apprehended. Her eyes fell. Gerald laughed self-consciously. She would not eat any more pineapple. Immediately afterwards there came into the restaurant an apparition which momentarily stopped every conversation in the room. It was a tall and mature woman, who wore, over a dress of purplish black silk, a vast flowing sortie de bal of vermilion velvet, looped and tasselled with gold. No other costume could live by the side of that garment. Arab in shape, Russian in colour, and Parisian in style, it blazed. The woman's heavy coiffure was bound with fillets of gold braid and crimson rosettes. She was followed by a young Englishman in evening dress and whiskers of the most exact correctness. The woman sailed a little breathlessly to a table next to Gerald's, and took possession of it with an air of use, almost of tedium. She sat down, threw the cloak from her majestic bosom, and expanded her chest. Seeming to ignore the Englishman, who superciliously assumed the seat opposite to her, she let her large scornful eyes travel round the restaurant, slowly and imperiously meeting the curiosity which she had evoked. Her beauty had undoubtedly been dazzling. It was still effulgent, but the blossom was about to fall. She was admirably rouged and powdered. Her arms were glorious, her lashes were long. There was little fault, save the excessive ripeness of a blonde who fights in vain against obesity. And her clothes combined audacity with the propriety of fashion. She carelessly deposed costly trinkets on the table, and then, having intimidated the whole company, she accepted the menu from the head waiter and began to study it. "That's one of 'em," Gerald whispered to Sophia. "One of what?" Sophia whispered. Gerald raised his eyebrows warningly and winked. The Englishman had overheard, and a look of frigid displeasure passed across his proud face. Evidently he belonged to a rank much higher than Gerald's, and Gerald, though he could always comfort himself by the thought that he had been to a university with the best, felt his own inferiority, and could not hide that he felt it. Gerald was wealthy, he came of a wealthy family, but he had not the habit of wealth. When he spent money furiously, he did it with bravado, too conscious of grandeur, and too conscious of the difficulties of acquiring that which he threw away. For Gerald had earned money. This whiskered Englishman had never earned money, never known the value of it, never imagined himself without as much of it as he might happen to want. He had the face of one accustomed to give orders, and to look down upon inferiors. He was absolutely sure of himself. That his companion chiefly ignored him did not appear to incommode him in the least. She spoke to him in French, he replied in English, very briefly, and then in English he commanded the supper. As soon as the champagne was served, he began to drink. In the intervals of drinking, he gently stroked his whiskers. The woman spoke no more. Gerald talked more loudly. With that aristocratic Englishman observing him, he could not remain at ease. And not only did he talk more loudly, he brought into conversation references to money, travels, and worldly experiences. While seeking to impress the Englishman, he was merely becoming ridiculous to the Englishman, and obscurely he was aware of this. Sophia noticed and regretted it. Still, feeling very unimportant herself, she was reconciled to the superiority of the whiskered Englishman as to a natural fact. Gerald's behaviour slightly lowered him in her esteem. Then she looked at him, at his well-shaped neatness, his vivacious face, his excellent clothes, and decided that he was much to be preferred to any heavy-jawed, long-nosed aristocrat alive. The woman, whose vermilion cloak lay around her like a fortification, spoke to her escort. He did not understand. He tried to express himself in French, and failed. Then the woman recommenced, talking at length. When she had done, he shook his head. His acquaintance with French was limited to the vocabulary of food. "Guillotine?" he murmured, the sole word of her discourse that he had understood. "Oui, oui, guillotine, enfin!" cried the woman excitedly. Encouraged by her success in conveying even one word of her remarks, she began a third time. "Excuse me," said Gerald. "Madame is talking about the execution at Auxerre the day after tomorrow. N'est-ce pas, madame, que vous parlez du Rivain?" The Englishman glared angrily at Gerald's officious interruption, but the woman smiled benevolently on Gerald, and insisted on talking to her friend through him, and the Englishman had to make the best of the situation. "There isn't a restaurant in Paris tonight where they aren't talking about that execution," said Gerald, on his own account. "Indeed," observed the Englishman. Wine affected them in different ways. Now a fragile, short Frenchman, with an extremely pale face ending in a thin black imperial, appeared at the entrance. He looked about, and recognizing the woman of the scarlet cloak, very discreetly saluted her. Then he saw Gerald, and his worn, fatigued features showed a sudden startled smile. He came rapidly forward, hat in hand, seized Gerald's palm, and greeted him effusively. "My wife," said Gerald, with the solemn care of a man who is determined to prove that he is entirely sober. The young man became grave and excessively ceremonious. He bowed low over Sophia's hand and kissed it. Her impulse was to laugh, but the gravity of the young man's deference stopped her. She glanced at Gerald, blushing, as if to say, "This comedy is not my fault." Gerald said something. The young man turned to him, and his face resumed its welcoming smile. "This is Monsieur Chirac," Gerald at length completed the introduction, "a friend of mine when I lived in Paris." He was proud to have met by accident an acquaintance in a restaurant. It demonstrated that he was a Parisian, and improved his standing with the whiskered Englishman and the vermilion cloak. "It is the first time you come to Paris, madame." Chirac addressed himself to Sophia in limping, timorous English. "Yes," she giggled. He bowed again. Chirac, with his best compliments, felicitated Gerald upon his marriage. "Don't mention it," said the humorous Gerald in English, amused at his own wit, and then, "What about this execution?" "Ah!" replied Chirac, breathing out a long breath and smiling at Sophia. "Rivain, Rivain." He made a large, important gesture with his hand. It was at once to be seen that Gerald had touched the topic which secretly ravaged the supper world as a subterranean fire ravages a mine. "I go," said Chirac, with pride, glancing at Sophia, who smiled self-consciously. Chirac entered upon a conversation with Gerald in French. Sophia comprehended that Gerald was surprised and impressed by what Chirac told him, and that Chirac in turn was surprised. Then Gerald laboriously found his pocket-book, and after some fumbling with it, handed it to Chirac, so that the latter might write in it. "Mesdames," murmured Chirac, resuming his ceremonious stiffness in order to take leave. "Alors, c'est entendu, mon cher ami," he said to Gerald, who nodded phlegmatically. And Chirac went away to the next table but one, where were the 3 Lorettes and the 2 middle-aged men. He was received there with enthusiasm. Sophia began to be teased by a little fear that Gerald was not quite his usual self. She did not think of him as tipsy. The idea of his being tipsy would have shocked her. She did not think clearly at all. She was lost and dazed in the labyrinth of new and vivid impressions into which Gerald had led her. But her prudence was awake. "I think I'm tired," she said in a low voice. "You don't want to go, do you?" he asked, hurt. "Well—" "Oh, wait a bit." The owner of the vermilion cloak spoke again to Gerald, who showed that he was flattered. While talking to her, he ordered a brandy and soda, and then he could not refrain from displaying to her his familiarity with Parisian life, and he related how he had met Hortense Schneider behind a pair of white horses. The vermilion cloak grew even more sociable at the mention of this resounding name, and chattered with the most agreeable vivacity. Her friend stared inimically. "Do you hear that?" Gerald explained to Sophia, who was sitting silent, "about Hortense Schneider. You know, we met her tonight. It seems she made a bet of a louis with some fellow, and when he lost he sent her the louis set in diamonds worth 100,000 francs. That's how they go on here." "Oh!" cried Sophia, further than ever in the labyrinth. "Excuse me," the Englishman put in heavily. He had heard the words Hortense Schneider repeating themselves in the conversation, and at last it had occurred to him that the conversation was about Hortense Schneider. "Excuse me," he began again. Do you mean Hortense Schneider?" "Yes," said Gerald, "we met her tonight." "She's in Trouville," said the Englishman flatly. Gerald shook his head positively. "I gave a supper to her in Trouville last night," said the Englishman, "and she plays at the Casino Theatre tonight." Gerald was repulsed, but not defeated. "What is she playing tonight? Tell me that," he sneered. "I don't see why I should tell you." Gerald retorted. "If what you say is true, it's a very strange thing I should have seen her in the Champs-Élysées tonight, isn't it?" The Englishman drank more wine. "If you want to insult me, sir," he began coldly. "Gerald!" Sophia urged in a whisper. "Be quiet!" Gerald snapped. A fiddler in fancy costume plunged into the restaurant at that moment and began to play wildly. The shock of his strange advent momentarily silenced the quarrel, but it soon leapt up again under the shelter of the noisy music, the common, tedious, tippler's quarrel. It rose higher and higher. The fiddler looked askance at it over his fiddle. Chirac cautiously observed it. Instead of attending to the music, the festal company attended to the quarrel. 3 waiters in a group watched it with an impartial, sporting interest. The English voices grew more menacing. Then suddenly the whiskered Englishman, jerking his head towards the door, said more quietly, "Hadn't we better settle this outside?" "At your service," said Gerald, rising. The owner of the vermilion cloak lifted her eyebrows to Chirac in fatigued disgust, but she said nothing. Nor did Sophia say anything. Sophia was overcome by terror. The swain of the cloak, dragging his coat after him across the floor, left the restaurant without offering any apology or explanation to his lady. "Wait here for me," said Gerald defiantly to Sophia. "I shall be back in a minute." "But, Gerald—" She put her hand on his sleeve. He snatched his arm away. "Wait here for me, I tell you," he repeated. The doorkeeper obsequiously opened the door to the 2 unsteady carousers, for whom the fiddler drew back, still playing. Thus Sophia was left side by side with the vermilion cloak. She was quite helpless. All the pride of a married woman had abandoned her. She stood transfixed by intense shame, staring painfully at a pillar to avoid the universal assault of eyes. She felt like an indiscreet little girl, and she looked like one. No youthful radiant beauty of features, no grace and style of a Parisian dress, no certificate of a ring, no premature initiation into the mysteries could save her from the appearance of a raw fool whose foolishness had been her undoing. Her face changed to its reddest and remained at that, and all the fundamental innocence of her nature, which had been overlaid by the violent experiences of her brief companionship with Gerald, rose again to the surface with that blush. Her situation drew pity from a few hearts and a careless contempt from the rest. But since once more it was a question of ces Anglais, nobody could be astonished. Without moving her head, she twisted her eyes to the clock, 2:30. The fiddler ceased his dance and made a collection in his tasselled cap. The vermilion cloak threw a coin into the cap. Sophia stared at it, moveless, until the fiddler, tired of waiting, passed to the next table and relieved her agony. She had no money at all. She set herself to watch the clock, but its fingers would not stir. With an exclamation, the lady of the cloak got up and peered out of the window, chatted with the waiters, and then removed herself and her cloak to the next table, where she was received with amiable sympathy by the 3 Lorettes, Chirac, and the other 2 men. The party surreptitiously examined Sophia from time to time. Then Chirac went outside with the head waiter, returned, consulted with his friends, and finally approached Sophia. It was 20 minutes past 3. He renewed his magnificent bow. "Madame," he said carefully, "will you allow me to bring you to your hotel?" He made no reference to Gerald, partly doubtless because his English was treacherous on difficult ground. Sophia had not sufficient presence of mind to thank her saviour. "But the bill," she stammered, "the bill is not paid." He did not instantly understand her, but one of the waiters had caught the sound of a familiar word and sprang forward with a slip of paper on a plate. "I have no money," said Sophia with a feeble smile.
Je vous arrange that,
he said. What's the name of the hotel? Maurice, is it not? Hotel Maurice, said Sophia. Yes. He spoke to the head waiter about the bill, which was carried away like something obscene, and on his arm, which he punctiliously offered and she could not refuse, Sophia left the scene of her ignominy. She was so distraught that she could not manage her crinoline in the doorway. No sign anywhere outside of Gerald or his foe. He put her into an open carriage, and in 5 minutes they had clattered down the brilliant silence of the Rue de la Paix, through the Place Vendôme into the Rue de Rivoli, and the night porter of the hotel was at the carriage step. "I tell them at the restaurant where you're gone," said Chirac, bareheaded under the long colonnade of the street. "If your husband is there, I tell him. Till tomorrow." His manners were more wonderful than any that Sophia had ever imagined. He might have been in the dark Tuileries on the opposite side of the street, saluting an empress, instead of taking leave of a raw little girl, who was still too disturbed even to thank him. She fled, candle in hand, up the wide, many-cornered stairs. Gerald might be already in the bedroom, drunk. There was a chance. But the gilt-fringed bedroom was empty. She sat down at the velvet-covered table amid the shadows cast by the candle that wavered in the draught from the open window, and she set her teeth, and a cold fury possessed her in the hot and languorous night. Gerald was an imbecile. That he should have allowed himself to get tipsy was bad enough, but that he should have exposed her to the horrible situation from which Chirac had extricated her was unspeakably disgraceful. He was an imbecile. He had no common sense. With all his captivating charm, he could not be relied upon not to make himself and her ridiculous, tragically ridiculous. Compare him with Mr. Chirac. She leant despairingly on the table. She would not undress. She would not move. She had to realise her position. She had to see it. Folly, folly. Fancy a commercial traveller throwing a compromising piece of paper to the daughter of his customer in the shop itself. That was the incredible folly with which their relations had begun. And his mad gesture at the pit shaft, and his scheme for bringing her to Paris unmarried. And then tonight, monstrous folly. Alone in the bedroom, she was a wise and a disillusioned woman, wiser than any of those dolls in the restaurant. And had she not gone to Gerald, as it were, over the dead body of her father, through lies and again lies? That was how she phrased it to herself. Over the dead body of her father. How could such a venture succeed? How could she ever have hoped that it would succeed? In that moment she saw her acts with the terrible vision of a Hebrew prophet. She thought of the square, and of her life there with her mother and Constance. Never would her pride allow her to return to that life, not even if the worst happened to her that could happen. She was one of those who are prepared to pay without grumbling for what they have had. There was a sound outside. She noticed that the dawn had begun. The door opened and disclosed Gerald. They exchanged a searching glance, and Gerald shut the door. Gerald affected the air, but she perceived at once that he was sobered. His lip was bleeding. "Mr. Chirac brought me home," she said. "So it seems," said Gerald curtly. "I asked you to wait for me. Didn't I say I should come back?" He was adopting the injured magisterial tone of the man who is ridiculously trying to conceal from himself and others that he has recently behaved like an ass. She resented the injustice. "I don't think you need talk like that," she said. "Like what?" He bullied her, determined that she should be in the wrong. And what a hard look on his pretty face. Her prudence bade her accept the injustice. She was his. Wrapped away from her own world, she was utterly dependent on his good nature. "I knocked my chin against the damned balustrade coming upstairs," said Gerald gloomily. She knew that that was a lie. "Did you?" she replied kindly. "Let me bathe it." End of chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett.
Book 3, Sophia. Chapter 3. An Ambition Satisfied. 1. She went to sleep in misery. All the glory of her new life had been eclipsed. But when she woke up a few hours later in the large velvety stateliness of the bedroom for which Gerald was paying so fantastic a price per day, she was in a brighter mood, and very willing to reconsider her verdicts. Her pride induced her to put Gerald in the right and herself in the wrong, for she was too proud to admit that she had married a charming and irresponsible fool. And indeed, ought she not to put herself in the wrong? Gerald had told her to wait, and she had not waited. He had said that he should return to the restaurant, and he had returned. Why had she not waited? She had not waited because she had behaved like a simpleton. She had been terrified about nothing. Had she not been frequenting restaurants now for a month past? Ought not a married woman to be capable of waiting an hour in a restaurant for her lawful husband without looking a ninny? And as for Gerald's behaviour, how could he have acted differently? The other Englishman was obviously a brute and had sought a quarrel. His contradiction of Gerald's statements was extremely offensive. On being invited by the brute to go outside, what could Gerald do but comply? Not to have complied might have meant a fight in the restaurant, as the brute was certainly drunk. Compared to the brute, Gerald was not at all drunk, merely a little gay and talkative. Then Gerald's fib about his chin was natural. He simply wished to minimise the fuss and to spare her feelings. It was, in fact, just like Gerald to keep perfect silence as to what had passed between himself and the brute. However, she was convinced that Gerald, so lithe and quick, had given that great brute with his supercilious ways as good as he received, if not better. And if she were a man and had asked her wife to wait in a restaurant, and the wife had gone home under the escort of another man, she would most assuredly be much more angry than Gerald had been. She was very glad that she had controlled herself and exercised a meek diplomacy. A quarrel had thus been avoided. Yes, the finish of the evening could not be called a quarrel. After her nursing of his chin, nothing but a slight coolness on his part had persisted. She arose silently and began to dress, full of a determination to treat Gerald as a good wife ought to treat her husband. Gerald did not stir. He was an excellent sleeper, one of those organisms that never want to go to bed and never want to get up. When her toilet was complete, save for her bodice, there was a knock at the door. She started. "Gerald!" She approached the bed and leant her nude bosom over her husband and put her arms round his neck. This method of being brought back to consciousness did not displease him. The knock was repeated. He gave a grunt. "Someone's knocking at the door," she whispered. "Then why don't you open it?" he said dreamily. "I'm not dressed, darling." He looked at her. "Stick something on your shoulders, girl," said he. "What does it matter?" There she was, being a simpleton again, despite her resolution. She obeyed, and cautiously opened the door, standing behind it. A middle-aged, whiskered servant in a long white apron announced matters in French, which passed her understanding. But Gerald had heard from the bed, and he replied, "Bien, monsieur." The servant departed, with a bow, down the obscure corridor. "It's Chirac," Gerald explained when she had shut the door. "I was forgetting. I asked him to come and have lunch with us early. He's waiting in the drawing-room. Just put your bodice on and go and talk to him till I come." He jumped out of bed, and then, standing in his night-garb, stretched himself and terrifically yawned. "Me?" Sophia questioned. "Who else?" said Gerald, with that curious satiric dryness which he would sometimes import into his tone. "But I can't speak French," she protested. "I didn't suppose you could," said Gerald, with an increase of dryness, "but you know as well as I do that he can speak English." "Oh, very well then," she murmured, with agreeable alacrity. Evidently Gerald had not yet quite recovered from his legitimate displeasure of the night. He minutely examined his mouth in the glass of the Louis Philippe wardrobe. It showed scarcely a trace of battle. "I say," he stopped her, as, nervous at the prospect before her, she was leaving the room. "I was thinking of going to Auxerre today." "Auxerre?" she repeated, wondering under what circumstances she had recently heard that name. Then she remembered. It was the place of execution of the murderer Rivain. "Yes," he said, "Chirac has to go. He's on a newspaper now. He was an architect when I knew him. He's got to go, and he thinks himself jolly lucky, so I thought I'd go with him." The truth was that he had definitely arranged to go. "Not to see the execution?" she stammered. "Why not? I've always wanted to see an execution, especially with the guillotine. And executions are public in France. It's quite the proper thing to go to them. But why do you want to see an execution?" "It just happens that I do want to see an execution. It's a fancy of mine, that's all. I don't know that any reason is necessary," he said, pouring out water into the diminutive ewer. She was aghast. "And shall you leave me here alone?" "Well," said he, "I don't see why my being married should prevent me from doing something that I've always wanted to do. Do you?" "Oh, no," she eagerly concurred. "That's all right," he said. "You can do exactly as you like. Either stay here or come with me. If you go to Auxerre, there's no need at all for you to see the execution. It's an interesting old town, cathedral, and so on. But of course, if you can't bear to be in the same town as a guillotine, I'll go alone. I shall come back tomorrow." It was plain where his wish lay. She stopped the phrases that came to her lips, and did her best to dismiss the thoughts which prompted them. "Of course I'll go," she said quietly. She hesitated, and then went up to the washstand and kissed a part of his cheek that was not soapy. That kiss, which comforted and somehow reassured her, was the expression of a surrender whose monstrousness she would not admit to herself. In the rich and dusty drawing-room, Chirac and Chirac's exquisite formalities awaited her. Nobody else was there. "My husband," she began, smiling and blushing. She liked Chirac. It was the first time she had had the opportunity of using that word to other than a servant. It soothed her and gave her confidence. She perceived after a few moments that Chirac did genuinely admire her. More, that she inspired him with something that resembled awe. Speaking very slowly and distinctly, she said that she should travel with her husband to Auxerre, as he saw no objection to that course, implying that if he saw no objection, she was perfectly satisfied. Chirac was concurrence itself. In 5 minutes it seemed to be the most natural and proper thing in the world that, on her honeymoon, she should soon be going with her husband to a particular town, because a notorious murderer was about to be decapitated there in public. "My husband has always wanted to see an execution," she said later. "It would be a pity to—" "As per psychological experience," replied Chirac, pronouncing the P of the adjective, "it would be very interesting to observe one's self in such circumstances." He smiled enthusiastically. She thought how strange even nice Frenchmen were. Imagine going to an execution in order to observe yourself. 2. What continually impressed Sophia as strange, in the behaviour not only of Gerald but of Chirac and other people with whom she came into contact, was its quality of casualness. She had all her life been accustomed to see enterprises, even minor ones, well pondered and then carefully schemed beforehand. In St. Luke's Square there was always, in every head, a sort of timetable of existence, prepared at least 1 week in advance. But in Gerald's world nothing was prearranged. Elaborate affairs were decided in a moment, and undertaken with extraordinary lightness. Thus the excursion to Auxerre. During lunch, scarcely a word was said as to it, the conversation, in English for Sophia's advantage, turning as usual under such circumstances upon the difficulty of languages and the differences between countries. Nobody would have guessed that any member of the party had any preoccupation whatever for the rest of the day. The meal was delightful to Sophia. Not merely did she find Chirac comfortably kind and sincere, but Gerald was restored to the perfection of his charm and his good humour. Then, suddenly, in the midst of coffee, the question of trains loomed up like a swift crisis. In 5 minutes Chirac had departed. Whether to his office or his home, Sophia did not understand, and within a quarter of an hour she and Gerald were driving rapidly to the Gare de Lyon. Gerald stuffing into his pocket a large envelope full of papers which he had received by registered post. They caught the train by about a minute, and Chirac by a few seconds. Yet neither he nor Gerald seemed to envisage the risk of inconvenience and annoyance which they had incurred and escaped. Chirac chattered through the window with another journalist in the next compartment. When she had leisure to examine him, Sophia saw that he must have called at his home to put on old clothes. Everybody except herself and Gerald seemed to travel in his oldest clothes. The train was hot, noisy and dusty, but one after another all three of them fell asleep, and slept heavily, calmly, like healthy and exhausted young animals. Nothing could disturb them for more than a moment. To Sophia it appeared to be by simple chance that Chirac aroused himself and them at La Roche, and sleepily seized her valise and got them all out on the platform, where they yawned and smiled, full of the deep, half-realized satisfaction of repose. They drank nectar from a wheeled buffet, drank it eagerly in thirsty gulps, and sighed with pleasure and relief, and Gerald threw down a coin, refusing change with a lord's gesture. The local train to Auxerre was full, and with a varied and sinister cargo. At length they were in the zone of the waiting guillotine. The rumour ran that the executioner was on the train. No one had seen him, no one was sure of recognising him, but everyone hugged the belief that he was on the train. Although the sun was sinking, the heat seemed not to abate. Attitudes grew more limp, more abandoned. Soot and prickly dust flew in unceasingly at the open windows. The train stopped at Bonnard, Chemilly, and Monumental, each time before a waiting crowd that invaded it, and at last, in the great station at Auxerre, it poured out an incredible mass of befouled humanity that spread over everything like an inundation. Sophia was frightened. Gerald left the initiative to Chirac, and Chirac took her arm and led her forward, looking behind him to see that Gerald followed with the valise. Frenzy seemed to reign in Auxerre. The driver of a cab demanded 10 francs for transporting them to the Hôtel de l'Épée. "Bah!" scornfully exclaimed Chirac, in his quality of experienced Parisian who is not to be exploited by heavy-witted provincials. But the driver of the next cab demanded 12 francs. "Jump in," said Gerald to Sophia. Chirac lifted his eyebrows. At the same moment a tall, stout man with the hard face of a flourishing scoundrel, and a young, pallid girl on his arm, pushed aside both Gerald and Chirac and got into the cab with his companion. Chirac protested, telling him that the cab was already engaged. The usurper scowled and swore, and the young girl laughed boldly. Sophia, shrinking, expected her escort to execute justice heroic and final, but she was disappointed. "Brute!" murmured Chirac, and shrugged his shoulders as the carriage drove off, leaving them foolish on the curb. By this time all the other cabs had been seized. They walked to the Hôtel de l'Épée, jostled by the crowd, Sophia and Chirac in front, and Gerald following with the valise, whose weight caused him to lean over to his right and his left arm to rise. The avenue was long, straight, and misty with a floating dust. Sophia had a vivid sense of the romantic. They saw towers and spires, and Chirac talked to her slowly and carefully of the cathedral and the famous churches. He said that the stained glass was marvellous, and with much care he catalogued for her all the things she must visit. They crossed a river. She felt as though she was stepping into the Middle Age. At intervals Gerald changed the valise from hand to hand. Obstinately he would not let Chirac touch it. They struggled upwards through narrow, curving streets. "Voilà," said Chirac. They were in front of the Hôtel de l'Épée. Across the street was a café crammed with people. Several carriages stood in front. The Hôtel de l'Épée had a reassuring air of mellow respectability, such as Chirac had claimed for it. He had suggested this hotel for Madame Scales because it was not near the place of execution. Gerald had said, "Of course, of course." Chirac, who did not mean to go to bed, required no room for himself. The Hôtel de l'Épée had one room to offer, at a price of 25 francs. Gerald revolted at the attempted imposition. "A nice thing," he grumbled, "that ordinary travellers can't get a decent room at a decent price just because someone's going to be guillotined tomorrow. We'll try elsewhere." His features expressed disgust, but Sophia fancied that he was secretly pleased. They swaggered out of the busy stir of the hotel, as those must who, having declined to be swindled, wish to preserve their importance in the face of the world. In the street a cabman solicited them, and filled them with hope by saying that he knew of a hotel that might suit them, and would drive them there for 5 francs. He furiously lashed his horse. The mere fact of being in a swiftly moving carriage, which wayfarers had to avoid nimbly, maintained their spirits. They had a near glimpse of the cathedral. The cab halted with a bump in a small square in front of a repellent building which bore the sign Hôtel de Vézelay. The horse was bleeding. Gerald instructed Sophia to remain where she was, and he and Chirac went up 4 stone steps into the hotel. Sophia, stared at by loose crowds that were promenading, gazed about her, and saw that all the windows of the square were open, and most of them occupied by people who laughed and chattered. Then there was a shout, Gerald's voice. He had appeared at a window on the 2nd floor of the hotel, with Chirac and a very fat woman. Chirac saluted, and Gerald laughed carelessly and nodded. "It's all right," said Gerald, having descended. "How much do they ask?" Sophia inquired, indiscreetly. Gerald hesitated and looked self-conscious. 35 francs, he said, "but I've had enough of driving it about. It seems we're lucky to get it even at that." And Chirac shrugged his shoulders, as if to indicate that the situation and the price ought to be accepted philosophically. Gerald gave the driver 5 francs. He examined the piece and demanded a pourboire. "Oh, damn," said Gerald, and because he had no smaller change, parted with another 2 francs. "Is anyone coming out for this damn valise?" Gerald demanded, like a tyrant whose wrath would presently fall if the populace did not instantly set about minding their P's and Q's. But nobody emerged, and he was compelled to carry the bag himself. The hotel was dark and malodorous, and every room seemed to be crowded with giggling groups of drinkers. "We can't both sleep in this bed, surely," said Sophia, when, Chirac having remained downstairs, she faced Gerald in a small, mean bedroom. "You don't suppose I shall go to bed, do you?" said Gerald, rather brusquely. "It's for you. We're going to eat now. Look sharp." 3. It was night. She lay in the narrow, crimson-draped bed. The heavy crimson curtains had been drawn across the dirty lace curtains of the window, but the lights of the little square faintly penetrated through chinks into the room. The sounds of the square also penetrated, extraordinarily loud and clear, for the unabated heat had compelled her to leave the window open. She could not sleep. Exhausted though she was, there was no hope of her being able to sleep. Once again she was profoundly depressed. She remembered the dinner with horror, the long crowded table with semicircular ends in the oppressive and reeking dining room, lighted by oil lamps. There must have been at least 40 people at that table. Most of them ate disgustingly, as noisily as pigs, with the end of large coarse napkins tucked in at their necks. All the service was done by the fat woman whom she had seen at the window with Gerald, and a young girl whose demeanour was candidly brazen. Both these creatures were slatterns. Everything was dirty, but the food was good. Chirac and Gerald were agreed that the food was good as well as the wine. "Remarquable," Chirac had said of the wine. Sophia, however, could neither eat nor drink with relish. She was afraid. The company shocked her by its gestures alone. It was very heterogeneous in appearance, some of the diners being well dressed, approaching elegance, and others shabby. But all the faces, to the youngest, were brutalized, corrupt, and shameless. The juxtaposition of old men and young women was odious to her, especially when those pairs kissed, as they did frequently towards the end of the meal. Happily, she was placed between Chirac and Gerald. That situation seemed to shelter her even from the conversation. She would have comprehended nothing of the conversation had it not been for the presence of a middle-aged Englishman who sat at the opposite end of the table, with a youngish, stylish Frenchwoman whom she had seen at Sylvain's on the previous night. The Englishman was evidently under a promise to teach English to the Frenchwoman. He kept translating for her into English, slowly and distinctly, and she would repeat the phrases after him, with strange contortions of the mouth. Thus Sophia gathered that the talk was exclusively about assassinations, executions, criminals, and executioners. Some of the people there made a practice of attending every execution. They were fountains of interesting gossip and the lions of the meal. There was a woman who could recall the dying words of all the victims of justice for 20 years past. The table roared with hysteric laughter at one of this woman's anecdotes. Sophia learnt that she had related how a criminal had said to the priest, who was good-naturedly trying to screen the sight of the guillotine from him with his body, "Stand away now, parson, haven't I paid to see it?" Such was the Englishman's rendering. The wages of the executioners and their assistants were discussed, and differences of opinion led to ferocious arguments. A young and dandiacal fellow told as a fact, which he was ready to vouch for with a pistol, how Cora Pearl, the renowned English courtesan, had, through her influence over a prefect of police, succeeded in visiting a criminal alone in his cell during the night preceding his execution, and had only quitted him an hour before the final summons. The tale won the honours of the dinner. It was regarded as truly impressive, and inevitably it led to the general inquiry, what could the highest personages in the empire see to admire in that red-haired Englishwoman? And of course Ravane himself, the handsome homicide, the centre and hero of the fete, was never long out of the conversation. Several of the diners had seen him, one or two knew him, and could give amazing details of his prowess as a man of pleasure. Despite his crime, he seemed to be the object of sincere idolatry. It was said positively that a niece of his victim had been promised a front place at the execution. Apropos of this, Sophia gathered, to her intense astonishment and alarm, that the prison was close by, and that the execution would take place at the corner of the square itself in which the hotel was situated. Gerald must have known. He had hidden it from her. She regarded him sideways with distrust. As the dinner finished, Gerald's pose of a calm, disinterested, scientific observer of humanity gradually broke down. He could not maintain it in front of the increasing licence of the scene round the table. He was, at length, somewhat ashamed of having exposed his wife to the view of such an orgy. His restless glance carefully avoided both Sophia and Chirac. The latter, whose unaffected simplicity of interest in the affair had more than anything helped to keep Sophia in countenance, observed the change in Gerald, and Sophia's excessive discomfort, and suggested that they should leave the table without waiting for the coffee. Gerald agreed quickly. Thus had Sophia been released from the horror of the dinner. She did not understand how a man so thoughtful and kindly as Chirac, he had bidden her good night with the most distinguished courtesy, could tolerate, much less pleasurably savour, the gluttonous, drunken, and salacious debauchery of the Hôtel de Vézelay. But his theory was, so far as she could judge from his imperfect English, that whatever existed might be admitted and examined by serious persons interested in the study of human nature. His face seemed to say, "Why not?" His face seemed to say to Gerald and to herself, "If this incommodes you, what did you come for?" Gerald had left her at the bedroom door with a self-conscious nod. She had partly undressed and lain down, and instantly the hotel had transformed itself into a kind of sounding-box. It was as if, beneath and within all the noises of the square, every movement of the hotel reached her ears through cardboard walls. Distant shoutings and laughter below, rattlings of crockery below, stampings up and down stairs, stealthy creepings up and down stairs, brusque calls, fragments of song, whisperings, long sighs suddenly stifled, mysterious groans as of torture broken by a giggle, quarrels and bickering. She was spared nothing in the strangely resonant darkness. Then there came out of the little square a great uproar and commotion, with shrieks, and under the shrieks a confused din. In vain she pressed her face into the pillow, and listened to the irregular, prodigious noise of her eyelashes as they scraped the rough linen. The thought had somehow introduced itself into her head that she must arise and go to the window and see all that was to be seen. She resisted. She said to herself that the idea was absurd, that she did not wish to go to the window. Nevertheless, while arguing with herself, she well knew that resistance to the thought was useless, and that ultimately her legs would obey its command. When ultimately she yielded to the fascination and went to the window and pulled aside one of the curtains, she had a feeling of relief. The cool grey beginnings of dawn were in the sky, and every detail of the square was visible. Without exception, all the windows were wide open and filled with sightseers. In the background of many windows were burning candles or lamps that the far distant approach of the sun was already killing. In front of these, on the frontier of two mingling lights, the attentive figures of the watchers were curiously silhouetted. On the red-tiled roofs, too, was a squatted population. Below, a troop of gendarmes, mounted on caracoling horses stretched in line across the square, was gradually sweeping the entire square of a packed, gesticulating, cursing crowd. The operation of this immense besom was very slow. As the spaces of the square were cleared, they began to be dotted by privileged persons, journalists or law officers or their friends, who walked to and fro in conscious pride. Among them Sophia descried Gerald and Chirac, strolling arm in arm and talking to two elaborately clad girls, who were also arm in arm. Then she saw a red reflection coming from one of the side streets, of which she had a vista. It was the swinging lantern of a wagon, drawn by a gaunt grey horse. The vehicle stopped at the end of the square from which the besom had started, and it was immediately surrounded by the privileged, who, however, were soon persuaded to stand away. The crowd amassed now at the principal inlets of the square gave a formidable cry and burst into the refrain, "La voilà, Nicolas! Ah, ah, ah!" The clamour became furious as a group of workmen in blue blouses drew piece by piece all the components of the guillotine from the wagon and laid them carefully on the ground, under the superintendence of a man in a black frock coat and a silk hat with broad flat brims, a little fussy man of nervous gestures. And presently the red columns had risen upright from the ground and were joined at the top by an acrobatic climber. As each part was bolted and screwed to the growing machine, the man in the high hat carefully tested it. In a short time that seemed very long, the guillotine was finished, save for the triangular steel blade which lay shining on the ground, a cynosure. The executioner pointed to it, and two men picked it up and slipped it into its groove and hoisted it to the summit of the machine. The executioner peered at it interminably, amid a universal silence. Then he actuated the mechanism, and the mass of metal fell with a muffled, reverberating thud. There were a few faint shrieks, blended together, and then an overpowering racket of cheers, shouts, hootings, and fragments of song. The blade was again lifted, instantly reproducing silence, and again it fell, liberating a new bedlam. The executioner made a movement of satisfaction. Many women at the windows clapped enthusiastically, and the gendarmes had to fight brutally against the fierce pressure of the crowd. The workmen doffed their blouses and put on coats, and Sophia was disturbed to see them coming in single file towards the hotel, followed by the executioner in the silk hat. 4. There was a tremendous opening of doors in the Hôtel de Vézelay, and much whispering on thresholds, as the executioner and his band entered solemnly. Sophia heard them tramp upstairs. They seemed to hesitate, and then apparently went into a room on the same landing as hers. A door banged, but Sophia could hear the regular sound of new voices talking, and then the rattling of glasses on a tray. The conversation which came to her from the windows of the hotel now showed a great increase of excitement. She could not see the people at these neighbouring windows without showing her own head, and this she would not do. The boom of a heavy bell striking the hour vibrated over the roofs of the square. She supposed that it might be the cathedral clock. In a corner of the square she saw Gerald talking vivaciously alone with one of the two girls who had been together. She wondered vaguely how such a girl had been brought up, and what her parents thought or knew, and she was conscious of an intense pride in herself, of a measureless, haughty feeling of superiority. Her eye caught the guillotine again, and was held by it. Guarded by gendarmes, that tall and simple object did most menacingly dominate the square with its crude red columns. Tools and a large open box lay on the ground beside it. The enfeebled horse in the wagon had an air of dozing on his twisted legs. Then the first rays of the sun shot lengthwise across the square at the level of the chimneys, and Sophia noticed that nearly all the lamps and candles had been extinguished. Many people at the windows were yawning. They laughed foolishly after they had yawned. Some were eating and drinking. Some were shouting conversations from one house to another. The mounted gendarmes were still pressing back the feverish crowds that growled at all the inlets to the square. She saw Chirac walking to and fro alone, but she could not find Gerald. He would not have left the square. Perhaps he had returned to the hotel and would come up to see if she was comfortable or if she needed anything. Guiltily, she sprang back into bed. When last she had surveyed the room, it had been dark. Now it was bright, and every detail stood clear. Yet she had the sensation of having been at the window only a few minutes. She waited, but Gerald did not come. She could hear chiefly the steady hum of the voices of the executioner and his aides. She reflected that the room in which they were must be at the back. The other sounds in the hotel grew less noticeable. Then, after an age, she heard a door open and a low voice say something commandingly in French, and then a "Oui, monsieur," and a general descent of the stairs. The executioner and his aides were leaving. "You!" cried a drunken English voice from an upper floor. It was the middle-aged Englishman translating what the executioner had said. You will take the head." Then a rough laugh, and the repeating voice of the Englishman's girl, still pursuing her studies in English. "You will take the head, yes, sir." And another laugh. At length quiet reigned in the hotel. Sophia said to herself, "I won't stir from this bed till it's all over and Gerald comes back." She dozed under the sheet, and was awakened by a tremendous shrieking, growling, and yelling, a phenomenon of human bestiality that far surpassed Sophia's narrow experiences. Shut up though she was in a room, perfectly secure, the mad fury of that crowd, balked at the inlets to the square, thrilled and intimidated her. It sounded as if they would be capable of tearing the very horses to pieces. "I must stay where I am," she murmured, and even while saying it, she rose and went to the window again and peeped out. The torture involved was extreme, but she had not sufficient force within her to resist the fascination. She stared greedily into the bright square. The first thing she saw was Gerald coming out of a house opposite, followed after a few seconds by the girl with whom he had previously been talking. Gerald glanced hastily up at the facade of the hotel, and then approached as near as he could to the red columns, in front of which were now drawn a line of gendarmes with naked swords. A second and larger wagon, with 2 horses, waited by the side of the other one. The racket beyond the square continued and even grew louder, but the couple of 100 persons within the cordons, and all the inhabitants of the windows, drunk and sober, gazed in a fixed and sinister enchantment at the region of the guillotine, as Sophia gazed. "I cannot stand this," she told herself in horror, but she could not move. She could not move even her eyes. At intervals the crowd would burst out in a violent staccato, "Le voilà, Nicolas! Ah, ah, ah!" And the final "ah" was devilish. Then a gigantic passionate roar, the culmination of the mob's fierce savagery, crashed against the skies. The line of maddened horses swerved and reared, and seemed to fall on the furious multitude, while the statue-like gendarmes rocked over them. It was a last effort to break the cordon, and it failed. From the little street at the rear of the guillotine appeared a priest, walking backwards, and holding a crucifix high in his right hand. And behind him came the handsome hero, his body all crossed with cords, between 2 warders, who pressed against him and supported him on either side. He was certainly very young. He lifted his chin gallantly, but his face was incredibly white. Sophia discerned that the priest was trying to hide the sight of the guillotine from the prisoner with his body, just as in the story which she had heard at dinner. Except the voice of the priest, Indistinctly rising and falling in the prayer for the dying, there was no sound in the square or its environs. The windows were now occupied by groups turned to stone, with distended eyes fixed on the little procession. Sophia had a tightening of the throat, and the hand trembled by which she held the curtain. The central figure did not seem to her to be alive, but rather a doll, a marionette wound up to imitate the action of a tragedy. She saw the priest offer the crucifix to the mouth of the marionette, which, with a clumsy, unhuman shoving of its corded shoulders, butted the thing away, and as the procession turned and stopped, she could plainly see that the marionette's nape and shoulders were bare, his shirt having been slit. It was horrible. "Why do I stay here?" she asked herself hysterically, but she did not stir. The victim had disappeared now in the midst of a group of men. Then she perceived him prone under the red column, between the grooves. The silence was now broken only by the tinkling of the horses' bits in the corner of the square. The line of gendarmes in front of the scaffold held their swords tightly and looked over their noses, ignoring the privileged groups that peered almost between their shoulders. And Sophia waited, horror-struck. She saw nothing but the gleaming triangle of metal that was suspended high above the prone attendant victim. She felt like a lost soul, torn too soon from the shelter, and exposed for ever to the worst hazards of destiny. Why was she in this strange, incomprehensible town, foreign and inimical to her, watching with agonized glance this cruel, obscene spectacle? Her sensibilities were all a bleeding mass of wounds. Why? Only yesterday, and she had been an innocent, timid creature in Bursley, in Axe, a foolish creature who deemed the concealment of letters a supreme excitement. Either that day or this day was not real. Why was she imprisoned alone in that odious, indescribably odious hotel, with no one to soothe and comfort her and carry her away? The distant bell boomed once. Then a monosyllabic voice sounded, sharp, low, nervous. She recognized the voice of the executioner, whose name she had heard but could not remember. There was a clicking noise. She shrank down to the floor in terror and loathing, and hid her face and shuddered. Shriek after shriek from various windows rang on her ears in a fusillade, and then the mad yell of the penned crowd, which, like herself, had not seen, but had heard, extinguished all other noise. Justice was done. The great ambition of Gerald's life was at last satisfied. Later, amid the stir of the hotel, there came a knock at her door, impatient and nervous. Forgetting in her tribulation that she was without her bodice, she got up from the floor in a kind of miserable dream, and opened. Chirac stood on the landing, and he had Gerald by the arm. Chirac looked worn out, curiously fragile and pathetic, but Gerald was the very image of death. The attainment of his ambition had utterly destroyed his equilibrium. His curiosity had proved itself stronger than his stomach. Sophia would have pitied him had she in that moment been capable of pity. Gerald staggered past her into the room and sank with a groan onto the bed. Not long since he had been proudly conversing with impudent women. Now, in a swift collapse, he was as flaccid as a sick hound, and as disgusting as an aged drunkard. "He is some little souffrant," said Chirac weakly. Sophia perceived in Chirac's tone the assumption that of course her present duty was to devote herself to the task of restoring her shamed husband to his manly pride. "And what about me?" she thought bitterly. The fat woman ascended the stairs like a tottering blancmange, and began to gabble to Sophia, who understood nothing whatever. She wants 60 francs," Chirac said, and in answer to Sophia's startled question, he explained that Gerald had agreed to pay 100 francs for the room, which was the landlady's own, 50 francs in advance, and the 50 after the execution. The other 10 was for the dinner. The landlady, distrusting the whole of her clientele, was collecting her accounts instantly on the completion of the spectacle. Sophia made no remark as to Gerald's lie to her. Indeed, Chirac had heard it. She knew Gerald for a glib liar to others, but she was naively surprised when he practised upon herself. "Gerald, do you hear?" she said coldly. The amateur of severed heads only groaned. With a moment of irritation she went to him and felt in his pockets for his purse. He acquiesced, still groaning. Chirac helped her to choose and count the coins. The fat woman, appeased, pursued her way. "Good-bye, madame," said Chirac with his customary courtliness, transforming the landing of the hideous hotel into some imperial antechamber. "Are you going away?" she asked in surprise. Her distress was so obvious that it tremendously flattered him. He would have stayed if he could, but he had to return to Paris to write and deliver his article. "Tomorrow, I hope," he murmured sympathetically, kissing her hand. The gesture atoned somewhat for the sordidness of her situation, and even corrected the faults of her attire. Always afterwards it seemed to her that Chirac was an old and intimate friend. He had successfully passed through the ordeal of seeing the wrong side of the stuff of her life. She shut the door on him with a lingering glance, and reconciled herself to her predicament. Gerald slept. Just as he was, he slept heavily. This was what he had brought her to then, the horrors of the night, of the dawn, and of the morning, ineffable suffering and humiliation, anguish and torture that could never be forgotten. And after a fatuous vigil of unguessed licence, he had tottered back, an offensive beast, to sleep the day away in that filthy chamber. He did not possess even enough spirit to play the role of roisterer to the end, and she was bound to him, far, far from any other human aid, cut off irrevocably by her pride from those who perhaps would have protected her from his dangerous folly. The deep conviction henceforward formed a permanent part of her general consciousness that he was simply an irresponsible and thoughtless fool. He was without sense. Such was her brilliant and godlike husband, the man who had given her the right to call herself a married woman. He was a fool. With all her ignorance of the world, she could see that nobody but an arrant imbecile could have brought her to the present pass. Her native sagacity revolted. Gusts of feeling came over her in which she could have thrashed him into the realization of his responsibilities. Sticking out of the breast pocket of his soiled coat was the packet which he had received on the previous day. If he had not already lost it, he could only thank his luck. She took it. There were English banknotes in it for £200, a letter from a banker, and other papers. With precautions against noise, she tore the envelope and the letters and papers into small pieces, and then looked about for a place to hide them. A cupboard suggested itself. She got on a chair and pushed the fragments out of sight on the topmost shelf, where they may well be to this day. She finished dressing, and then sewed the notes into the lining of her skirt. She had no silly, delicate notions about stealing. She obscurely felt that, in the care of a man like Gerald, she might find herself in the most monstrous, the most impossible dilemmas. Those notes, safe and secret in her skirt, gave her confidence, reassured her against the perils of the future, and endowed her with independence. The act was characteristic of her enterprise and of her fundamental prudence. It approached the heroic, and her conscience hotly defended its righteousness. She decided that when he discovered his loss, she would merely deny all knowledge of the envelope, for he had not spoken a word to her about it. He never mentioned the details of money. He had a fortune. However, the necessity for this untruth did not occur. He made no reference whatever to his loss. The fact was, he thought he had been careless enough to let the envelope be filched from him during the excesses of the night. All day till evening, Sophia sat on a dirty chair without food while Gerald slept. She kept repeating to herself in amazed resentment, 100 francs for this room! 100 francs! And he hadn't the pluck to tell me. She could not have expressed her contempt. Long before sheer ennui forced her to look out of the window again, every sign of justice had been removed from the square. Nothing whatever remained in the heavy August sunshine, save gathered heaps of filth where the horses had reared and caracoled. End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4.
of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett.
Book 3, Sophia. Chapter 4. A Crisis for Gerald. 1. For a time there existed in the minds of both Gerald and Sophia the remarkable notion that £12,000 represented the infinity of wealth, that this sum possessed special magical properties which rendered it insensible to the process of subtraction. It seemed impossible that £12,000, while continually getting less, could ultimately quite disappear. The notion lived longer in the mind of Gerald than in that of Sophia, for Gerald would never look at a disturbing fact, whereas Sophia's gaze was morbidly fascinated by such phenomena. In a life devoted to travel and pleasure, Gerald meant not to spend more than £600 a year, the interest on his fortune. £600 a year is less than £2 a day, yet Gerald never paid less than £2 a day in hotel bills alone. He was hoping that he was living on £1,000 a year, had a secret fear that he might be spending £1,500, and was really spending about £2,500. Still, the remarkable notion of the inexhaustibility of £12,000 always reassured him. The faster the money went, the more vigorously this notion flourished in Gerald's mind. When 12 had unaccountably dwindled to 3, Gerald suddenly decided that he must act, and in a few months he lost 2,000 on the Paris Bourse. The adventure frightened him, and in his panic he scattered a couple of hundred in a frenzy of high living. But even with only 20,000 francs left out of 300,000, he held closely to the belief that natural laws would, in his case, somehow be suspended. He had heard of men who were once rich begging bread and sweeping crossings, but he felt quite secure against such risks by simple virtue of the axiom that he was he. However, he meant to assist this axiom by efforts to earn money. When these continued to fail, he tried to assist the axiom by borrowing money, but he found that his uncle had definitely done with him. He would have assisted the axiom by stealing money, but he had neither the nerve nor the knowledge to be a swindler. He was not even sufficiently expert to cheat at cards. He had thought in thousands. Now he began to think in hundreds, in tens, daily and hourly. He paid 200 francs in railway fares in order to live economically in a village, and shortly afterwards another 200 francs in railway fares in order to live economically in Paris. And to celebrate the arrival in Paris, and the definite commencement of an era of strict economy and serious search for a livelihood, he spent 100 francs on a dinner at the Maison Dorée, and 2 balcony stalls at the Gymnase. In brief, he omitted nothing, no act, no resolve, no self-deception of the typical fool in his situation, always convinced that his difficulties and his wisdom were quite exceptional. In May 1870, on an afternoon, he was ranging nervously to and fro in a 3-cornered bedroom of a little hotel at the angle of the Rue Fontaine and the Rue Leval, now the Rue Victor Masse, within half a minute of the Boulevard de Clichy. This had come to that, an exchange of the Grand Boulevard for the Boulevard Extérieur. Sophia sat on a chair at the grimy window, glancing down in idle disgust of life at the Clichy Odéon omnibus, which was casting off its tip-horse at the corner of the Rue Chaptal. The noise of petty, hurried traffic over the bossy paving stones was deafening. The locality was not one to correspond with an ideal. There was too much humanity crowded into those narrow, hilly streets. Humanity seemed to be bulging out at the windows of the high houses. Gerald healed his pride by saying that this was, after all, the real Paris, and that the cookery was as good as could be got anywhere, pay what you would. He seldom ate a meal in the little salons on the first floor without becoming ecstatic upon the cookery. To hear him, he might have chosen the hotel on its superlative merits, without regard to expense. And with his air of use and custom, he did indeed look like a connoisseur of Paris, who knew better than to herd with vulgar tourists in the pens of the Madeleine Quarter. He was dressed with some distinction. Good clothes, when put to the test, survive a change of fortune, as a Roman arch survives the luxury of a departed empire. Only his collar, large V-shaped front, and wristbands, which bore ineffaceable signs of cheap laundering, reflected the shadow of impending disaster. He glanced sideways, stealthily, at Sophia. She too was still dressed with distinction, in the robe of brack veil, the cashmere shawl, and the little black hat with its falling veil. There was no apparent symptom of beggary. She would have been judged as just one of those women who content themselves with few clothes but good, and greatly aided by nature, make a little go a long way. Good black will last for eternity. It discloses no secrets of modification and mending, and it is not transparent. At last, Gerald, resuming a suspended conversation, said, as it were doggedly, "I tell you I haven't got 5 francs altogether, and you can feel my pockets if you like," added the habitual liar in him, feeling incredulity. "Well, and what do you expect me to do?" Sophia inquired. The accent, at once ironic and listless, in which she put this question, showed that strange and vital things had happened to Sophia in the 4 years which had elapsed since her marriage. It did really seem to her, indeed, that the Sophia whom Gerald had espoused was dead and gone, and that another Sophia had come into her body, so intensely conscious was she of a fundamental change in herself under the stress of continuous experience. And though this was but a seeming, though she was still the same Sophia, more fully disclosed, it was a true seeming. Indisputably more beautiful than when Gerald had unwillingly made her his legal wife, she was now nearly 24, and looked perhaps somewhat older than her age. Her frame was firmly set, her waist thicker, neither slim nor stout, the lips were rather hard, and she had a habit of tightening her mouth, on the same provocation as sends a snail into its shell. No trace was left of immature gawkiness in her gestures, or of simplicity in her intonations. She was a woman of commanding and slightly arrogant charm, not in the least degree the charm of innocence and ingenuousness. Her eyes were the eyes of one who has lost her illusions too violently and too completely. Her gaze, coldly comprehending, implied familiarity with the abjectness of human nature. Gerald had begun and had finished her education. He had not ruined her, as a bad professor may ruin a fine voice, because her moral force immeasurably exceeded his. He had unwittingly produced a masterpiece, but it was a tragic masterpiece. Sophia was such a woman as, by a mere glance as she utters an opinion, will make a man say to himself, half in desire and half in alarm lest she reads him too, "By Jove, she must have been through a thing or two. She knows what people are." The marriage was of course a calamitous folly. From the very first, from the moment when the commercial traveller had, with incomparable rash fatuity, thrown the paper pellet over the counter, Sophia's awakening common sense had told her that in yielding to her instinct she was sowing misery and shame for herself. But she had gone on, as if under a spell. It had needed the irretrievableness of flight from home to begin the breaking of the trance. Once fully awakened out of the trance, she had recognized her marriage for what it was. She had made neither the best nor the worst of it. She had accepted Gerald as one accepts a climate. She saw again and again that he was irreclaimably a fool and a prodigy of irresponsibleness. She tolerated him, now with sweetness, now bitterly, accepting always his caprices, and never permitting herself to have wishes of her own. She was ready to pay the price of pride and of a moment's imbecility with a lifetime of self-repression. It was high, but it was the price. She had acquired nothing but an exceptionally good knowledge of the French language. She soon learnt to scorn Gerald's glib maltreatment of the tongue, and she had conserved nothing but her dignity. She knew that Gerald was sick of her, that he would have danced for joy to be rid of her, that he was constantly unfaithful, that he had long since ceased to be excited by her beauty. She knew also that at bottom he was a little afraid of her. Here was her sole moral consolation. The thing that sometimes struck her as surprising was that he had not abandoned her, simply and crudely walked off one day and forgotten to take her with him. They hated each other, but in different ways. She loathed him, and he resented her. "What do I expect you to do?" he repeated after her. "Why don't you write home to your people and get some money out of them?" Now that he had said what was in his mind, he faced her with a bullying swagger. Had he been a bigger man, he might have tried the effect of physical bullying on her. One of his numerous reasons for resenting her was that she was the taller of the two. She made no reply. "Now you needn't turn pale and begin all that fuss over again. What I'm suggesting is a perfectly reasonable thing. If I haven't got money, I haven't got it. I can't invent it." She perceived that he was ready for one of their periodical tempestuous quarrels, but that day she felt too tired and unwell to quarrel. His warning against a repetition of fuss had reference to the gastric dizziness from which he had been suffering for 2 years. It would take her usually after a meal. She did not swoon, but her head swam and she could not stand. She would sink down wherever she happened to be, and her face, alarmingly white, murmur faintly, "My salts." Within 5 minutes the attack had gone and left no trace. She had been through one just after lunch. He resented this affliction. He detested being compelled to hand the smelling bottle to her, and he would have avoided doing so if her pallor did not always alarm him. Nothing but this pallor convinced him that the attacks were not a deep ruse to impress him. His attitude invariably implied that she could cure the malady if she chose, but that through obstinacy she did not choose. "Are you going to have the decency to answer my question, or aren't you?" "What question?" Her vibrating voice was low and restrained. "Will you write to your people?" "For money?" The sarcasm of her tone was diabolic. She could not have kept the sarcasm out of her tone. She did not attempt to keep it out. She cared little if it whipped him to fury. Did he imagine seriously that she would be capable of going on her knees to her family? She? Was he unaware that his wife was the proudest and most obstinate woman on earth, that all her behaviour to him was the expression of her pride and her obstinacy? Ill and weak though she felt, she marshalled together all the forces of her character to defend her resolve never, never to eat the bread of humiliation. She was absolutely determined to be dead to her family. Certainly, one December, several years previously, she had seen English Christmas cards in an English shop in the Rue de Rivoli, and in a sudden gush of tenderness towards Constance, she had dispatched a coloured greeting to Constance and her mother, and having initiated the custom, she had continued it. That was not like asking a kindness, it was bestowing a kindness. But except for the annual card, she was dead to St. Luke's Square. She was one of those daughters who disappear and are not discussed in the family circle. The thought of her immense foolishness, the little tender thoughts of Constance, some flitting souvenir full of unwilling admiration, of a regal gesture of her mother, these things only steeled her against any sort of resurrection after death. And he was urging her to write home for money! Why, she would not even have paid a visit in splendour to St. Luke's Square. Never should they know what she had suffered, and especially her Aunt Harriet, from whom she had stolen. "Will you write to your people?" he demanded yet again, emphasizing and separating each word. "No," she said shortly, with terrible disdain. "Why not?" "Because I won't." The curling line of her lips, as they closed on each other, said all the rest. All the cruel truths about his unspeakable, inane, coarse follies, his laziness, his excessive, his lies, his deceptions, his bad faith, his truculence, his improvidence, his shameful waste and ruin of his life and hers. She doubted whether he realized his baseness and her wrongs, but if he could not read them in her silent contumely, she was too proud to recite them to him. She had never complained, save in uncontrolled moments of anger. "If that's the way you're going to talk, all right," he snapped, furious. Evidently he was baffled. She kept silence. She was determined to see what he would do in the face of her inaction. "You know I'm not joking," he pursued. "We shall starve." "Very well," she agreed. "We shall starve." She watched him surreptitiously, and she was almost sure that he really had come to the end of his tether. His voice, which never alone convinced, carried a sort of conviction now. He was penniless. In 4 years he had squandered £12,000, and had nothing to show for it except an enfeebled digestion and a tragic figure of a wife. One small point of satisfaction there was, and all the Baines in her clutched at it, and tried to suck satisfaction from it. Their manner of travelling about from hotel to hotel had made it impossible for Gerald to run up debts. A few debts he might have, unknown to her, but they could not be serious. So they looked at one another, in hatred and despair. The inevitable had arrived. For months she had fronted it in bravado, not concealing from herself that it lay in waiting. For years he had been sure that, though the inevitable might happen to others, it could not happen to him. There it was. He was conscious of a heavy weight in his stomach, and she of a general numbness, enwrapping her fatigue. Even then he could not believe that it was true, this disaster. As for Sophia, she was reconciling herself with bitter philosophy to the eccentricities of fate. Who would have dreamed that she, a young girl brought up, etc. Her mother could not have improved the occasion more uncompromisingly than Sophia did, behind that disdainful mask. "Well, if that's it," Gerald exploded at length, puffing, and he puffed out of the room and was gone in a second. 2. She languidly picked up a book the moment Gerald had departed, and tried to prove to herself that she was sufficiently in command of her nerves to read. For a long time reading had been her chief solace, but she could not read. She glanced round the inhospitable chamber, and thought of the hundreds of rooms, some splendid and some vile, but all arid in their unwelcoming aspect, through which she had passed in her progress from mad exultation to calm and cold disgust. The ceaseless din of the street annoyed her jaded ears, and a great wave of desire for peace of no matter what kind, swept through her, and then her deep distrust of Gerald reawakened. In spite of his seriously desperate air, which had a quality of sincerity quite new in her experience of him, she could not be entirely sure that in asserting utter penury he was not, after all, merely using a trick to get rid of her. She sprang up, threw the book on the bed, and seized her gloves. She would follow him, if she could. She would do what she had never done before. She would spy on him. Fighting against her lassitude, she descended the long winding stairs, and peeped forth from the doorway into the street. The ground floor of the hotel was a wine shop. The stout landlord was lightly flicking one of his 3 little yellow tables that stood on the pavement. He smiled with his customary benevolence, and silently pointed in the direction of the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette. She saw Gerald down there in the distance. He was smoking a cigar. He seemed to be a little man without a care. The smoke of the cigar came first round his left cheek and then round his right, sailing away into nothing. He walked with a gay spring, but not quickly, flourishing his cane as freely as the traffic of the pavement would permit, glancing into all the shop windows, and into the eyes of all the women under 40. This was not at all the same man as had, a moment ago, been spitting angry menaces at her in the bedroom of the hotel. It was a fellow of blithe charm, ripe for any adventurous joys that destiny had to offer. Supposing he turned round and saw her? If he turned round and saw her, and asked her what she was doing there in the street, she would tell him plainly, "I'm following you, to find out what you do." But he did not turn. He went straight forward, deviating at the church, where the crowd became thicker, into the Rue du Faubourg Montmartre, and so to the boulevard, which he crossed. The whole city seemed excited and vivacious. Cannons boomed in slow succession, and flags were flying. Sophia had no conception of the significance of those guns, for, though she read a great deal, she never read a newspaper. The idea of opening a newspaper never occurred to her. But she was accustomed to the feverish atmosphere of Paris. She had lately seen regiments of cavalry flashing and prancing in the Luxembourg Gardens, and had much admired the fine picture. She accepted the booming as another expression of the high spirit that had to find vent somehow in this feverish empire. She so accepted it and forgot it, using all the panorama of the capital as a dim background for her exacerbated egoism. She was obliged to walk slowly, because Gerald walked slowly. A beautiful woman, or any woman not positively hag-like or venerable who walks slowly in the streets of Paris, becomes at once the cause of inconvenient desires, as representing the main objective on earth, always transcending in importance politics and affairs. Just as a true patriotic Englishman cannot be too busy to run after a fox, so a Frenchman is always ready to forsake all in order to follow a woman whom he has never before set eyes on. Many men thought twice about her, with her romantic Saxon mystery of temperament and her Parisian clothes, but all refrained from affronting her, not in the least out of respect for the gloom in her face, but from an expert conviction that those rapt eyes were fixed immovably on another male. She walked unscathed amid the frothing hounds as though protected by a spell. On the south side of the boulevard, Gerald proceeded down the Rue Montmartre and then turned suddenly into the Rue Croissant. Sophia stopped and asked the price of some combs which were exposed outside a little shop. Then she went on, boldly passing the end of the Rue Croissant. No shadow of Gerald. She saw the signs of newspapers all along the street: Le Bien Public, La Presse Libre, La Patrie. There was a creamery at the corner. She entered it and asked for a cup of chocolate and sat down. She wanted to drink coffee, but every doctor had forbidden coffee to her on account of her attacks of dizziness. Then, having ordered chocolate, she felt that on this occasion, when she had need of strength in her great fatigue, only coffee could suffice her, and she changed the order. She was close to the door, and Gerald could not escape her vigilance if he emerged at that end of the street. She drank the coffee with greedy satisfaction, and waited in the creamery till she began to feel conspicuous there. And then Gerald went by the door within 6 feet of her. He turned the corner and continued his descent of the Rue Montmartre. She paid for her coffee and followed the chase. Her blood seemed to be up, her lips were tightened, and her thought was, "Wherever he goes, I'll go, and I don't care what happens." She despised him. She felt herself above him. She felt that somehow, since quitting the hotel, he had been gradually growing more and more vile and meet to be exterminated. She imagined infamies as to the Rue Croissant. There was no obvious ground for this intensifying of her attitude towards him. It was merely the result of the chase. All that could be definitely charged against him was the smoking of a cigar. He stepped into a tobacco shop, and came out with a longer cigar than the first one, a more expensive article, stripped off its collar, and lighted it as a millionaire might have lighted it. This was the man who swore that he did not possess 5 francs. She tracked him as far as the Rue de Rivoli, and then lost him. There were vast surging crowds in the Rue de Rivoli, and much bunting, and soldiers, and gesticulatory policemen. The general effect of the street was that all things were brightly waving in the breeze. She was caught in the crowd as in the current of a stream, and when she tried to sidle out of it into a square, a row of smiling policemen barred her passage. She was part of the traffic that they had to regulate. She drifted till the Louvre came into view. After all, Gerald had only strolled forth to see the sight of the day, whatever it might be. She knew not what it was. She had no curiosity about it. In the middle of all that thickening mass of humanity, staring with one accord at the vast monument of royal and imperial vanities, she thought, with her characteristic grimness, of the sacrifice of her whole career as a schoolteacher for the chance of seeing Gerald once a quarter in the shop. She gloated over that, as a sick appetite will gloat over tainted food, and she saw the shop and the curve of the stairs up to the showroom, and the pier glass in the showroom. Then the guns began to boom again, and splendid carriages swept one after another from under a majestic archway, and glittered westward down a lane of spotless, splendid uniforms. The carriages were laden with still more splendid uniforms, and with enchanting toilettes. Sophia, in her modestly stylish black, mechanically noticed how much easier it was for attired women to sit in a carriage now that crinolines had gone. That was the sole impression made upon her by this glimpse of the last fate of the Napoleonic Empire. She knew not that the supreme pillars of imperialism were exhibiting themselves before her, and that the eyes of those uniforms and those toilettes were full of the legendary beauty of Eugénie, and their ears echoing to the long phrases of Napoleon III about his gratitude to his people for their confidence in him as shown by the plebiscite, and about the ratification of constitutional reforms guaranteeing order, and about the empire having been strengthened at its base, and about showing force by moderation, and envisaging the future without fear, and about the bosom of peace and liberty, and the eternal continuance of his dynasty. She just wondered vaguely what was afoot. When the last carriage had rolled away, and the guns and acclamations had ceased, the crowd at length began to scatter. She was carried by it into the Place du Palais Royal, and in a few moments she managed to withdraw into the Rue des Bons Enfants, and was free. The coins in her purse amounted to 3 sous, and therefore, though she felt exhausted to the point of illness, she had to return to the hotel on foot. Very slowly she crawled upwards in the direction of the boulevard, through the expiring gaiety of the city. Near the Bourse a fiacre overtook her, and in the fiacre were Gerald and a woman. Gerald had not seen her. He was talking eagerly to his ornate companion. All his body was alive. The fiacre was out of sight in a moment, but Sophia judged instantly the grade of the woman, who was evidently of the discreet class that frequented the big shops of an afternoon with something of their own to sell. Sophia's grimness increased. The pace of the fiacre, her fatigued body, Gerald's delightful, careless vivacity, the attractive streaming veil of the nice, modest courtesan, everything conspired to increase it. 3. Gerald returned to the bedroom which contained his wife and all else that he owned in the world at about 9 o'clock that evening. Sophia was in bed. She had been driven to bed by weariness. She would have preferred to sit up to receive her husband, even if it had meant sitting up all night, but her body was too heavy for her spirit. She lay in the dark. She had eaten nothing. Gerald came straight into the room. He struck a match, which burned blue with a stench for several seconds, and then gave a clear yellow flame. He lit a candle and saw his wife. "Oh," he said, "you're there, are you?" She offered no reply. "Won't speak, eh?" he said. "Agreeable sort of wife. Well, have you made up your mind to do as I told you? I've come back especially to know." She still did not speak. He sat down with his hat on, and stuck out his feet, wagging them to and fro on the heels. "I'm quite without money," he went on, "and I'm sure your people will be glad to lend us a bit till I get some, especially as it's a question of you starving as well as me. If I had enough to pay your fares to Bursley, I'd pack you off, but I haven't." She could only hear his exasperating voice. The end of the bed was between her eyes and his. "Liar!" she said, with uncompromising distinctness. The word reached him, barbed with all the poison of her contempt and disgust. There was a pause. "Oh, I'm a liar, am I? Thanks. I lied enough to get you, I'll admit, but you never complained of that. I remember beginning the new year well with a thumping lie just to have a sight of you, my vixen, but you didn't complain then. I took you with only the clothes on your back, and I've spent every cent I had on you, and now I'm spun, you call me a liar." She said nothing. "However," he went on, "this is going to come to an end, this is." He rose, changed the position of the candle, putting it on a chest of drawers, and then drew his trunk from the wall and knelt in front of it. She gathered that he was packing his clothes. At first she did not comprehend his reference to beginning the new year. Then his meaning revealed itself. That story to her mother about having been attacked by ruffians at the bottom of King Street had been an invention, a ruse to account plausibly for his presence on her mother's doorstep, and she had never suspected that the story was not true. In spite of her experience of his lying, she had never suspected that that particular statement was a lie. What a simpleton she was! There was a continual movement in the room for about a quarter of an hour. Then a key turned in the lock of the trunk. His head popped up over the foot of the bed. "This isn't a joke, you know," he said. She kept silence. "I give you one more chance. Will you write to your mother, or Constance if you like, or won't you?" She scorned to reply in any way. "I'm your husband," he said, and it's your duty to obey me, particularly in an affair like this. I order you to write to your mother." The corners of her lips turned downwards. Angered by her mute obstinacy, he broke away from the bed with a sudden gesture. "You do as you like," he cried, putting on his overcoat, "and I shall do as I like. You can't say I haven't warned you. It's your own deliberate choice, mind you. Whatever happens to you, you've brought it on yourself." She would not speak a word, not even to insist that she was indisposed. He pushed his trunk outside the door and returned to the bed. "You understand?" he said menacingly. "I'm off." She looked up at the foul ceiling. He sniffed, bringing his reserves of pride to combat the persistent silence that was damaging his dignity. And he went off, sticking his head forward like a pugilist. "Here," she muttered, "you're forgetting this." He turned. She stretched her hand to the night-table and held up a red circlet. "What is it?" "It's the bit of paper off the cigar you bought in the Rue Montmartre this afternoon," she answered in a significant tone. He hesitated, then swore violently and bounced out of the room. He had made her suffer, but she was almost repaid for everything by that moment of cruel triumph. She exulted in it and never forgot it. 5 minutes later, the gloomy menial in felt slippers and alpaca jacket, who seemed to pass the whole of his life flitting in and out of bedrooms like a rabbit in a warren, carried Gerald's trunk downstairs. She recognised the peculiar tread of his slippers. Then there was a knock at the door. The landlady entered, actuated by a legitimate curiosity. "Madame is suffering?" the landlady began. Sophia refused offers of food and nursing. "Madame knows without doubt that monsieur has gone away?" "Has he paid the bill?" Sophia asked bluntly. "But yes, madame, till tomorrow." "Then madame has want of nothing?" "If you will extinguish the candle," said Sophia. He had deserted her then. All this, she reflected, listening in the dark to the ceaseless rattle of the street, because mother and Constance wanted to see the elephant, and I had to go into father's room. I should never have caught sight of him from the drawing-room window. 4. She passed a night of physical misery, exasperated by the tireless rattling vitality of the street. She kept saying to herself, "I'm all alone now, and I'm going to be ill. I am ill." She saw herself dying in Paris, and heard the expressions of facile sympathy and idle curiosity drawn forth by the sight of the dead body of this foreign woman in a little Paris hotel. She reached the stage, in the gradual excruciation of her nerves, when she was obliged to concentrate her agonized mind on an intense and painful expectancy of the next new noise, which, when it came, increased her torture and decreased her strength to support it. She went through all the interminable dilatoriness of the dawn, from the moment when she could scarcely discern the window, to the moment when she could read the word "Bop" on the red circlet of paper which had tossed all night on the sea of the counterpane. She knew she would never sleep again. She could not imagine herself asleep. And then she was startled by a sound that seemed to clash with the rest of her impressions. It was a knocking at the door. With a start, she perceived that she must have been asleep. "Enter," she murmured. There entered the menial in alpaca. His waxen face showed a morose commiseration. He noiselessly approached the bed. He seemed to have none of the characteristics of a man, but to be a creature infinitely mysterious and aloof from humanity, and held out to Sophia a visiting card in his grey hand. It was Chirac's card. "Monsieur asked for monsieur," said the waiter, "and then, as monsieur had gone away, he demanded to see madame. He says it is very important." Her heart jumped, partly in vague alarm, and partly with a sense of relief at this chance of speaking to someone whom she knew. She tried to reflect rationally. "What time is it?" she inquired. 11 o'clock, madame." This was surprising. The fact that it was 11 o'clock destroyed the remains of her self-confidence. How could it be 11 o'clock, with the dawn scarcely finished? "He says it is very important," repeated the waiter, imperturbably and solemnly. "Will Madame see him an instant?" Between resignation and anticipation, she said yes. "It is well, Madame," said the waiter, disappearing without a sound. She sat up and managed to drag her matinee from a chair and put it around her shoulders. Then she sank back from weakness, physical and spiritual. She hated to receive Chirac in a bedroom, and particularly in that bedroom. But the hotel had no public room except the dining room, which began to be occupied after 11 o'clock. Moreover, she could not possibly get up. Yes, on the whole she was pleased to see Chirac. He was almost her only acquaintance, assuredly the only being whom she could by any stretch of meaning call a friend in the whole of Europe. Gerald and she had wandered to and fro, skimming always over the real life of nations, and never penetrating into it. There was no place for them, because they had made none. With the exception of Chirac, whom an accident of business had thrown into Gerald's company years before, they had no social relations. Gerald was not a man to make friends. He did not seem to need friends, or at any rate to feel the want of them. But as chance had given him Chirac, he maintained the connection whenever they came to Paris. Sophia, of course, had not been able to escape from the solitude imposed by existence in hotels. Since her marriage, she had never spoken to a woman in the way of intimacy, but once or twice she had approached intimacy with Chirac, whose wistful admiration for her always aroused into activity her desire to charm. Preceded by the menial, he came into the room hurriedly, apologetically, with an air of acute anxiety, and as he saw her lying on her back with flushed features, her hair disarranged, and only the grace of the silk ribbons of her matinee to mitigate the melancholy repulsiveness of her surroundings, that anxiety seemed to deepen. "Dear Madame," he stammered, "all my excuses." He hastened to the bedside and kissed her hand, a little pique according to his custom. "You are ill?" "I have my migraine," she said. "You want Gerald?" "Yes," he said diffidently. "He had promised. He has left me." Sophia interrupted him in her weak and fatigued voice. She closed her eyes as she uttered the word. "Left you?" He glanced round to be sure that the waiter had retired. "Quitted me, abandoned me, last night." "Not possible," he breathed. She nodded. She felt intimate with him. Like all secretive persons, she could be suddenly expansive at times. "It is serious?" he questioned. "All that is most serious," she replied. "And you ill? Ah, the wretch! Ah, the wretch! That, for example." He waved his hat about. "What is it you want, Chirac?" she demanded in a confidential tone. Well," said Chirac, "you do not know where he has gone?" "No. What do you want?" He was nervous. He fidgeted. She guessed that, though warm with sympathy for her plight, he was preoccupied by interests and apprehensions of his own. He did not refuse her request temporarily to leave the astonishing matter of her situation in order to discuss the matter of his visit. Well, he came to me yesterday afternoon in the Rue Croissant to borrow some money." She understood then the object of Gerald's stroll on the previous afternoon. "I hope you didn't lend him any," she said. Well, it was like this. He said he ought to have received 5,000 francs yesterday morning, but that he had had a telegram that it would not arrive until today, and he had need of 500 francs at once. I had not 500 francs. He smiled sadly, as if to insinuate that he did not handle such sums. But I borrowed it from the cash books of the journal. It is necessary, absolutely, that I should return it this morning." He spoke with increased seriousness. "Your husband said he would take a cab and bring me the money immediately on the arrival of the post this morning, about 9 o'clock. Pardon me for deranging you with such a—" He stopped. She could see that he really was grieved to derange her, but that circumstances pressed. "At my paper," he murmured, "it is not so easy as that to... In fine..." Gerald had genuinely been at his last francs. He had not lied when she thought he had lied, The nakedness of his character showed now. Instantly, upon the final and definite cessation of the lawful supply of money, he had set his wits to obtain money unlawfully. He had, in fact, simply stolen it from Chirac, with the ornamental addition of endangering Chirac's reputation and situation, as a sort of reward to Chirac for the kindness. And further, no sooner had he got hold of the money than it had intoxicated him, and he had yielded to the first fatuous temptation. He had no sense of responsibility, no scruple, and as for common prudence, had he not risked permanent disgrace and even prison for a paltry sum which he would certainly squander in 2 or 3 days? Yes, it was indubitable that he would stop at nothing whatever. "You did not know he was coming to me?" asked Chirac, pulling his short, silky brown beard. "No," Sophia answered, "but he said that you had charged him with your friendliness to me." He nodded his head once or twice, sadly but candidly accepting, in the quality of a Latin, the plain facts of human nature, reconciling himself to them at once. Sophia revolted at this crowning detail of the structure of Gerald's rascality. "It is fortunate that I can pay you," she said. "But," he tried to protest, "I have quite enough money." She did not say this to screen Gerald, but merely from amour propre. She would not let Chirac think that she was the wife of a man bereft of all honour. And so she clothed Gerald with the rag of having at any rate not left her in destitution as well as in sickness. Her assertion seemed a strange one, in view of the fact that he had abandoned her on the previous evening, that is to say, immediately after the borrowing from Chirac. But Chirac did not examine the statement. "Perhaps he has the intention to send me the money. Perhaps, after all, he is now at the offices." "No," said Sophia, "he is gone. Will you go downstairs and wait for me? We will go together to Cook's office. It is English money I have." "Cook's?" he repeated. The word, now so potent, had then little significance. "But you are ill. You cannot." "I feel better." She did. Or rather, she felt nothing except the power of her resolve to remove the painful anxiety from that wistful brow. The shame of the trick played on Chirac awakened new forces in her. She dressed in a physical torment, which, however, had no more reality than a nightmare. She searched in a place which even an inquisitive husband would not think of looking, and then, painfully, she descended the long stairs, holding to the rail which swam round and round her, carrying the whole staircase with it. "After all," she thought, "I can't be seriously ill, or I shouldn't have been able to get up and go out like this. I never guessed early this morning that I could do it. I can't possibly be as ill as I thought I was." And in the vestibule she encountered Chirac's face, lightening at the sight of her, which proved to him that his deliverance was really to be accomplished. "Permit me—" "It's all right," she smiled, tottering. "Get a cab." It suddenly occurred to her that she might as easily have given him the money in English notes. He could have changed them. But she had not thought. Her brain would not operate. She was dreaming and waking together. He helped her into the cab. 5. In the Bureau de Change there was a little knot of English people, with naive, romantic and honest faces, quite different from the faces outside in the street. No corruption in those faces, but a sort of wondering and infantile sincerity, rather out of its element and lost in a land too unsophisticated, seeming to belong to an earlier age. Sophia liked their tourist stare and their plain and ugly clothes. She longed to be back in England, longed for a moment with violence, drowning in that desire. The English clerk behind his brass bars took her notes and carefully examined them one by one. She watched him, not entirely convinced of his reality, and thought vaguely of the detestable morning when she had abstracted the notes from Gerald's pocket. She was filled with pity for the simple, ignorant Sophia of those days, the Sophia who still had a few ridiculous illusions concerning Gerald's character. Often since she had been tempted to break into the money, but she had always withstood the temptation, saying to herself that an hour of more urgent need would come. It had come. She was proud of her firmness, of the force of will which had enabled her to reserve the fund intact. The clerk gave her a keen look. and then asked her how she would take the French money, and she saw the notes falling down one after another on the counter as the clerk separated them with a snapping sound of the paper. Chirac was beside her. "Does that make the count?" she said, having pushed towards him 500-franc notes. "I should not know how to thank you," he said, accepting the notes. "Truly." His joy was unmistakably eager. He had had a shock and a fright, and he now saw the danger past. He could return to the cashier of his newspaper and fling down the money with a lordly and careless air, as if to say, "When it is a question of these English, one can always be sure." But first he would escort her to the hotel. She declined. She did not know why, for he was her sole point of moral support in all France. He insisted. She yielded. So she turned her back with regret on that little English oasis in the Sahara of Paris, and staggered to the fiacre. And now that she had done what she had to do, she lost control of her body, and reclined flaccid and inert. Chirac was evidently alarmed. He did not speak, but glanced at her from time to time with eyes full of fear. The carriage appeared to her to be swimming amid waves over great depths. Then she was aware of a heavy weight against her shoulder. She had slipped down upon Chirac, unconscious. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 1
of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett.
Book 3, Sophia. Chapter 5, Part 1. Fever. 1. Then she was lying in bed in a small room, obscure because it was heavily curtained. The light came through the inner pair of curtains of écru lace, with a beautiful, soft, silvery quality. A man was standing by the side of the bed, not Chirac. "Now, madame," he said to her, with kind firmness, and speaking with a charming, exaggerated purity of the vowels, "you have the mucus fever. I have had it myself. You will be forced to take baths very frequently. I must ask you to reconcile yourself to that. To be good." She did not reply. It did not occur to her to reply. But she certainly thought that this doctor, he was probably a doctor, was overestimating her case. She felt better than she had felt for 2 days. Still, she did not desire to move, nor was she in the least anxious as to her surroundings. She lay quiet. A woman in a rather coquettish déshabille watched over her with expert skill. Later, Sophia seemed to be revisiting the sea on whose waves the cab had swum, but now she was under the sea, in a watery gulf terribly deep, and the sounds of the world came to her through the water, sudden and strange. Hands seized her and forced her from the subaqueous grotto where she had hidden into new alarms, and she briefly perceived that there was a large bath by the side of the bed, and that she was being pushed into it. The water was icy cold. After that, her outlook upon things was for a time clearer and more precise. She knew from fragments of talk which she heard that she was put into the cold bath by her bed every 3 hours, night and day, and that she remained in it for 10 minutes. Always, before the bath, she had to drink a glass of wine, and sometimes another glass while she was in the bath. Beyond this wine, and occasionally a cup of soup, she took nothing, had no wish to take anything. She grew perfectly accustomed to these extraordinary habits of life, to this merging of night and day into one monotonous and endless repetition of the same rite amid the same circumstances on exactly the same spot. Then followed a period during which she objected to being constantly wakened up for this annoying immersion, and she fought against it even in her dreams. Long days seemed to pass when she could not be sure whether she had been put into the bath or not, when all external phenomena were disconcertingly interwoven with matters which she knew to be merely fanciful. And then she was overwhelmed by the hopeless gravity of her state. She felt that her state was desperate. She felt that she was dying. Her unhappiness was extreme, not because she was dying, but because the veils of sense were so puzzling, so exasperating, and because her exhausted body was so vitiated in every fibre by disease. She was perfectly aware that she was going to die. She cried aloud for a pair of scissors. She wanted to cut off her hair and send part of it to Constance and part of it to her mother in separate packages. She insisted upon separate packages. Nobody would give her a pair of scissors. She implored meekly, haughtily, furiously, but nobody would satisfy her. It seemed to her shocking that all her hair should go with her into her coffin, while Constance and her mother had nothing by which to remember her, no tangible souvenir of her beauty. Then she fought for the scissors. She clutched at someone, always through those baffling veils, who was putting her into the bath by the bedside, and fought frantically. It appeared to her that this someone was the rather stout woman who had supped at Sylvain's with the quarrelsome Englishman 4 years ago. She could not rid herself of this singular conceit, though she knew it to be absurd. A long time afterwards, it seemed like a century, she did actually and unmistakably see the woman sitting by her bed, and the woman was crying. "Why are you crying?" Sophia asked wonderingly. And the other, younger woman, who was standing at the foot of the bed, replied,
"You do well to ask. It is you who have hurt her, in your delirium, when you so madly demanded the scissors."
The stout woman smiled, with the tears on her cheeks, but Sophia wept from remorse. The stout woman looked old, worn, and untidy. The other one was much younger. Sophia did not trouble to inquire from them who they were. That little conversation formed a brief interlude in the delirium, which overtook her again and distorted everything. She forgot, however, that she was destined to die. One day her brain cleared. She could be sure that she had gone to sleep in the morning and not wakened till the evening, hence she had not been put into the bath. "Have I had my baths?" she questioned. It was the doctor who faced her. "No," he said, "the baths are finished." She knew from his face that she was out of danger. Moreover, she was conscious of a new feeling in her body, as though the fount of physical energy within her, long interrupted, had recommenced to flow, but very slowly, a trickling. It was a rebirth. She was not glad, but her body itself was glad. Her body had an existence of its own. She was now often left by herself in the bedroom. To the right of the foot of the bed was a piano in walnut, and to the left a chimney-piece with a large mirror. She wanted to look at herself in the mirror, but it was a very long way off. She tried to sit up, and could not. She hoped that one day she would be able to get as far as the mirror. She said not a word about this to either of the two women. Often they would sit in the bedroom and talk without ceasing. Sophia learnt that the stout woman was named Foucault, and the other Laurence. Sometimes Laurence would address Madame Foucault as Aimée, but usually she was more formal. Madame Foucault always called the other Laurence. Sophia's curiosity stirred and awoke, but she could not obtain any very exact information as to where she was, except that the house was in the Rue Breda, off the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette. She recollected vaguely that the reputation of the street was sinister. It appeared that on the day when she had gone out with Chirac, the upper part of the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette was closed for repairs. This she remembered, and that the cabman had turned up the Rue Breda in order to make a detour, and that it was just opposite to the house of Madame Foucault that she had lost consciousness. Madame Foucault happened to be getting into a cab at the moment, but she had told Chirac nevertheless to carry Sophia into the house, and a policeman had helped. Then, when the doctor came, it was discovered that she could not be moved, save to a hospital, and both Madame Foucault and Laurence were determined that no friend of Chirac should be committed to the horrors of a Paris hospital. Madame Foucault had suffered in one as a patient, and Laurence had been a nurse in another. Chirac was now away. The women talked loosely of a war. "How kind you have been," murmured Sophia with humid eyes. But they silenced her with gestures. She was not to talk. They seemed to have nothing further to tell her. They said Chirac would be returning, perhaps soon, and that she could talk to him. Evidently they both held Chirac in affection. They said often that he was a charming boy. Bit by bit, Sophia comprehended the length and the seriousness of her illness, and the immense devotion of the two women, and the terrific disturbance of their lives, and her own debility. She saw that the women were strongly attached to her, and she could not understand why, as she had never done anything for them, whereas they had done everything for her. She had not learnt that benefits rendered, not benefits received, are the cause of such attachments. All the time she was plotting, and gathering her strength to disobey orders and get as far as the mirror. Her preliminary studies and her preparations were as elaborate as those of a prisoner arranging to escape from a fortress. The first attempt was a failure. The second succeeded. Though she could not stand without support, she managed, by clinging to the bed, to reach a chair, and to push the chair in front of her until it approached the mirror. The enterprise was exciting and terrific. Then she saw a face in the glass, white, incredibly emaciated, with great wild staring eyes, and the shoulders were bent as though with age. It was a painful, almost a horrible sight. It frightened her, so that in her alarm she recoiled from it. Not attending sufficiently to the chair, she sank to the ground. She could not pick herself up, and she was caught there miserably by her angered jailers. The vision of her face taught her more efficiently than anything else the gravity of her adventure. As the women lifted her inert, repentant mass into bed, she reflected, "How queer my life is!" It seemed to her that she ought to have been trimming hats in the showroom, instead of being in that curtained, mysterious Parisian interior.
2. One day, Madame Foucault knocked at the door of Sophia's little room. The ceremony of knocking was one of the indications that Sophia, convalescent, had been reinstated in her rights as an individual, and cried, "Madame, one is going to leave you all alone for some time." "Come in," said Sophia, who was sitting up in an armchair and reading. Madame Foucault opened the door. "One is going to leave you all alone for some time," she repeated in a low, confidential voice, sharply contrasting with her shriek behind the door. Sophia nodded and smiled, and Madame Foucault also nodded and smiled, but Madame Foucault's face quickly resumed its anxious expression. "The servant's brother marries himself today, and she implored me to accord her 2 days. What would you? Madame Laurence is out, and I must go out. It is 4 o'clock. I shall re-enter at 6 o'clock striking. Therefore—" "Perfectly," Sophia concurred. She looked curiously at Madame Foucault, who was carefully made up and arranged for the street, in a dress of yellow tussore with blue ornaments, bright lemon-coloured gloves, a little blue bonnet, and a little white parasol, not wider when open than her shoulders. Cheeks, lips, and eyes were heavily charged with rouge, powder, or black, and that too abundant waist had been most cunningly confined in a belt that descended beneath instead of rising above the lower masses of the vast torso. The general effect was worthy of the effort that must have gone to it. Madame Foucault was not rejuvenated by her toilette, but it almost procured her pardon for the crime of being over 40, fat, creased, and worn out. It was one of those defeats that are a triumph. "You are very chic," said Sophia, uttering her admiration. "Ah," said Madame Foucault, shrugging the shoulders of disillusion. "Chic, what does that do?" But she was pleased. The front door banged. Sophia, by herself for the first time in the flat into which she had been carried unconscious, and which she had never since left, had the disturbing sensation of being surrounded by mysterious rooms and mysterious things. She tried to continue reading, but the sentences conveyed nothing to her. She rose. She could walk now a little, and looked out of the window, through the interstices of the pattern of the lace curtains.
The window gave on the courtyard, which was about 16 feet below her. A low wall divided the courtyard from that of the next house, and the windows of the two houses, only to be distinguished by the different tints of their yellow paint, rose tier above tier in level floors, continuing beyond Sophia's field of vision. She pressed her face against the glass, and remembered the St. Luke's Square of her childhood, and just as there from the showroom window she could not even by pressing her face against the glass see the pavement, so here she could not see the roof. The courtyard was like the bottom of a well. There was no end to the windows, 6 stories she could count, and the sills of a 7th were the limit of her view. Every window was heavily curtained, like her own. Some of the upper ones had green sunblinds. Scarcely any sound. Mysteries brooded without as well as within the flat of Madame Foucault. Sophia saw a bodiless hand twitch at a curtain and vanish. She noticed a green bird in a tiny cage on a sill in the next house. A woman, whom she took to be the concierge, appeared in the courtyard, deposited a small plant in the track of a ray of sunshine that lighted a corner for a couple of hours in the afternoon, and disappeared again. Then she heard a piano somewhere. That was all. The feeling that secret and strange lives were being lived behind those baffling windows, that humanity was everywhere intimately pulsing around her, oppressed her spirit, yet not quite unpleasantly. The environment softened her glance upon the spectacle of existence, insomuch that sadness became a voluptuous pleasure, and the environment threw her back on herself, into a sensuous contemplation of the fundamental fact of Sophia Scales, formerly Sophia Baines. She turned to the room, with the marks of the bath on the floor by the bed, and the draped piano that was never opened, and her 2 trunks filling up the corner opposite the door. She had the idea of thoroughly examining those trunks, which Chirac or somebody else must have fetched from the hotel. At the top of one of them was her purse, tied up with old ribbon and ostentatiously sealed. How comical these French people were when they deemed it necessary to be serious. She emptied both trunks, scrutinizing minutely all her goods, and thinking of the varied occasions upon which she had obtained them. Then she carefully restored them, her mind full of souvenirs newly awakened. She sighed as she straightened her back. A clock struck in another room. It seemed to invite her towards discoveries. She had been in no other room of the flat. She knew nothing of the rest of the flat save by sound, for neither of the other women had ever described it, nor had it occurred to them that Sophia might care to leave her room, though she could not leave the house. She opened her door and glanced along the dim corridor with which she was familiar. She knew that the kitchen lay next to her little room, and that next to the kitchen came the front door. On the opposite side of the corridor were 4 double doors. She crossed to the pair of doors facing her own little door and quietly turned the handle, but the doors were locked, the same with the next pair. The third pair yielded, and she was in a large bedroom with 3 windows on the street. She saw that the second pair of doors, which she had failed to unfasten, also opened into this room. Between the 2 pairs of doors was a wide bed. In front of the central window was a large dressing table. To the left of the bed, half hiding the locked doors, was a large screen. On the marble mantelpiece, reflected in a huge mirror that ascended to the ornate cornice, was a gilt and basalt clock with pendants to match. On the opposite side of the room from this was a long, wide couch. The floor was of polished oak, with a skin on either side of the bed. At the foot of the bed was a small writing table with a penny bottle of ink on it. A few coloured prints and engravings, representing, for example, Louis Philippe and his family, and people perishing on a raft, broke the tedium of the walls. The first impression on Sophia's eye was one of sombre splendour. Everything had the air of being richly ornamented, draped, looped, carved, twisted, brocaded into gorgeousness. The dark crimson bed-hangings fell from massive rosettes in majestic folds. The counterpane was covered with lace. The window curtains had amplitude beyond the necessary, and they were suspended from behind fringed and pleated valances. The green sofa and its sateen cushions were stiff with applied embroidery. The chandelier, hanging from the middle of the ceiling, modelled to represent cupids holding festoons, was a glittering confusion of gilt and lustres. The lustres tinkled when Sophia stood on a certain part of the floor. The cane-seated chairs were completely gilded. There was an effect of spaciousness. And the situation of the bed, between the two double doors, with the 3 windows in front and the other pairs of doors communicating with other rooms on either hand, produced in addition an admirable symmetry. But Sophia, with the sharp gaze of a woman brought up in the traditions of a modesty so proud that it scorns ostentation, quickly tested and condemned the details of this chamber that imitated every luxury. Nothing in it, she found, was good, and in St. Luke's Square, goodness meant honest workmanship, permanence, the absence of pretence. All the stuffs were cheap and showy and shabby. All the furniture was cracked, warped, or broken. The clock showed 5 minutes past 12 at 5 o'clock, and further, dust was everywhere, except in those places where even the most perfunctory cleaning could not have left it. In the obscurer pleatings of draperies it lay thick. Sophia's lip curled, and instinctively she lifted her peignoir. One of her mother's phrases came into her head, a lick and a promise, and then another: if you want to leave dirt, leave it where everybody can see it, not in the corners. She peeped behind the screen, and all the horrible welter of a cabinet de toilette met her gaze, a repulsive medley of foul waters, stained vessels and cloths, brushes, sponges, powders and pastes. Clothes were hung up in disorder on rough nails. Among them she recognised a dressing-gown of Madame Foucault's, and, behind affairs of later date, the dazzling scarlet cloak in which she had first seen Madame Foucault, dilapidated now. So this was Madame Foucault's room. This was the bower from which that elegance emerged, the filth from which had sprung the mature blossom. She passed from that room direct to another, of which the shutters were closed, leaving it in twilight. This room, too, was a bedroom, rather smaller than the middle one, and having only one window, but furnished with the same dubious opulence. Dust covered it everywhere, and small footmarks were visible in the dust on the floor. At the back was a small door, papered to match the wall, and within this door was a cabinet de toilette, with no light and no air. Neither in the room nor in the closet was there any sign of individual habitation. She traversed the main bedroom again, and found another bedroom to balance the second one, but open to the full light of day, and in a state of extreme disorder. The double-pillowed bed had not even been made. Clothes and towels draped all the furniture. Shoes were about the floor, and on a piece of string tied across the windows hung a single white stocking, wet. At the back was a cabinet de toilette as dark as the other one, a vile, malodorous mess of appliances, whose familiar forms loomed vague and extraordinarily sinister in the dense obscurity. Sophia turned away with the righteous disgust of one whose preparations for the gaze of the world are as candid and simple as those of a child. Concealed dirt shocked her as much as it would have shocked her mother, and as for the trickeries of the toilet table, she condemned them as harshly as a young saint who has never been tempted condemns moral weakness. She thought of the strange, flaccid daily life of those two women, whose hours seemed to slip unprofitably away without any result of achievement. She had actually witnessed nothing, but since the beginning of her convalescence her ears had heard, and she could piece the evidences together. There was never any sound in the flat, outside the kitchen, until noon. Then vague noises and smells would commence, and about 1 o'clock Madame Foucault, disarrayed, would come to inquire if the servant had attended to the needs of the invalid. Then the odours of cookery would accentuate themselves. Bells rang. Fragments of conversations escaped through doors ajar. Occasionally a man's voice or a heavy step. Then the fragrance of coffee. Sometimes the sound of a kiss. The banging of the front door. The noise of brushing or of the shaking of a carpet. A little scream as at some trifling domestic contretemps. Laurence, still in a dressing-gown, would lounge into Sophia's room, dirty, haggard, but polite with a curious stiff ceremony, and would drink her coffee there. This wandering in peignoirs would continue till 3 o'clock, and then Laurence might say, as if nerving herself to an unusual and immense effort, "I must be dressed by 5 o'clock. I have not a moment." Often Madame Foucault did not dress at all. On such days she would go to bed immediately after dinner, with the remark that she didn't know what was the matter with her, but she was exhausted. And then the servant would retire to her 7th floor, and there would be silence until, now and then, faint creepings were heard at midnight or after. Once or twice, through the chinks of her door, Sophia had seen a light at 2 o'clock in the morning, just before the dawn. Yet these were the women who had saved her life, who between them had put her into a cold bath every 3 hours, night and day, for weeks. Surely it was impossible after that to despise them for shiftlessness and talkative idling in peignoirs. Impossible to despise them for anything whatever. But Sophia, conscious of her inheritance of strong and resolute character, did despise them as poor things. The one point on which she envied them was their formal manners to her, which seemed to become more dignified and graciously distant as her health improved. It was always "Madame, Madame," to her, with an intonation of increasing deference. They might have been apologizing to her for themselves. She prowled into all the corners of the flat, but she discovered no more rooms, nothing but a large cupboard crammed with Madame Foucault's dresses. Then she went back to the large bedroom, and enjoyed the busy movement and rattle of the sloping street, and had long, vague yearnings for strength and for freedom in wide, sane places. She decided that on the morrow she would dress herself properly, and never again wear a peignoir. The peignoir and all that it represented disgusted her, and while looking at the street she ceased to see it, and saw Cook's office, and Chirac helping her into the carriage. Where was he? Why had he brought her to this impossible abode? What did he mean by such conduct? But could he have acted otherwise? He had done the one thing that he could do. Chance. And why an impossible abode? Was one place more impossible than another? All this came of running away from home with Gerald. It was remarkable that she seldom thought of Gerald. He had vanished from her life as he had come into it, madly, preposterously. She wondered what the next stage in her career would be. She certainly could not forecast it. Perhaps Gerald was starving, or in prison. Bah! That exclamation expressed her appalling disdain of Gerald and of the Sophia who had once deemed him the paragon of men. Bah! A carriage, stopping in front of the house, awakened her from her meditation. Madame Foucault and a man very much younger than Madame Foucault got out of it. Sophia fled. After all, this prying into other people's rooms was quite inexcusable. She dropped onto her own bed, and picked up a book in case Madame Foucault should come in. 3. In the evening, just after night had fallen, Sophia, on the bed, heard the sound of raised and acrimonious voices in Madame Foucault's room. Nothing except dinner had happened since the arrival of Madame Foucault and the young man. These two had evidently dined informally in the bedroom, on a dish or so prepared by Madame Foucault, who had herself served Sophia with her invalid's repast. The odours of cookery still hung in the air. The noise of virulent discussion increased and continued, and then Sophia could hear sobbing, broken by short and fierce phrases from the man. Then the door of the bedroom opened brusquely. "J'en ai soupe!" exclaimed the man in tones of angry disgust. "Laissez-moi, je te prie." And then a soft muffled sound, as of a struggle, a quick step, and the very violent banging of the front door. After that there was a noticeable silence, save for the regular sobbing. Sophia wondered when it would cease, that monotonous sobbing. "What is the matter?" she called out from her bed. The sobbing grew louder, like the sobbing of a child who has detected an awakening of sympathy and instinctively begins to practise upon it. In the end, Sophia arose and put on the peignoir which she had almost determined never to wear again. The broad corridor was lighted by a small, smelling oil lamp with a crimson globe. That soft, transforming radiance seemed to paint the whole corridor with voluptuous luxury. so much so that it was impossible to believe that the smell came from the lamp. Under the lamp lay Madame Foucault on the floor, a shapeless mass of lace, frilled linen and corset. Her light brown hair was loose and spread about the floor. At the first glance, the creature abandoned to grief made a romantic and striking picture, and Sophia thought for an instant that she had at length encountered life on a plane that would correspond to her dreams of romance, and she was impressed with a feeling somewhat akin to that of a middling commoner when confronted with a viscount. There was in the distance something imposing and sensational about that prone, trembling figure. The tragic works of love were therein apparently manifest, in a sort of dignified beauty. But when Sophia bent over Madame Foucault and touched her flabbiness, this illusion at once vanished, and instead of being dramatically pathetic, the woman was ridiculous. Her face, especially as damaged by tears, could not support the ordeal of inspection. It was horrible. Not a picture, but a palette, or like the coloured design of a pavement artist after a heavy shower. Her great, relaxed eyelids alone would have rendered any face absurd, and there were monstrous details far worse than the eyelids. Then she was amazingly fat. Her flesh seemed to be escaping at all ends from a corset strained to the utmost limit, and above her boots she was still wearing dainty, high-heeled, tightly laced boots. The calves bulged suddenly out. As a woman of between 40 and 50, the obese sepulchre of a dead, vulgar beauty, she had no right to passions and tears and homage, or even the means of life. She had no right to expose herself picturesquely beneath a crimson glow in all the panoply of ribboned garters and lacy seductiveness. It was silly. It was disgraceful. She ought to have known that only youth and slimness have the right to appeal to the feelings by indecent abandonments. Such were the thoughts that mingled with the sympathy of the beautiful and slim Sophia as she bent down to Madame Foucault. She was sorry for her landlady, but at the same time she despised her, and resented her woe. "What is the matter?" she asked quietly. "He has chucked me," stammered Madame Foucault, "and he's the last. I have no one now." She rolled over in the most grotesque manner, kicking up her legs, with a fresh outburst of sobs. Sophia felt quite ashamed for her. "Come and lie down. Come now," she said, with a touch of sharpness. "You mustn't lie there like that." Madame Foucault's behaviour was really too outrageous. Sophia helped her, morally rather than physically, to rise, and then persuaded her into the large bedroom. Madame Foucault fell on the bed, of which the counterpane had been thrown over the foot. Sophia covered the lower part of her heaving body with the counterpane. "Now, calm yourself, please." This room, too, was lit in crimson by a small lamp that stood on the night-table, and though the shade of the lamp was cracked, the general effect of the great chamber was incontestably romantic. Only the pillows of the wide bed and a small semicircle of floor were illuminated. All the rest lay in shadow. Madame Foucault's head had dropped between the pillows. A tray containing dirty plates and glasses and a wine bottle was speciously picturesque on the writing-table. Despite her genuine gratitude to Madame Foucault for astounding care during her illness, Sophia did not like her landlady, and the present scene made her coldly wrathful. She saw the probability of having another's troubles piled on top of her own. She did not, in her mind, actively object, because she felt that she could not be more hopelessly miserable than she was, but she passively resented the imposition. Her reason told her that she ought to sympathise with this ageing, ugly, disagreeable, undignified woman, but her heart was reluctant. Her heart did not want to know anything at all about Madame Foucault, nor to enter into any way into her private life. "I have not a single friend now," stammered Madame Foucault. "Oh, yes, you have," said Sophia cheerfully. "You have Madame Laurence." "Laurence, that is not a friend. You know what I mean." "And me, I am your friend," said Sophia, in obedience to her conscience. "You are very kind," replied Madame Foucault from the pillow, "but you know what I mean." The fact was that Sophia did know what she meant. The terms of their intercourse had been suddenly changed. There was no pretentious ceremony now. but the sincerity that disaster brings, the vast structure of make-believe, which between them they had gradually built, had crumbled to nothing. "I never treated badly any man in my life," whimpered Madame Foucault. "I have always been a good girl. There is not a man who can say I have not been a good girl. Never was I a girl like the rest, and everyone has said so. Ah, when I tell you that once I had a hotel in the Avenue de la Reine Hortense, 4 horses. I have sold a horse to Madame Moussard. You know Madame Moussard. But one cannot make economies. Impossible to make economies. Ah, in '56 I was spending 100,000 francs a year. That cannot last. Always I have said to myself, that cannot last. Always I had the intention. But what would you? I installed myself here and borrowed money to pay for the furniture. There did not remain to me one jewel. The men are poltroons all. I could let 3 bedrooms for 350 francs a month, and with serving meals and so on, I could live." "Then that," Sophia interrupted, pointing to her own bedroom across the corridor, "is your room?" "Yes," said Madame Foucault. "I put you in it because at the moment all these were let. They are so no longer, only one, Laurence, and she does not pay me always. What would you? Tenants? That does not find itself at the present hour. I have nothing, and I owe. And he quits me. He chooses this moment to quit me. And why? For nothing, for nothing. That is not for his money that I regret it. Oh, no. You know at his age he is 25, and with a woman like me one is not generous. No, I loved him. And then a man has a moral support always. I loved him. It is at my age, mine, that one knows how to love. Beauty goes always, but not the temperament. Ah, that. No, I loved him. I love him." Sophia's face tingled with a sudden emotion called by the repetition of these last 3 words, whose spell no usage can mar. But she said nothing. "Do you know what I shall become? There is nothing but that for me, and I know of such who are there already. A charwoman. Yes, a charwoman. More soon or more late. Well, that is life. What would you? One exists always." Then, in a different tone, "I beg your pardon, madame, for talking like this. I ought to have shame." And Sophia felt that in listening she also ought to be ashamed, but she was not ashamed. Everything seemed very natural and even ordinary, and moreover Sophia was full of the sense of her superiority over the woman on the bed. 4 years ago, in the restaurant Sylvain, the ingenuous and ignorant Sophia had shyly sat in awe of the resplendent courtesan, with her haughty stare, her large easy gestures, and her imperturbable contempt for the man who was paying. And now Sophia knew that she, Sophia, knew all that was to be known about human nature. She had not merely youth, beauty, and virtue, but knowledge enough to reconcile her to her own misery. She had a vigorous, clear mind and a clean conscience. She could look anyone in the face, and judge everyone too as a woman of the world, whereas this obscene wreck on the bed had nothing whatever left. She had not merely lost her effulgent beauty, she had become repulsive. She could never have had any common sense nor any force of character. Her haughtiness in the day of glory was simply fatuous, based on stupidity. She had passed the years in idleness, trailing about all day in stuffy rooms and emerging at night to impress nincompoops, continually meaning to do things which she never did, continually surprised at the lateness of the hour, continually occupied with the most foolish trifles. And here she was at over 40, writhing about on the bare floor, because a boy of 25, who must be a worthless idiot, had abandoned her after a scene of ridiculous shoutings and stampings. She was dependent on the caprices of a young scamp, the last donkey to turn from her with loathing. Sophia thought, goodness, if I had been in her place I shouldn't have been like that. I should have been rich. I should have saved like a miser. I wouldn't have been dependent on anybody at that age. If I couldn't have made a better courtesan than this pitiable woman, I would have drowned myself. in the harsh vanity of her conscious capableness and young strength. She thought thus, half forgetting her own follies, and half excusing them on the ground of inexperience. Sophia wanted to go round the flat and destroy every crimson lampshade in it. She wanted to shake Madame Foucault into self-respect and sagacity. Moral reprehension, though present in her mind, was only faint. Certainly she felt the immense gulf between the honest woman and the wanton, but she did not feel it as she would have expected to feel it. What a fool you have been, she thought, not what a sinner. With her precocious cynicism, which was somewhat unsuited to the lovely northern youthfulness of that face, she said to herself that the whole situation and their relative attitudes would have been different if only Madame Foucault has had the wit to amass a fortune, as, according to Gerald, some of her rivals had succeeded in doing. And all the time she was thinking in another part of her mind, I ought not to be here. It's no use arguing, I ought not to be here. Chirac did the only thing for me there was to do, but I must go now. Madame Foucault continued to recite her woes, chiefly financial, in a weak voice, damp with tears. She also continued to apologize for mentioning herself. She had finished sobbing, and lay looking at the wall away from Sophia, who stood irresolute near the bed, ashamed for her companion's weakness and incapacity. "You must not forget," said Sophia, irritated by the unrelieved darkness of the picture drawn by Madame Foucault, "that at least I owe you a considerable sum, and that I am only waiting for you to tell me how much it is. I have asked you twice already, I think." "Oh, you are still suffering," said Madame Foucault. "I am quite well enough to pay my debts," said Sophia. "I do not like to accept money from you," said Madame Foucault. "But why not?" "You will have the doctor to pay." "Please do not talk in that way," said Sophia. "I have money, and I can pay for everything, and I shall pay for everything." She was annoyed because she was sure that Madame Foucault was only making a pretence of delicacy, and that in any case her delicacy was preposterous. Sophia had remarked this on the 2 previous occasions when she had mentioned the subject of bills. Madame Foucault would not treat her as an ordinary lodger, now that the illness was past. She wanted, as it were, to complete brilliantly what she had begun, and to live in Sophia's memory as a unique figure of lavish philanthropy. This was a sentiment, a luxury that she desired to offer herself, the thought that she had played Providence to a respectable married lady in distress. She frequently hinted at Sophia's misfortunes and helplessness, but she could not afford the luxury. She gazed at it as a poor woman gazes at costly stuffs through the glass of a shop window. The truth was, she wanted the luxury for nothing. For a double reason, Sophia was exasperated, by Madame Foucault's absurd desire, and by a natural objection to the role of a subject for philanthropy. She would not admit that Madame Foucault's devotion as a nurse entitled her to the satisfaction of being a philanthropist when there was no necessity for philanthropy. "How long have I been here?" asked Sophia. "I don't know," murmured Madame Foucault. "8 weeks, or is it 9? "Suppose we say 9, said Sophia. "Very well," agreed Madame Foucault, apparently reluctant. "Now, how much must I pay you per week?" "I don't want anything, I don't want anything. You are a friend of Chirac's, you—" "Not at all," Sophia interrupted, tapping her foot and biting her lip. "Naturally, I must pay." Madame Foucault wept quietly. "Shall I pay you 75 francs a week?" said Sophia, anxious to end the matter. "It is too much," Madame Foucault protested insincerely. "What, for all you have done for me?" "I speak not of that," Madame Foucault modestly replied. If the devotion was not to be paid for, then 75 francs a week was assuredly too much, as during more than half the time Sophia had had almost no food. Madame Foucault was therefore within the truth when she again protested at the sight of the banknotes which Sophia brought from her trunk. "I am sure it is too much." "Not at all," Sophia repeated. 9 weeks at 75. That makes 675. Here are 700s. "I have no change," said Madame Foucault. "I have nothing." "That will pay for the hire of the bath," said Sophia. She laid the notes on the pillow. Madame Foucault looked at them gluttonously. as any other person would have done in her place. She did not touch them. After an instant she burst into wild tears. "But why do you cry?" Sophia asked, softened. "I don't know," spluttered Madame Foucault. "You are so beautiful. I am so content that we saved you." Her great wet eyes rested on Sophia. It was sentimentality. Sophia ruthlessly set it down as sentimentality. But she was touched. She was suddenly moved. Those women, such as they were in their foolishness, probably had saved her life, and she a stranger. Flaccid as they were, they had been capable of resolute perseverance there. It was possible to say that chance had thrown them upon an enterprise which they could not have abandoned till they or death had won. It was possible to say that they hoped vaguely to derive advantage from their labours, but even then, judged by an ordinary standard, those women had been angels of mercy, and Sophia was despising them, cruelly taking their motives to pieces, accusing them of incapacity when she herself stood a supreme proof of their capacity, in at any rate one direction. In a rush of emotion she saw her hardness and her injustice. She bent down. "Never can I forget how kind you have been to me. It is incredible, incredible." She spoke softly, in tones loaded with genuine feeling. It was all she said. She could not embroider on the theme. She had no talent for thanksgiving. Madame Foucault made the beginning of a gesture, as if she meant to kiss Sophia with those thick, marred lips, but refrained. Her head sank back, and then she had a recurrence of the fit of nervous sobbing. Immediately afterwards there was the sound of a latchkey in the front door of the flat. The bedroom door was open. Still sobbing very violently, she cocked her ear, and pushed the banknotes under the pillow. Madame Laurence, as she was called, Sophia had never heard her surname, came straight into the bedroom, and beheld the scene with astonishment in her dark twinkling eyes. She was usually dressed in black, because people said that black suited her, and because black was never out of fashion. Black was an expression of her idiosyncrasy. She showed a certain elegance, and by comparison with the extreme disorder of Madame Foucault and the déshabille of Sophia, her appearance, all fresh from a modish restaurant, was brilliant. It gave her an advantage over the other two, that moral advantage which ceremonial raiment always gives. "What is it that passes?" she demanded. "He has chucked me, Laurence!" exclaimed Madame Foucault in a sort of hysteric scream which seemed to force its way through her sobs. From the extraordinary freshness of Madame Foucault's woe, it might have been supposed that her young man had only that instant strode out. Laurence and Sophia exchanged a swift glance, and Laurence, of course, perceived that Sophia's relations with her landlady and nurse were now of a different, a more candid order. She indicated her perception of the change by a single slight movement of the eyebrows. "But listen, Aimée," she said authoritatively. "You must not let yourself go like that. He will return." "Never!" cried Madame Foucault. "It is finished, and he is the last." Laurence, ignoring Madame Foucault, approached Sophia. "You have an air very fatigued," she said, caressing Sophia's shoulder with her gloved hand. "You are pale like everything. All this is not for you. It is not reasonable to remain here. You still suffering, at this hour. Truly not reasonable." Her hands persuaded Sophia towards the corridor, and in fact Sophia did then notice her own exhaustion. She departed from the room with the ready obedience of physical weakness, and shut her door. After about half an hour, during which she heard confused noises and murmurings, her door half opened. "May I enter, since you are not asleep?" It was Laurence's voice. Twice now she had addressed Sophia without adding the formal Madame.
"Enter, I beg you," Sophia called from the bed. "I am reading." Laurence came in. Sophia was both glad and sorry to see her. She was eager to hear gossip, which, however, she felt she ought to despise. Moreover, she knew that if they talked that night, they would talk as friends, and that Laurence would ever after treat her with the familiarity of a friend. This she dreaded. Still, she knew that she would yield, at any rate to the temptation to listen to gossip. "I have put her to bed," said Laurence in a whisper, as she cautiously closed the door. The poor woman! Oh, what a charming bracelet! It is a true pearl, naturally. Her roving eye had immediately, with an infallible instinct, caught sight of a bracelet which, in taking stock of her possessions, Sophia had accidentally left on the piano. She picked it up and then put it down again. "Yes," said Sophia. She was about to add, "It's nearly all the jewellery I possess," but she stopped. Laurence moved towards Sophia's bed and stood over it as she had often done in her quality as nurse. She had taken off her gloves, and she made a piquant pretty show with her 30 years and her agreeable, slightly roguish face, in which were mingled the knowingness of a street boy and the confidence of a woman who has ceased to be surprised at the influence of her snub nose on a highly intelligent man. "Did she tell you what they had quarrelled about?" Laurence inquired abruptly, and not only the phrasing of the question, but the assured tone in which it was uttered, showed that Laurence meant to be the familiar of Sophia. "Not a word," said Sophia. In this brief question and reply, all was crudely implied that had previously been supposed not to exist. The relations between the two women were altered irretrievably in a moment. "It must have been her fault," said Laurence. "With men she is insupportable. I have never understood how that poor woman has made her way. With women she is charming, but she seems to be incapable of not treating men like dogs. Some men adore that, but they are few, is it not?" Sophia smiled. "I have told her, how many times have I told her, but it is useless. It is stronger than she is, and if she finishes on straw, one will be able to say that it was because of that. But truly she ought not to have asked him here. Truly that was too much. If he knew—" "Why not?" asked Sophia awkwardly. The answer startled her. "Because her room has not been disinfected." "But I thought all the flat had been disinfected." "All except her room." "But why not her room?" Laurence shrugged her shoulders. "She did not want to disturb her things. It is that, I know. She is like that. She takes an idea, and then there you are." "She told me every room had been disinfected." "She told the same to the police and the doctor." "Then all the disinfection is useless." "Perfectly. But she is like that. This flat might be very remunerative, but with her, never. She has not even paid for the furniture, after 2 years." "But what will become of her?" Sophia asked. "Ah, that—" Another shrug of the shoulders. "All that I know is that it will be necessary for me to leave here. The last time I brought Monsieur Cerf here, she was excessively rude to him. She has doubtless told you about Monsieur Cerf?" "No. Who is Monsieur Cerf?" "Ah, she has not told you. That astonishes me. Monsieur Cerf, that is my friend, you know." "Oh," murmured Sophia. "Yes," Laurence proceeded, impelled by a desire to impress Sophia and to gossip at large. "That is my friend. I knew him at the hospital. It was to please him that I left the hospital. After that we quarrelled for 2 years, but at the end he gave me right. I did not budge. 2 years, it is long, and I had left the hospital. I could have gone back, but I would not. That is not a life, to be nurse in a Paris hospital. No, I drew myself out as well as I could. He is the most charming boy you can imagine, and rich now, that is to say, relatively. He has a cousin infinitely more rich than he. I dined with them both tonight at the Maison Dorée. For a luxurious boy, he is a luxurious boy, the cousin, I mean. It appears that he has made a fortune in Canada." "Truly?" said Sophia with politeness. Laurence's hand was playing on the edge of the bed, and Sophia observed for the first time that it bore a wedding ring. "You remark my ring?" Laurence laughed. "That is he, the cousin." "What?" he said. "You do not wear an alliance? An alliance is more proper. We are going to arrange that after dinner." "I said that all the jeweller shops would be closed." "Oh, that is all the same to me," he said. "We will open one." And, in fact, it passed like that. He succeeded. Is it not beautiful?" She held forth her hand. "Yes," said Sophia, "it is very beautiful." "Yours also is beautiful," said Laurence, with an extremely puzzling intonation. "It is just the ordinary English wedding ring," said Sophia. In spite of herself, she blushed. "Now I have married you, it is I, the cure," said he, the cousin, when he put the ring on my finger. "Oh, he is excessively amusing, he pleases me much, and he is all alone. He asked me whether I knew among my friends a sympathetic, pretty girl to make four with us three for a picnic. I said I was not sure, but I thought not. Whom do I know? Nobody. I am not a woman like the rest. I am always discreet. I do not like casual relations. But he is very well, the cousin. Brown eyes. It is an idea. Will you come one day? He speaks English. He loves the English. He is all that is most correct, the perfect gentleman. He would arrange a dazzling fete. I am sure he would be enchanted to make your acquaintance. Enchanted. As for my Charles, happily he is completely mad about me. Otherwise I should have fear." She smiled, and in her smile was a genuine respect for Sophia's face. "I fear I cannot come," said Sophia. She honestly endeavoured to keep out of her reply any accent of moral superiority, but she did not quite succeed. She was not at all horrified by Laurence's suggestion. She meant simply to refuse it, but she could not do so in a natural voice. "It is true you are not yet strong enough," said the imperturbable Laurence quickly, and with a perfect imitation of naturalness. "But soon you must make a little promenade." She stared at her ring. "After all, it is more proper," she observed judicially. "With a wedding ring one is less likely to be annoyed. What is curious is that the idea never before came to me, yet—" "You like jewellery?" said Sophia. "Oh, if I like jewellery!" with a gesture of the hands. "Will you pass me that bracelet?" Laurence obeyed, and Sophia clasped it round the girl's wrist. "Keep it," Sophia said. "For me?" Laurence exclaimed, ravished. "It is too much." "It is not enough," said Sophia. "And when you look at it, you must remember how kind you were to me, and how grateful I am." "How nicely you say that!" Laurence said ecstatically. And Sophia felt that she had indeed said it rather nicely. This giving of the bracelet, souvenir of one of the few capricious follies that Gerald had committed for her and not for himself, pleased Sophia very much. "I am afraid your nursing of me forced you to neglect Monsieur Cerf," she added. "Yes, a little," said Laurence impartially, with a small pout of haughtiness. "It is true that he used to complain, but I soon put him straight. What an idea! He knows there are things upon which I do not joke. It is not he who will quarrel a second time, believe me." Laurence's absolute conviction of her power was what impressed Sophia. To Sophia she seemed to be a vulgar little piece of goods, with dubious charm, and a glance that was far too brazen. Her movements were vulgar, and Sophia wondered how she had established her empire, and upon what it rested. "I shall not show this to Aimée," whispered Laurence, indicating the bracelet. "As you wish," said Sophia. "By the way, have I told you that war is declared?" Laurence casually remarked. "No," said Sophia. "What war?" "The scene with Aimée made me forget it. With Germany. The city is quite excited. An immense crowd in front of the new opera. They say we shall be at Berlin in a month, or at most 2 months." "Oh," Sophia muttered. "Why is there a war?" "Ah, it is I who ask that. Nobody knows. It is those Prussians." "Don't you think we ought to begin again with the disinfecting?" Sophia asked anxiously. "I must speak to Madame Foucault." Laurence told her not to worry, and went off to show the bracelet to Madame Foucault. She had privately decided that this was a pleasure which, after all, she could not deny herself.
End of Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 1.